from the Chameleon.
Chameleon! No, not him. This guy, Chameleon. He is Spider-Man's first ever villain. Many people don't actually know this, but the first supervillain Spider-Man ever faced was the Chameleon in issue 1 of Amazing Spider-Man. I use the term supervillain very loosely because Chameleon doesn't always have powers. Chameleon is a shapeshifter, sort of. Sometimes he has powers and can shapeshift at will, other times he's just wearing a mask or multiple masks, and then other times he has like technology that'll project other people's appearances on top of him so he can shapeshift like that. Chameleon is Spider-Man's first ever villain, but he's hardly ever used. Seriously. You could say he's used sparingly at best. Let's look at every single Spider-Man film ever made, and let's count how many times they used the Chameleon, okay? Spider-Man 1, he's not there. Spider-Man 2, he's not there. Spider-Man 3, he's not there. The Amazing Spider-Man, he's not there. The Amazing Spider-Man 2, he's not there. Homecoming, he's not there. Far From Home, this doesn't count because it's not actually the Chameleon, it's just freaking Dimitri. So he's not there. And then in No Way Home, he's not there. Well, let's go through some of the Sony movies. Did Sony actually decide to use Chameleon? Venom 1, he's not there. Venom 2, he's not there. Morbius? No, he's not there. In Madam Web? He's not there. How about Venom 3? Not there. But then, finally, he shows up and we actually get to see Chameleon in Kraven. So, we had to go through 13 different Spider-Man films or Spider-Man adjacent films to finally get the Chameleon on the 14th. Spider-Man's first ever villain finally used his powers on the big screen in the 14th Spider-Man film, technically. And the only time he uses the powers is like 3 minutes before the credits start rolling for like a shock factor. It's dastardly. Can't believe they would do this. I must know, why is the Chameleon so underutilized? Looking at the video games, he's in like 2 16-bit video games. He's in the Amazing Spider-Man movie game, and then you don't really see him. You hear his voice, you kind of see him in Insomniac Spider-Man 2. You're telling me out of every single Spider-Man game ever made, Spider-Man's first supervillain he ever fought appears in like a whopping 3-ish games? And if we're only talking about modern games, he literally is like only in none of them because he's like in cutscenes and that's it? It's pretty insane to me. In this video, my goal is to try and figure out why Chameleon is so underutilized in Spider-Man media. But before we get into the rest of the video, I need your opinion. What do you think of the Chameleon? Should he be in more stuff? Would you want to see him be a villain in Tom Holland's Spider-Man live-action films? Let me know down below while I talk about the Chameleon. First, let's establish who the Chameleon is as a character. He's the first villain Spider-Man fought, but what about the Chameleon as a character? Who is he? His name is Dmitry Smerdyakov. He doesn't have many powers. Sometimes he can use like low-level shapeshifting, but we all know he can't emulate people's powers even if he can like shapeshift into them. He's a Russian man who has great expertise in spying due to his abilities to shapeshift so easily. However, he usually runs his own thing. He's not really often in teams. He's running his own show. He's got criminals working for him, or he's like a solo act trying to steal information and invade, right? That's the Chameleon. When talking about the Chameleon, personally, I think of 3 different storylines in the comics. I think of the first ever, naturally, Amazing Spider-Man 1. I think of Spectacular Spider-Man 245, also known as Identity Crisis. And I think of the Life Model Decoy Saga that took place for over 25 issues, maybe even a little bit more than that. But let's start with the first appearance. Let's talk about issue number 1 of Spider-Man. This story features Chameleon dressing up as Spider-Man. He webs up these guys, steals some missile plans, and then escapes via helicopter. Spider-Man then shows up and is accused of committing the crimes that had just transpired because Chameleon was dressed as Spider-Man. Spider-Man uses his spider sense in a way we really don't get to see much, and he actually just hones in and locates the helicopter with the spider sense. Chases the man down, and after a bit of fighting and some trickery, Spider-Man does end up catching the Chameleon. This is the legit first villain Spider-Man ever faces. First villain that he ever faces, okay? Like, this is him. This is the Chameleon. It's issue 1, part 3 of the issue, and this is where he first appears. Yeah, the mugger happens before this in Amazing Fantasy 15, but he's not like a villain. He's just like a robber. Chameleon is like a Russian villain who tried to steal top secret defense plans. That's villain shit. But like I said, he's not really too super, right? Like, even when you watch him pretend to be Spider-Man, he can't even web people up. He's using like a web gun. When Spider-Man finally gets his hands on Chameleon also, the fight ends nigh instantly. Chameleon is just not a match for Spider-Man and all of his powers. Which brings us to our next story with Chameleon, Identity Crisis. I bring up this story because it's just so goddamn iconic. Specifically, Spectacular Spider-Man number 245. I believe the storyline spans 4 or 5 issues or so, but this is like the climax of it all. This is the peak of it. Chameleon has trapped Spider-Man in an electric cage with Dr. Kafka and John Jameson. While they're in there, Chameleon is pretending to be Spider-Man, and he's after Mary Jane. When he arrives at Mary Jane's place, MJ tells Peter to wash up because Aunt Anna's gonna be home and they're gonna have dinner soon. Spider-Man goes to wash up, and Mary Jane is just waiting out there. When Spider-Man steps outside of the bathroom, Mary Jane's like, Aunt Anna's gone for the weekend and Peter knows this. I know who you are, Chameleon. And then the Chameleon's like, no, it's not me. And then Mary Jane's like, no, it is you. And the Chameleon's like, it's not me. And then Mary Jane's like, I know it's you. And then he rips off his suit. He's like, it's me and I'm going to get what I came here for. But that's not what's going to happen, Chameleon. You're actually going up against probably the most powerful woman in all of comics, period, ever. She brings out this baseball bat. Mary Jane brings out a baseball bat and beats the ever-living fuck out of the Chameleon. Bodies him. Just body that man. I think that really goes hand in hand with what I was talking about earlier, right? You see in Chameleon in the Amazing Spider-Man issue #1, and like I said, when he fights Spider-Man, when Spider-Man finally gets his hands on him, the trickery is no longer at play. It's a fisticuffs. Chameleon gets dispatched with easily. He's really not that powerful. You look at Spectacular Spider-Man 245, he's not even able to compare with Mary Jane. Mary Jane doesn't have powers. I mean, I just said she's the most powerful person, but that doesn't mean she has superpowers. She's just powerful in aura. She's powerful in person. She used all that power and beat the living brakes out of this man with no actual superpowers. Chameleon is just not that strong, you know? He's got to get personal with it if we're going to make it work. The Chameleon's going to actually have some ways of inflicting pain on the person he's after. He's got to get personal. He's not the strongest. He's not really going to be able to do it with his fist. He's got to do it with his brain. Which brings us to the last story I like to talk about when it comes to Chameleon, the Life Model Decoy storyline. Chameleon made life model decoys of Peter Parker's parents in order to gain information for who Spider-Man is. He pretty much wants to confirm that Peter Parker is Spider-Man. This all happens obviously before Spectacular Spider-Man 245 because at this point he doesn't know that Peter Parker is Spider-Man. This is also like a long saga. It's like an underlining story for Spider-Man comics for like 20 plus issues, like I said earlier in the video. Even Maximum Carnage has the storyline underneath it. Peter's robot dad is talking to him about what he needs to do with his anger and everything, and it's actually very good in my opinion. I think it's a really interesting storyline that spans across like the underlying of a lot of issues because it really just it adds extra storylines to the comic. It's not like you're just reading the comic, you get the storyline and it's done. Like I said, these life model decoys were around for quite a bit and Peter thought they were real. And the fans even started to think they're real too. And then we get to the twist. It turns out the Chameleon had made these robots of Peter Parker's parents because he wanted to figure out Spider-Man's true identity. When Peter Parker's parents go to tell Chameleon after they figure out who Spider-Man really is, Peter's mom's programming is just too similar to his actual mother, and her love for Peter wins out. She can't possibly put her son in harm's way, and she refuses to tell the Chameleon who he is. Spider-Man then breaks in, and a huge battle ensues. Spider-Man's fighting like the Chameleon and Vulture, and that's when Peter's dad turns into like a cyborg monster. Unlike Peter's mom, the coding for Peter's dad is clearly very different from his real dad. Spider-Man then has to beat up his dad, who's like this robot cybernetic monster, and his dad almost ends up killing him. That's when his mom actually ends up killing his dad with an electric overcharge. While Peter is like a little dismayed, he's not really sure what's going on because he just almost freaking died, the Vulture actually steals the remaining life voice from Peter's robot mom and flees the scene as well. So Peter's just left there with both of his dead parents. And the last thing Peter's mom says to him is that she loved him. It's not really him, but the coding is so like not perfect. It feels like it's her. This story is pretty wild. I'm not gonna lie. It's crazy. It's the kind of story that you don't even really see in a comic book because of how wild it is. But this story just gives you such great character moments from a lot of the characters in the story, especially Peter's mom, that I just fucking love it. It's beautiful, honestly. Even if this isn't really Peter's mom, I love this story. And to me, that's Chameleon's 3 best stories in my opinion, right? One thing is very apparent when you look at these stories. Chameleon is not very formidable, right? This guy's a bitch. He's a fraud. He's weak as hell. He can't contest Spider-Man in any way in a straight-up fight. In my opinion, this is why he's never really featured in other media outside of the comics. Imagine if Insomniac Spider-Man just fought like the regular Chameleon. Like, maybe he'll show up in a later game and get some enhancements or something, or it'll be like a cool storyline where we're trying to figure out who he is amongst like the shape-shifting. But imagine just Spider-Man with all of his gadgets and tech and strength and his immortality fought the Chameleon. Dude, it'd be up for the Chameleon. Any day that ended in Y, the Chameleon's face would be broken open. It would be over. It'd be cooked. This man would be done dirty like an everyday thug on the street in one of these games where you just absolutely bother them. They wouldn't even consider this guy a boss fight or a mini boss fight. But this man Chameleon can work in stories. He just needs to make it personal for it to work. Going after MJ, creating fake robots of Peter Parker, pretending to be Spider-Man himself to steal missile plans. Stuff like this is just so twisted it works for the character. It works for his stories. The best chameleons all imitate Spider-Man. It's like a core thing in his character. He appears in some of the 80s cartoons, imitating Spider-Man. He appears in the 90s cartoon, imitating Peter Parker. He also appears in Spectacular Spider-Man, imitating Spider-Man. I think both the 90s and the Spectacular storyline are amazing. I can't talk about these shows enough. I probably talk about them pretty much every chance I get in any adaptation video I make, but it's because they just do such a good job with almost every single character. The 90s show arc with him involves Nick Fury, and it's just so freaking good. I loved it. I like how he really pretends to be Peter Parker in this because it just goes like a step further. Like he's not even pretending to be Spider-Man anymore. He's really trying to be the man. And then in Spectacular Spider-Man, the two of them fighting on the yacht or going back and forth on the yacht when Spider-Man's in the black suit. Peak. You should totally check out both of these episodes, man. And really check out any episode that he's ever been in. He's also been in the 2017 show as well, and he's pretty good there. It's pretty shocking. This character, he's done pretty well. We got to talk about the Chameleon in the Kraven movie, though. Speaking of things that are done well. Hopefully this will help us try and find an answer to the question we proposed in the beginning of this video, right? Why isn't he used much? He's in Kraven. In this god-awful abomination of a movie, we get to see Chameleon. We get to see Chameleon in this universe, and we honestly get to see more characterization for him than we really get to see in any other medium that isn't the comics. This version of Chameleon is like a frail and fragile man. He's a singer, and he wants to be strong enough to stand up for himself. Honestly, this character's pretty ass. Just a real, wimpy dude until the very end you find out that he took over his father's crime lord business, and then we also get to see him use chameleon powers for the first time in live action, and that's it. I was gonna do a deep dive into this character. It's not even worth it. This movie's so trash. It doesn't even do any consistencies with any of the characters. The characters all suck. It was just cool we got to see his powers. That's really it. That's all I'm gonna say about the Chameleon in the Kraven movie. That's it. Ass. Alright, so we don't see a lot of Chameleon, right? Alright, why don't we see Chameleon more? Why is he so unknown to casual fans? To me, that's because he isn't really a super villain, right? Like I said in the beginning of this video, he can shapeshift, but he can't even mimic anyone's powers. At the end of the day, he doesn't have any abilities. That's the best he can do. Imagine watching a whole movie of Spider-Man just trying to catch this guy who can change his appearance. If written well, it could be cool, but fans just wouldn't go for it. Look at every single Spider-Man live action villain we've gotten in an actual Spider-Man film, and you tell me which one of these would you switch out for the Chameleon? Green Goblin, Doc Ock, Sandman, Venom, Lizard, Electro, Vulture, Mysterio. Out of these 8 characters, who would you swap out for Chameleon? Me? I wouldn't choose a single one. I wouldn't swap out any of them. These are all better characters than the Chameleon. They're way more exciting and interesting. If Spider-Man wasn't so bombastic and high-flying, I could see maybe using the Chameleon more. Chameleon would be a great villain for the Daredevil show. But when people are going to see Spider-Man, they're going to see a character who's soaring and flying through the sky. We want to see him fight somebody just as crazy and wild. They don't want the villain to be super tamed and to be like a grounded character, even if he can make for fire storytelling. Overall, I really like the Chameleon as a villain. I get why he isn't used much, though. He really can work, though. You just need someone to put in the effort.
But you still hold back. Kill or be killed.
Kraven has got to be the easiest Spider-Man character to adapt. Seriously. Yet he is nigh always adapted. For some reason, he's usually adapted poorly, and I find it so odd. Look at the 90s Spider-Man cartoon, a show that is revered by all fans across the board. Yet you take a look into Kraven's character, do a little bit of a deep dive, and this is a straight F. This is not good Kraven work at all. Let's look at another all-time great show, Spectacular Spider-Man, right? Everybody loves Spectacular Spider-Man across the board. It's universally loved, similarly to the 90s show. But then again, fine-tooth comb it. Look at Kraven. Again, an F. This is not a good Kraven. Sony failing horrifically at Kraven? Very much expected. But why did the 90s show and Spectacular Spider-Man show just go off the rails? What is it about Kraven that these showrunners and movie directors are finding so hard to adapt? To me, Kraven is the easiest Spider-Man villain to adapt, and it makes no sense why so many adaptations of him are just straight up bad. First, let's establish why I believe Kraven is such an easy character to adapt. Then we can tackle why so many adaptations are bad, and maybe highlight a few of the good ones as well. Kraven's easy. Kraven's so easy to adapt because he's just a hunter. Truly, that's it. If you wanted to put this guy on the screen and make him believable to be Kraven, you literally just have to say he's a hunter, and you got it done. Yeah, the character is Russian, and he has some ties and links back to Africa, and his half-brother is Chameleon. But if you truly want to get the character of a Kraven across the board, none of this stuff really matters. I mean, maybe him being Russian a little bit matters, but for the most part, what really matters is he's a hunter, and he's trying to prove he's the best. All he wants to prove is he's the best hunter in the world. He isn't necessarily evil. I mean, he's a murderer, so he's definitely not a good guy. But Kraven sees things differently than how normally people would see things. He sees the entirety of life as a big game of hunt. He is trying to prove he is the greatest hunter regardless of circumstances around him. Laws be damned. Kraven is trying to prove something, people. I got something to prove. His most famous comic book storyline is one of Spider-Man's most notable stories ever. It's called Kraven's Last Hunt, and unless you've been living under a rock, you've certainly heard of it if you've ever picked up a Spider-Man comic. Kraven manages to kill Spider-Man, he then dresses like Spider-Man, and brutally protects the city of New York as Spider-Man, just to prove that he is the better Spider-Man in every single way. After he's done doing so, he's actually confronted by the real Spider-Man, who was recently resurrected by the fact that him and MJ just have so much sheer love for each other. Yeah, love just resurrected this man. Loved it. Kraven is confronted by Spider-Man, but Kraven has no care for any of this. He himself has already proved to himself that he's the better Spider-Man. Seeing Spider-Man as the ultimate hunt, having now bested the hunt, Kraven goes, finds a rifle, puts it in his mouth, and blows his brains out. Utterly insane. This is Kraven. If you want to use a character, it doesn't have to be this exact storyline, but it should be this kind of characterization. He wants to hunt and prove he's the best. Kraven's Last Hunt is such a notable storyline that many future comics that actually would put Kraven in it almost always pay homage to it, including 2024 Ultimate Spider-Man. The arc is issues 13 and 14, and it's freaking incredible. I was pouring out sweat as I was reading it. It was just so magnificent. The way Kraven looks, the way he talks, everything about him, I freaking loved. And then the one thing I actually will say that I really liked about him, and I know a lot of people are hating on him online, is he's not that guy. He's just a hunter. Remember I said that? He's just a hunter? A lot of people seem to believe he's supposed to be going toe-to-toe with Spider-Man. No. He beat Spider-Man one time, but he's fought Spider-Man well over like 50 times. Him beating Spider-Man is rare. Doesn't always happen. So Kraven getting his ass handed to him in 6160 Ultimate Spider-Man, peak in my opinion. That's exactly how it should be represented. Yes, he's just like maniacal, well-plotted, thinking hunter, but he's not going up against Spider-Man. Come on now. Hickman just gets it when it comes to Kraven. But somehow the people who try to adapt this character do not. Let's talk about the bad adaptations. What every single bad adaptation of Kraven does, they try to turn the character into something he's not, without even viewing the character through the lens of what he's supposed to be. Let me explain what I mean by that, right? I said earlier that Kraven doesn't necessarily need to be evil, and I truly believe that. I believe he does need to be a hunter, though, and he needs to constantly be hunting and proving that he's the best hunter. Like, that should be his own goal and ambition, is to prove he's the best hunter. So let's say somebody like the Lizard shows up, right? Lizard shows up, and Kraven has to hunt Lizard so he can prove he is the best hunter, right? The Lizard is kind of a bad guy, right? Not necessarily evil, but he's a bad guy. If Kraven were to kill him, he would kind of look like a good guy, right? This is what I mean when I say Kraven's not necessarily a bad guy, because to him, it's not right or wrong. It's I'm proving I'm the best regardless of who you are. That's Kraven's character. Now let's look at the 90s show and see where it gets wrong. I think this Kraven is poorly done in the 90s show because he's like an amped up dude on superfluids that's made him stronger and also more aggressive. He then fights Spider-Man, yada yada yada, is cured of like the superfluids he had taken, and then him and Spider-Man become friends. And he's like a more docile dude. He like is an animal helper. It's pretty lame. Kraven's supposed to be a hunter. He's not trying to be friends with Spider-Man when he's not trying to kill him. Kraven's not a guy who's just hanging out, relaxing around, befriending animals, right? He is a vicious hunter at all times. Him becoming friends with Spider-Man is not it, in my opinion. Also, him like having a force thing that made him aggressive is also not it. This is him. True to his character. He's a hunter. He's an aggressive person. Spectacular Spider-Man is also really bad, like we talked about. In Spectacular Spider-Man, Kraven fights Spider-Man, right? However, he gets his ass handed to him, which we all love. This is fair. This makes sense. He's going up against the Spider-Man. Kraven then goes over to find the person who made Spider-Man. I'm not going to get into idiosyncrasies about how he finds him. It doesn't really matter. But then he talks to the guy about making Kraven into like a souped-up, genetically spliced monster. Kraven literally turns from a hunter to a man who's half human, half lion. God, I hated this so much. Kraven isn't relying on gene splicing and science for him to become a super big bad guy. He's using hunting techniques to perfection. Both of these Kravens in the animated series that I love and are probably easily considered by everybody who's a fan of Spider-Man, the two best shows, both of these Kravens are terrible. They're so bad. I actually think it's so funny that neither of these shows did a good Kraven. And then you got Sony's Kraven. This is truly a work of ass. It's just it's right on brand for any of the Sony Spider-Man movies that don't have Spider-Man in it. I would strongly suggest you do not watch this movie. It's not like Morbius where you're going to say it's more than good time and like the 99.9% of it is just black so you can't see anything anyways. This movie is an affront to God. It's straight up awful. Do not watch this movie. This Rhino even freaking sucks. God, this movie sucked. All of these Kravens missed the mark. But there's at least one banger adaptation out there I do want to talk about before the end of this video. Spider-Man 2's Kraven is the best adaptation we've ever gotten from the character. Holy moly, this character rocks. He spends the entirety of the time hunting and trying to prove he's the best. His motivation is a bit different from the comics, however. He has terminal cancer, and he's going to die. There's no way around it. There's no cure for it. This man is kaput. He's on his deathbed, essentially. Like, nah, he's not on his deathbed. But he has a death date, essentially. He knows he's going to die to a terminal illness. So what does Kraven do? Kraven wants to find a worthy enough competitor to kill him before his sickness does. Jesus Christ, that's fucking raw. A phenomenal way to portray the character, in my opinion. He also is like super badass and really hunts the entire time. How Insomniac revealed him too was just so perfect. They had that weak little pleb hunter walking through the forest and you're like watching it, you're like, this is Kraven. This guy's ass. This guy is so shrill and scrawny. And then Kraven comes out of nowhere and just beats the brakes out of him and kills him. You're like,
I've been in your shadow for hours, but you sense nothing. Pathetic.
aha, this is Kraven. This is a man. This is a beautiful man. And I loved it. I love the introduction to Kraven. I love the entirety throughout the game. He's hunting various villains throughout the game and various people just to prove how strong he is because, like I said, he wants somebody to kill him, and nobody can, man. He's killing Shocker, killing Scorpion. It's unconfirmed, but he kills Rhino. Then even tries to kill Venom, who kills Kraven, and Kraven finally gets his wish. He didn't die to cancer. He died to the hunt. God, that's so sick. It's just so sick. I will say, like, the only drawback I have for this Kraven is that he fights with an army. He usually fights alone, and he doesn't have, like, all these hunters with him who, like, need to help him capture. He usually fights alone. He doesn't usually come with a bang of hunters with him to help capture his prey. In the game, he usually fights his prey alone in a 1v1 after they're captured. But Kraven doesn't need to do, like, this entire army going to New York City. That's just a little bit much, in my opinion. But that's not enough for me to really say this Kraven isn't fucking amazing. It's really not even close to enough to me to just detract from this Kraven. I love this Kraven. This is easily my favorite Kraven in anything ever. I love his brutal fights. I love him killing the other villains. I just love the redo of the Kraven Last Hunt storyline. This is Kraven's Last Hunt. I just love how they decide to do this storyline. Everything about this Kraven, besides the army he comes with, I think is freaking 10 out of 10 peak. Any other future adaptations of Kraven should probably look to this if they want to use Kraven as a characterization from Kraven's Last Hunt, but not use the exact same storyline. Also, I really like Spider-Man Unlimited's Kraven. I think it's funny that in a show where every single character is vastly different from their original versions from the comics, like, there's a hero Green Goblin, there's a lady Vermin, or I like to call her Herman. Heck, there's even an eel Electro. Yeah, Electro in this show is an actual literal eel. In this show, what is Kraven? Kraven's just a hunter. He's literally called the Hunter. In this show, where all the animals live on, like, the higher-ups of society and all the humans are the low-down, like, slaves, Kraven actually still lives with all the animals and the higher-ups of society. He's just such a good hunter, and he has such a high reputation. Nobody wants to cross paths with him, so they give him whatever he wants. That's Kraven. Like, I think this is so funny. They literally created an entire show to just show you how different everything could be, but they made Kraven the exact same. That's what I mean when I say he's so easy to adapt. You just make him a hunter. It's not rocket science. It's that easy. Kraven is that simple. Make him a hunter. He doesn't rely on science or other rah-rah to take down his enemies. He breaks out poison. He uses blow darts, rifles, whatever he can to hunt down his prey. Kraven is not hard to adapt, people. If he's ever adapted again, I pray whoever is running the project can recognize just how simple it is to adapt this character. Because, man, it is not hard. I just want to see more good Kraven adaptations, people. Please give it to us.
Oh, hey, Spider.
Was it something I said?
Black Cat has yet to appear in a single live-action Spider-Man project. It sounds unbelievable, but it's true. This is one of the most important characters in Spider-Man's mythos. Not even joking, not even exaggerating. Black Cat is incredibly important to Spider-Man. Not only that, but she's an excellent character who has her own agency and doesn't need to be tied to Spider-Man to stand alone as a character. She is an incredibly skilled, world-class thief who has used her powers for both good and evil before. Black Cat has appeared in Spider-Man stories, other heroes comics, and she even has had her own comics. There is literally so much you can do with this character. The fact that she's never appeared in a single live-action movie? Insane. In today's video, my goal is to talk about how important Black Cat is to Spider-Man's mythos. We're going to go over her most notable adaptations in other media, and then lastly, we need to discuss why she hasn't actually appeared in a single live-action movie. But before I jump into anything, y'all gotta comment down below what your favorite Black Cat adaptation is. She's been in a few shows, she's been in a few games, and I'm trying to find out which one is your guys' favorite. At the end of the video, I'll let you know mine, so please stick around to the end, okay? Let's start with her first appearance in the comics, Amazing Spider-Man 194. Her first appearance is unbelievably good. She appears in like 7 issues over the course of like 30 issues or so, and it's her initial story, and it's just so stupidly fire. I don't want to just recap the entire story, so I'll give you like a quick premise breakdown. So Black Cat frees her father from prison, and he's an old man. She just wants his last moments to be spent at home with her mother. You know, she wants him to die with dignity. Spider-Man, however, sees her break this man out of prison and naturally tries to stop her. He can't just let somebody break out of prison and roam the streets free. So the two naturally get into a huge fight. Black Cat tries to protest that her father should be able to die with dignity, but Spider-Man, he's not really hearing it. If you know anything about Spider-Man, he's got the great power comes great responsibility thing. He's let people go before who are evil or who are perceived to be evil, and because of this, they have hurt people close to him. He doesn't want to let that happen ever again. Black Cat and Spider-Man start scrapping, they go back and forth, and she actually knocks Spider-Man off of the roof, and he has a bruised arm as is, and he nearly falls off of the roof. He catches himself with his one good arm, but he's unable to corral Black Cat with his other arm, and she falls into rocky water. Spider-Man believes Black Cat is dead, and this causes a bit of an internal crisis for him. This is what I mean when I say Black Cat is integral. Her character adds so much to Spider-Man's character and challenges the way he thinks. Spider-Man's entire credo is with great power comes responsibility. As I already said earlier, he could have stopped the man, but he let that man go free and that man killed his uncle. But now you have the Black Cat situation. A young woman wants to free her father from jail so he can die at home in peace. Spider-Man gets involved to stop it, and instead of just stopping a crime from happening, Spider-Man gets involved to stop it, and this time around, Black Cat's father and Black Cat herself both end up dead. Walter Hardy didn't have long, he was already old and ill in prison in the original comics. So at the end of it all, Spider-Man's fighting to stop somebody from breaking out of jail leads to more death than him just letting the bad person go in the first place. It puts Spider-Man in a really rough spot, and it's great inner turmoil to read. But then it's revealed Black Cat's alive, and she's thieving again. She's just obsessed with the thrill and the rush of it. Spider-Man finally catches her, and he finds out that Black Cat was stealing all this stuff for him, according to her. She even made a shrine of Spider-Man in here. She talks to Spider-Man about how much she loves Spider-Man, and she sees Spider-Man as a father figure much like her father, and he could be like a good role model to her, and that she loves him. Spider-Man identifies how creepy this is all coming off and how she clearly needs to be in a mental hospital, and he takes her to a psychiatric clinic. However, everything Black Cat said was pretty much a lie. She didn't want to go to jail, and she'd rather go to a mental hospital. That's why she told Spider-Man all that malarkey. Everything was a lie except for the fact that she does love Spider-Man. That's not fake. She really does have a liking for this guy. And Spider-Man has a liking for her too. At this point, Peter Parker and Mary Jane aren't solidified. Mary Jane isn't even currently around. So at this point, if you're like a reader and you're following along with the story, you don't even feel bad about like loving Black Cat instead of loving Mary Jane because Mary Jane's not here. He already proposed to Mary Jane, it didn't work out, and now you got Black Cat and Peter Parker's trying to figure out his love life and Black Cat's around. I understand it. I get why so many people are Black Cat fans. It's definitely way better than Gwen Stacy. That character's just dog shit. Black Cat's at least a phenomenal character through and through. But this time around, Spider-Man catches Black Cat, and Black Cat claims she's going to turn into a good person. She's going to go straight now because she wants to be with Spider-Man. Because of this, Spider-Man talks to the cops to get Black Cat's record expunged. However, they don't really believe Spider-Man, They just saw her break a man out of prison and she's been stealing all these goods all over the city. They don't necessarily believe she's just going to turn good because Spider-Man said so. Spider-Man goes to talk to Black Cat and tell her what just happened, and Black Cat in her own apartment has plans to steal set up. She already has these plans out and about. Spider-Man sees these plans and he's a bit furious. He just went down to the police station vouching for Black Cat, saying she's going to be a good person now. She's turning over a good new leaf. Black Cat, however, it doesn't seem to be going along with this thing that she promised herself. She brought this up to Spider-Man. Spider-Man's rightfully upset. He wants Black Cat to turn over a new leaf and be a good person. He leaves Black Cat saying, like, if you love me, you will stop this shenanigans. You'll stop being a criminal, okay? Black Cat, however, just doesn't believe it can happen for her. She just can't fathom that the police will expunge her record after everything she's done so far. So she ignores what Spider-Man just said, believing that, you know, it's up, right? It's cooked. And she goes and robs the place. Spider-Man meets her there, and Spider-Man tries to stop her from stealing and getting away with her stolen goods. But Black Cat was not gonna be stopped. Spider-Man literally webs the motorcycle she's on and she goes flying off of it, and she still just starts sprinting right away towards the water. Spider-Man literally webs her up and she says this hilarious, "Not the webbing," and then she literally is engulfed in the webbing. Spider-Man's like, it's over, and she says she would rather die than go to jail, and she jumps into the water covered in webs. She's then presumed to be dead because, you know, it's very impossible to break out of this stuff. This alone is a wild story for the character, right? She loves Spider-Man and she wants to be a good guy, but because she's done so much bad already, she believes she can never have her name cleared. And she refuses to go to prison. She'd rather die than go to prison. She saw her father spend her entire life in prison, and she was not going to spend her life the same way. It's just like a very sad like story for this character, because it gives you this notion that she's actually a good person. But because she was misled in her younger life and she didn't have her father around to help raise her, and he was a criminal, she became a criminal much like him. Because of this, and she became a criminal at such a younger state in her life, by the time she's like growing up, she's realized like right from wrong and she wants to be a good person, she believes it's too late. The police are already have written her off and she's a bad guy at this point. So at the end of the day, she'd rather die than go to prison. Like, that's raw as fuck. That's a banger story. And that doesn't even factor in, you factor in the ending. In the very end of it, Spider-Man gives his statement to the police, and then most of the police officers walk away. It's just Spider-Man and Jean the Wolf. And then in this scene, you get this super heart-wrenching, sad moment where you find out that the police actually did expunge Black Cat's record. They talked to the DA, and the DA was cool with it. They believed Spider-Man. And she gives the records to Spider-Man that Black Cat's name would have been expunged had she not been, you know, just killed herself or presumed dead. The end of it all, Spider-Man just takes the papers from Jean the Wolf and just throws them into the river right where Black Cat was presumed dead, because it doesn't matter anymore. This is like one of the best initial stories for a character on the scene. Like, if you read this story, you get chills. You're just like hooked into Black Cat. This is amazing. Again, if you don't like Black Cat, I think you need to read these 7 issues before you can actually like firmly say you don't like Black Cat. Black Cat's great. Felicia Hardy's awesome. I think she's an amazing character. I think she's even also an amazing partner for Spider-Man. She's an amazing part of the Spider-Man mythos. I don't know if she's necessary end goal for Spider-Man. I love Mary Jane, and I think Mary Jane is the perfect partner for Spider-Man. But I'm not up in arms over here saying Black Cat's a bad character by any means. I fucking love Black Cat. She's amazing. And obviously, Black Cat did survive all this. She didn't actually die, and she becomes like a reoccurring character in Spider-Man. But this initial story is just so otherworldly. Jesus fucking Christ. All right, let's talk about some adaptations, okay? First, we gotta start, what makes a good Black Cat adaptation? To me, Black Cat should have her usual look, you know, the white hair, cat stuff, and maybe she's saying things like perfect, you know, stuff like that. In the comics, she doesn't necessarily have powers. I mean, she has like a power, but like if they're gonna adapt her and say she's gotten like some powers, I think it's fair. It's not the end of the world to me. She's out here contesting Spider-Man. She's putting him in the dirt many times in these comics, and that doesn't really actually make sense if she doesn't have powers. So I'm okay with an adaptation having her have powers. It just shouldn't be like she's a super uber strong Hulk character now with these powers. Like, no, that's a bit lame. She's an acrobatic thief. That's what the character's all about. Speaking of powers, Black Cat in the comics does only have one power. She causes bad luck. I actually hate this. I think it's terrible. I think it's stupid. Anything with luck when you're having writing is just so bad. It's just a plot device essentially at that point. It's actually so bad that they removed it from the comics. It's not actually a thing in the comics anymore, which is why I don't think it should be a thing in any adaptation ever. If it does get adapted, I'm not going to be mad. It's in the comics. But I personally just like the story better written without her bad luck powers. Black Cat and Spider-Man should be shown to be flirtatious with one another, and Black Cat should have a connection with her father. It doesn't need to be big, but it should be something. He is the reason she becomes Black Cat after all. So those are all my reasonings. This is all my statements that need for Black Cat to be a good adaptation if you have a Black Cat adaptation, okay? Let's talk about the adaptation, starting with the very beginning, the first time she ever was adapted. Black Cat was adapted in the 80s Spider-Man show.
A fitting prize for the greatest cat burglar in the world.
In the 80s Spider-Man adaptation, Black Cat's honestly adapted pretty solidly, especially for the time period. She's not really good or evil. She's just thieving. She's just running around stealing stuff. And like that's very on brand for Black Cat. It's not like she's trying to run a gang or a city, which is like some later stuff you'll see from Black Cat, and nobody likes that stuff in the comics. So thieving is what we like. She's just stealing stuff, so that's good. She even comments on how she thinks Spider-Man could be a good partner for her. That's great, because like I said, they should be flirtatious with one another. This adaptation doesn't touch on Felicia Hardy really at all. Like, that's whatever. I mean, the comics initially didn't touch on Felicia Hardy either. It was just like the Black Cat storyline, and I'm cool with that. I do love Felicia Hardy as a character as well, and when she becomes part of the friend group, but that's later on. So it's okay that this comic doesn't really, or this adaptation doesn't touch on the fact that Felicia Hardy's under the mask. However, this adaptation doesn't really talk about Walter Hardy or her father at all, or the original Black Cat at all. So I do think that's kind of a miss. For the time period, I think it's a pretty fair adaptation of her. If they were going to go the route of Black Cat without Felicia, it does a serviceable job for Black Cat. It's good. Then you got the 90s show. In the 90s show, Black Cat is pretty freaking great.
I knew you'd come, Spider.
Who are you?
Just a stray Black Cat.
Felicia Hardy is established as a character well before she gets powers, which is different from the comics. However, I feel it actually adds to the story. I think it makes it more enjoyable. She feels more like an actual character. She's not just somebody that just like appears with superpowers. But this show definitely changes her backstory quite a bit. It's not really anything like the comics. It's not like she just watched her father being the Black Cat and she's like, time for me to be the Black Cat, which is exactly what happens in the comics. No, that's not what happens in the show. In the show, her father was literally paid by Nazis to memorize Captain America's serum. Her father figures out that the Nazis were the one who paid him. He escapes these Nazis, but due to the fact that he has the information on Captain America's serum, S.H.I.E.L.D. has to keep him under lock and arrest him. And this way nobody can, use him to get the secrets to make Captain America. And that's exactly what happened. Kingpin's gonna break this guy out of jail. He forces him to tell him the secrets to Captain America's formula and the serum. And then Felicia Hardy is the first test subject, and that's how she becomes the Black Cat in the show. None of this is like the comics. None of it at all. She essentially, you could say Black Cat is Captain America in the show because they took the exact same super soldier serum. And I think that's a little wonky, and I think that's a little bit goofy. Other than that, though, I think this is great. I think it's a phenomenal adaptation of the character that gives her actual characterization and makes Felicia feel like a character just as much as Black Cat. I like this version a lot. Next up, you got Spectacular Spider-Man. This version of Black Cat is utterly phenomenal. She is a great Black Cat. In Spectacular Spider-Man, we don't really get much characterization for Felicia Hardy, but that's pretty similar to her original story, right? It just focuses on the Black Cat aspect. Spectacular Spider-Man definitely seemed like it was doing the original storyline of Felicia Hardy like breaking out her father from prison and this causing issues and rifts between her and Spider-Man. It's great. I love that storyline. It's a little bit different how the issues are caused. Black Cat's father chooses to go back to jail because he doesn't think he should be allowed out. And also Black Cat's father is also the person who murdered Uncle Ben in the show, which is obviously it's a little bit wonkier and that stuff doesn't happen in the comics. But all in all, they do the Black Cat breaking her father out of jail story and it causes a rift between her and Spider-Man. That happens in the comics. I like that. Her and Spider-Man have great chemistry on the screen together. They're flirting with each other outside of this moment where they're having beef with each other. I just wish the show wasn't canceled so they really could have fulfilled and finished the Black Cat storyline. All in all, great adaptation of the character. Web of Shadows is next. Oh my god. Black Cat appears in Web of Shadows, and man, this has got to be just about the worst thing that's ever happened to anybody who's been a Black Cat fan their entire life. I mean, it's great. She's in the game. It's cool that she's in the game and she's an ally for Spider-Man, but the way the game characterizes her just completely misses the mark. It's like a gooner had this notion of what he thought Black Cat would be because he only read certain gooner comics about Black Cat, and he just thought Black Cat was supposed to be the fun, flippant, no care version of the love interest that Spider-Man has. Mary Jane is supposed to be the responsible, boring, we're getting married, and Black Cat's we're superheroes, let's steal stuff and do whatever we want. That's how it feels like the love interest in this game were written, and it's just terrible because that's not Black Cat at all. Not even in the slightest, honestly. Black Cat's not really about being flippant and carefree and not giving a damn about people's feelings. She definitely does. Sure, she's a thrill seeker, but so is Spider-Man. That's not enough to just say she doesn't care about people, in my opinion. Take Maximum Carnage, for example. Venom and Black Cat have beef because Black Cat was literally got the little brakes beat off of her by Venom. But in this very story, where Black Cat can choose to just ignore all of the Maximum Carnage shenanigans, Black Cat actively chooses to join in, help Venom, and chastise Spider-Man for not having the guts to get rid of Carnage. Sure, she doesn't have the exact same moral ground that Spider-Man has, but she has morals. She has values. This notion that she's just flippant and carefree and wants evilness to even arise almost feels evil. If you're going to be ambivalent to the point of detriment to other people's health and society, that's evil. Black Cat's not an evil person. So that's why I just can't really get behind the Web of Shadows adaptation of her. And then you get to the end of the game and it's just like the ultimate gooner loser bait you could ever imagine. Like the dark ending for this game, it's just weird. It's weirdo shit. I don't like it. Gooners probably love it, and me and Gooners, we don't see eye to eye often. Moving on. Insomniac Spider-Man, okay? This is probably the most notable version of Black Cat she's ever been in because, like, you know, this is the massive freaking game. It's newer. She looks gorgeous because the game, obviously, it looks gorgeous. I think it's 4K nowadays, 60 FPS.
You look good. Been working out?
Like, she's never looked more better because she never appeared in live action. This is easily the most realistic she's looked. I love this character. I think she's really misinterpreted because so many guys are just gooners. Again, the gooners. They just really take this character for something she's not. But she's actually a very complex character with multiple layers, and this is exactly what Black Cat deserves to be written as. She's not a one-note character. She's just not. There's a lot of stuff that comes with her. Black Cat is not an inherently good person. She's also not an inherently evil person by any means. She tries to do lots of good by doing bad, and that includes stealing things, but she's stealing things from people who are usually rich and evil. It's very nuanced, you know? It's not straightforward good or bad guys. It goes deeper than that. All this stuff, honestly, makes for a great character. But fans really only hold on to like one or two things about the character, and they treat that as if that's her entire identity, and I think that's so stupid. I think at this point in all of our lives, we have to realize one moment does not make an entire character's identity. Our whole is not the sum of one simple moment in our life. Our whole is the sum of all the moments in our lives we've reached collectively together in our life. I can't. Let me just tell you exactly what I mean by that, right? So in this game, Black Cat lies to Spider-Man and says that she had his baby, right? I'm not gonna lie, it's not a good thing to do. It's not a morally great thing to do. I don't think anybody watching this video would say it's a morally great thing to do. It's not. But she needed him. She needed him to help her. Like, he was not going to help her if it wasn't for her lies. And yes, you should not be lying, but without the lies, you're not going to enlist help from somebody to do actually good, right? You need somebody to do good, and he's way better at doing good than anybody in this game. He's also way more powerful than Black Cat, so having them be on the same side just adds to her chances of being able to do good. And that's what I mean. It was shitty that she lied to Spider-Man and said that she had his baby. It's not cool. But she did that so she can do good. And that's what I'm saying. She's a nuanced character. But then there's also the other flip side of it, right? So you have the one fans who are like, Black Cat sucks because she lied to Spider-Man about having his baby. And then you have the other fans who are like, well, actually, Black Cat's actually the best character in the game because she's really hot and sexy and she looks better than Mary Jane. It's like, these are the two people have to hear opinions from. People who just heard her lie to Spider-Man, so now they think she's the evilest person on the planet. And then people who just looked at her and saw that she had a tight ass, and now they're like, she's the best person on this planet. These are the only two opinions we get to hear from. There's no nuance. We don't actually get to talk about her character, how she's robbing the rich and whatnot. We don't get that. That doesn't even meet the table. It doesn't make it to the table of conversation. The conversation is just those 2 points. It's insane. It's absurd to me. And that's why I just can't get behind talking about this version of Black Cat often, because you just get the most inane opinions about her. You just do. The only thing about this character that's not really nuanced by the end of her time in these games is she really trusted both the Spider-Man, both Peter and Miles. And I love that because she's a good person and she knows most of all, both of these Spider-Men care about being good people, right? That's all they care about. If you lie to Spider-Man in order to get him to do something good, he doesn't care as long as he does the good thing and he can stop the bad things from happening. That's what matters most to him. And that's what I loved about this Black Cat's characterization. The people who wrote her clearly understood that, unlike the people who played the game. We're moving on. Black Cat has appeared in multiple shows and multiple video games, yet it's absolutely absurd that Black Cat has never appeared in a single Spider-Man movie. She hasn't. She just hasn't. None. There's been 8 different Spider-Man films. How many has Black Cat been in? Absolutely 0. It's wild. She's one of the greatest Spider-Man love interests ever created. I honestly put her above Gwen. I don't know if you could put her above Gwen in terms of importance, but it goes without saying, Gwen, MJ, and Black Cat are the most integral love interests for Spider-Man. Gwen has already been done twice in the Amazing Spider-Man franchises. MJ has been done in God knows how many franchises at this point. She was in the original Tobey franchise. She was supposed to be in the Amazing Spider-Man. And MJ is in Tom Holland's franchise as well. I don't care that her name's not Mary Jane. Her name's still MJ. So MJ's in that franchise as well. But you probably noticed Black Cat wasn't in any of these franchises. None. She almost made it into one. Felicia herself is in The Amazing Spider-Man 2, but she never becomes the Black Cat. She's just like on this insider role at like Oscorp. And it's really it's really super shitty because she was actually supposed to be the Black Cat. She was actually gonna get her own movie. Her and Silver Sable were supposed to have a movie together. And like, it's just whack that like we were this close to getting a Black Cat movie, and Black Cat was finally gonna appear in live action, and she was gonna be a main staple in the Amazing Spider-Man franchise's universe, just for it to be canceled. So lame. So lame. I really think Black Cat needs to show up in one of these universes, and I think now more than ever makes a great time for her to show up in Tom Holland's universe. I get why you wouldn't have her show up super duper early, right? You want Spider-Man to establish his morals and the way he views the world and how he wants to save the world so that she could help break those notions and, you know, deconstruct them a little bit so he has to think a little bit more and there's more nuance to him becoming a hero. That's what her character's for. And that's why I don't think it's great that you could have the character appear early. You know, it makes sense that she can't appear in like a first movie. Or maybe like Felicia can appear in a first movie, but Black Cat is more Black Cat by the second film. Tom Holland is on film 4, right? We can start throwing Black Cat in here to challenge his notions. It's okay. That'd be cool. It'd be awesome. Black Cat is a great character for Spider-Man mythos. I don't even necessarily think they have to be dating. I'm cool with Spider-Man still dating MJ Zendaya, Tom Holland and Zendaya, but I just want Black Cat to appear in these movies. Maybe have them flirt a little bit, but be flirtatious, but like at the end of the day, if you want to have him be with MJ, I'm still cool with that. That's what I want too. I just want Black Cat to appear. I need her in a live action film. She's so important to the character. It doesn't make sense to me that she hasn't appeared yet. I mean, it makes sense to me, but like it just needs to stop. We need to course correct quickly and allow her to start appearing in some stuff. Spider-Man 4 Brand New Day is a perfect time for her to appear. All right, this is pretty much the end of the video, guys. So I guess I'll just say my favorite adaptation at this point. Out of all the adaptations of Black Cat and the shows and the games and, well, there's no movies, so I can't bring those up. I would say my favorite is the Insomniac Black Cat. I really do. She's very well done. This is exactly how she should be written. This is exactly how she should be characterized. Super duper nuanced, yet not evil, because she's not an evil character, okay? That's just about it for me in this video, though. I don't know if I have anything more to talk about Black Cat. I'm a big fan of Felicia Hardy. I think she rocks. I think she's better than Gwen Stacy. And I honestly think she's like right up there with MJ. I don't know if she's end goals like MJ is, but as a love interest, they're both phenomenal. They both care about Spider-Man and Peter Parker dearly, unlike Gwen, who hated Spider-Man. And I just love Black Cat. I do.
The scourge of Spider-Man.
Brilliant but lazy.
Dr. Octopus is the best Spider-Man villain. He is Spider-Man's nemesis. There's no way around it. People are going to tell you Venom or Green Goblin are also in the running for Spider-Man's nemesis, but they would be incorrect. They're in the running, sure, but there's literally one clear-cut favorite. It's Doc Ock. Dr. Octopus is the nemesis for Spider-Man. When you go over what Doc Ock was able to do to Spider-Man over the years consistently, compared to Green Goblin or Venom, or really any other Spider-Man villain, it's no contest why Doc Ock is Spider-Man's ultimate big bad. And in this video, I'm going to go over and convince all of you who are non-believers that Doc Ock is in fact Spider-Man's big bad. He is Spider-Man's nemesis. But before I get into all the dastardly deeds that Doc Ock did to Spider-Man, I want to ask you, well, what is your favorite Doc Ock moment across all of the media? This video is going to try and focus specifically on the comics that Doc Ock appears in and what makes him so integral to becoming the nemesis of Spider-Man. But this question is for you guys across all the media. In the movies, in the games, in the TV shows, what's your favorite Doc Ock moment? You can even choose the comics too if you'd like, but what would your pick be? I'm very interested to know. Comment that down below for me, please. And I'm going to start this video for y'all right about now. Doc Ock first appeared in issue 3 of Amazing Spider-Man, and he's really the first real test for Spider-Man as a villain. Prior to this, Spider-Man fights the Vulture and Chameleon, but neither of which give him really nearly as much trouble as Doc Ock would in this issue number 3. Prior to this fight, Spider-Man's all high and mighty, he's in the clouds, his head's talking about how he thinks he's the best hero ever, and then he fights Doc Ock. Doc Ock literally smacks this man, Peter Parker, around and then tosses him out of a window. Doc Ock beats Spider-Man so bad in his first encounter that Spider-Man sitting outside questioned like, damn, maybe I'm not cut out for this superhero stuff. I thought I'd be the best, but now I don't even know. Like, that's how bad Doc Ock beat Spider-Man on their very first encounter. Spider-Man will come back and thwart Doc Ock's plans, but the message is sent to the reader early. This man, Dr. Octopus, is a problem. In his very first appearance, he beats the ever-living brakes off of Spider-Man. And then in the very first annual comic of Amazing Spider-Man, Doc Ock would go on to do something that would change the game forever. He formed one of the most, if not the most popular supervillain team in comic book history in the Amazing Spider-Man Annual number 1, the Sinister Six. Yeah, Doc Ock is actually the original creator of the Sinister Six in canon. He's the one who got people together. He's the one who brought in Kraven. He brought in Electro. He brought in Vulture. He brought in Mysterio, Sandman. He brought them all in so that they can take on Spider-Man. And then in this issue, they all go at Spider-Man one at a time. It's first, then the next, then the next. Spider-Man defeats all of them until he finally reaches Doc Ock, the final big baddie. And boy, do I mean baddie. Look at him in this outfit. That's a hunk right there, baby. Spider-Man and Doc Ock get it on in this giant fishbowl. That sounded a bit weird. Spider-Man and Doc Ock fight in this giant fishbowl until Spider-Man comes out on top. Spider-Man may have won, but the Sinister Six would go on to be probably the most notable supervillain team in comic book history. That's pretty crazy. Yeah, the Sinister Six door is a bit of a revolving door and the team is always changing, but this team, the name, the moniker, it's iconic. It's so iconic, it appears in Marvel's Spider-Man video game. It appears in the Marvel's 90s animated show, Spectacular Spider-Man show. Heck, even Sony attempted to make their own Sinister Six villain movie at a certain point before that just, blew up in smoke. It was a very stupid idea, but still it goes to show you how popular the name Sinister Six is. It holds weight. There's literally no denying this team or the moniker the Sinister Six is absurdly popular. And this is not it. This is not everything that Doc Ock's done. If you think this is it, I'd understand why you'd be like, there's no way Doc Ock is Spider-Man's nemesis. He formed the team, sure, and he beat Spider-Man one time, but a lot of people have formed teams and beaten Spider-Man once, right? I get where you're coming from. So let's go a little bit further. Doc Ock would also go on to become the Master Planner. I'm not sure if you guys have read this storyline. It's like Amazing Spider-Man issues 31 to 33. This storyline actually ends up being one of the most iconic storylines in Spider-Man history, giving us maybe one of the most iconic scenes in Spider-Man history as well. The scene when Spider-Man is trapped underneath the rubble and he's got to push it all off of himself. Yeah, that's actually all caused by Doc Ock as the Master Planner. And this scene is literally so freaking popular that Spectacular Spider-Man would actually adapt as well as the MCU. Yes, the MCU also does this scene too. Maybe not with Doc Ock explicitly, but that's where it's from. Like, this is clearly the scene. We are at most 33 issues into Amazing Spider-Man, and Doc Ock has already solidified himself, in my opinion, as Spider-Man's nemesis. Spider-Man is a very conflicted character that often questions, is he really cut out for the job? That started because of Doc Ock. Spider-Man's most infamous team that's been around for decades was created by Doc Ock. One of the most iconic moments in Spider-Man history was caused by Doc Ock. You truly cannot understate how important Doc Ock is to the Spider-Man mythos. You can't. But it goes further. I know what you're thinking. You're like, that's gotta be it. That's like, there's no way. Like, he's proven his point. No, there's still more dastardly deeds for us to go over, right? And these next two, in my opinion, could be some of the craziest we've had. Actually, they definitely are, in my opinion. Another comic book story featuring Doc Ock that I feel we must talk about is the Web of Death storyline in Spider-Man. Spider-Man is attacked by the Vulture and the Owl, right? He gets poisoned by some of their talons, and the poison enters Spider-Man's bloodstream, and he only has a few hours to live. Spider-Man tries to find a cure for himself, but nothing works. He then fights the Owl and gets an antidote from the Owl, but it turns out that the antidote is fake. Spider-Man is swinging through the city when he collapses to the ground. Doc Ock actually is the person who finds him, and he talks to Spider-Man about how he doesn't look so good. Doc Ock finds out that Spider-Man is poisoned, and he's likely going to die. So Doc Ock does what you would think Doc Ock would do. Take it upon himself to develop a cure for Spider-Man, and when it doesn't work initially, he also gives a mouth-to-mouth, "Ooh, Doc Ock is kissing Spider-Man," thus resuscitating Spider-Man back to life. Doc Ock then tells Spider-Man about how he believes that the two of them have an intertwined destiny and they're going to battle it out to the very end. He doesn't see it right that Spider-Man dies, especially by someone else's hand. Doc Ock is so evil, he wants Spider-Man in a never-ending cycle between the two of them just fighting each other. Even when he sees Spider-Man dying, that's not enough for him because he must be the one who does it to Spider-Man. That is some nemesis material right there. But there's still more. Probably the most important one and the largest decider. It's the most recent one as well. What puts Doc Ock above all other Spider-Man villains? He banged Aunt May. Wait, what? No, that's not it. Granted, that is a very weird storyline. What makes Doc Ock Spider-Man's nemesis? He actually killed Spider-Man. He won. He did what he was supposed to do, and he set out to do all those years prior. Most Spider-Man villains could not kill him. Green Goblin has tried countless times and never could. Venom has tried to eat Spider-Man's brains, never could. Sure, Kraven killed him, but somehow the power of love and Mary Jane triumphed and Spider-Man rose out of his grave. Heck, even the Owl managed to kill Spider-Man, but Doc Ock would not allow it on his watch, and he saved Spider-Man. Doc Ock actually killed Spider-Man. When Doc Ock's body was riddled with super cancer, he switches his mind with Peter Parker's. Peter dies in Doc Ock's decrepit old body while Doc Ock goes on to be the new superior Spider-Man. And after everything that happens, Doc Ock is Spider-Man and goes to this whole event. It's like 36 issues. At the end of it all, how does Spider-Man come back? How does Peter Parker come back? No one saves him. No, there's no like other villain intervening. Mary Jane's not intervening. No. Peter Parker Spider-Man returns solely because Doc Ock isn't good enough to be Spider-Man. As Spider-Man, he found a woman and he fell in love with her. But the Green Goblin kidnaps her. Doc Ock, knowing he's not strong enough to beat the Green Goblin, he uses the last remaining fragments of Peter's mind, switches their minds, and admits to Peter Parker that he is in fact the superior Spider-Man. Look, y'all can hate Superior Spider-Man all you want. I think a lot of it is super contrived, and all the psychics not reading his mind is just dumb. Don't get me wrong, it's dumb. But this ending is freaking peak. Doc Ock is gotta be Spider-Man's nemesis, man. Like, how else are you gonna go about it? They just had so many of these storylines like this where it's just like, dude, this guy is the nemesis. Doc Ock is so freaking good. Almost every story beat he has gets adapted. We've seen Doc Ock body Spider-Man in their first encounter in various media. We've seen Doc Ock form the Sinister Six in various Spider-Man media. We've seen the scene of Spider-Man lifting the rubble over his back in various Spider-Man media. Heck, even Superior Spider-Man is adapted in the 2017 Spider-Man cartoon. If they ever adapt Doc Ock saving Peter Parker because Doc Ock thinks that their destinies are intertwined, I'll jump over the freaking moon. Like, every single story beat that this character has that I think is iconic would have been adapted because that's just how good he is. It just makes sense to adapt all this stuff. It's so fire. Spider-Man and Doc Ock have battled out for decades on decades on decades. From pretty much day one, issue number 3, all the way to the current era, Doc Ock and Spider-Man have been the ultimate adversaries. But who do you think is Spider-Man's ultimate adversary? Who is Spider-Man's nemesis in your eyes? You should let me know down below. Comment who you think is Spider-Man's nemesis. I know a lot of you guys probably say Green Goblin or Venom. Maybe even get some Carnages in there. I'm interested to hear what you guys got to say. But that's all about it is for me. I'm convinced it's Doc Ock. I very much enjoyed making this video. I've been trying to make a Doc Ock video for a while, and I just like finally settled on the fact that he's the best. That's what I should make the video about Doc Ock, the fact that he's the best Spider-Man villain. So here we are. Like, he is the nemesis. He is Spider-Man's best bad guy.
I thought you were a good guy. I am good at what I do, but I am not a guy.
Spider-Man's mercenary for hire villain Silver Sable has been adapted a lot. And I mean a lot. If you were to compare a character's relevancy to how often they get adapted, Silver Sable would be at the very top of the list unquestionably. She's been adapted so many times. 90s show, TNAS, Spectacular Spider-Man, 2017 show, the Ultimate Spider-Man video game, Insomniac video game, Spider-Man Friend or Foe video game. Heck, she even appears in a Punisher video game. What? I mean, I'll take it. That's pretty dope. For Pete's sake, the music group Cigarettes After Sex has a song called Silver Sable, and the lyrics directly talk about Marvel's Silver Sable from Marvel's Swimsuit magazine. This character might be more popular than any of us even realize. But how is this character adapted? How are Silver Sable's adaptations? Is she done well? Do many people who use the character take liberties of their own, or do they try to keep it close to the comic's origin? That's what we're going to be discussing today as we go over all of Silver Sable's adaptations. But before I dive into these adaptations, y'all gotta tell me which is your favorite version of the character. Like I said before, she's been in so many freaking adaptations. I just want to know which one of these is your favorite. Stick around to the end of the video and I'll let you know my favorite of Silver Sable's. But for now, we're gonna jump into a quick overview of her comics. Now, we're not gonna spend too much time on Silver Sable's comic book appearances because her character's not that deep. It's pretty straightforward and easy to understand. She first appears in Amazing Spider-Man 265, and this issue sums up exactly what the character is. She takes high-paying jobs from people and takes down whoever she's paid to take down. She then uses the money from said job she just accomplished to help stimulate the economy of her homeland, Symkaria. She's pretty much a Robin Hood type of character, you know? Where not necessarily robbing from the rich, but she's taking jobs from the rich and donating it back to her country, who's definitely very poor. Her country needs the money. Her character is the leader of the Wild Pack. This grouping, the Wild Pack, was originally created by her father to hunt down Nazis, and they would turn in these Nazis and get funding for Symkaria. However, Silver Sable is way more open to working with anybody to receive funding, so she's not just hunting down Nazis, she's willing to do bad stuff herself and take down good people. Silver Sable is very standoffish and curt, but deep down, she does care. She is just so busy trying to use her skills to make sure her country doesn't literally self-destruct from a lack of funding that it's often hard for her to take a step back and really acknowledge what's going on. She's worked against Spider-Man before, but she's also worked with Spider-Man. She's even worked with Venom as well. Overall, her character should be seen as a tough, hard exterior, no-nonsense woman who is doing deplorable jobs in order to keep her country afloat economically. And deep down, she really does care. Now that we've established her character from the comics, let's move to the plethora of adaptations she's in, because there's just so many adaptations for her, we gotta talk about them and break them all down. Now, in 90s Spider-Man TAS, the animated series, Silver Sable is done damn near perfectly to her original appearance. I love this adaptation of the character. She's a tough woman, she has her wild pack, she even is working for a Nazi, which is an extension of her comic story in which she doesn't strictly use the wild pack to hunt Nazis, she's more so willing to do any job for any funding. She gets betrayed by the Nazis and the bad guys, but due to Spider-Man's interference and help, Silver Sable actually lives, and she warms up to Spider-Man quite a bit. This character, to me, is right out of the comics. It's so well done. It's just a shame that she appears in probably the worst arc of the entire show. Like, this Forgotten Warriors arc is just, it's not that interesting. Silver Sable being here definitely is. I love her character. I love her accent. They do everything about her character very well, but the rest of the storyline is just not for me. Her next adaptation is TNAS. This version of Silver Sable is so fire. She's believed to be an evil person, but she only hunts down evil people. At first, you're led to believe she's targeting New York's mayor, but instead she's actually targeting a European politician who's really a terrorist. But she's still ruthless about everything. Akin to the comics, you'll see her beat down her own troops as practice. Like, this is right out of the comics where she beats down her own men so she could really warm herself up. But there's more stuff in this episode and this show that shows how ruthless she is. She breaks into Peter Parker's apartment armed with her own goons aside her as well because she wants to get back evidence of her being at the politician's event. She even kidnaps Peter Parker's friends in order to draw Peter Parker out so she can get that footage. She is so ruthless in order to get what she wants. However, she is fighting for the side of good after all. Her wild pack is never directly mentioned as the wild pack, and they kind of just look like a bunch of thugs. But hey, she does at least have a group of people around her working with her. And I personally think this is a phenomenal adaptation of the character as well. Both the first two adaptations, whether it be 90s or TNAS, both did a very solid adaptation of the character. One focused more so on having the wild pack, while the other person more so focused on Silver Sable, but I thought both were done very well. But we then moved to Spectacular Spider-Man. And I'm not even joking when I say this is easily the worst adapted character in all of Spectacular Spider-Man. And it's just mind-blowing to me that it's poorly adapted because Spectacular Spider-Man usually does everybody so well, but Silver Sable is an exception. For starters, there's no wild pack or anything of the sort. She's actually just a spoiled brat type of character. She's also Silvermane's daughter? Huh? This is so out of left field. I didn't see it coming at all. Why was this done? This doesn't fit the character at all. It doesn't even add any depth to the character. It actually just completely changes everything about her. Was this done solely because her name is Silver Sable and Silvermane also has silver in his name? I truly can't comprehend whose idea it was to make Silver Sable the daughter of a gangster. She's supposed to be from a foreign country. She's not even from America. So I have no words for Spectacular Spider-Man Silver Sable other than it being bad. Greg Weisman usually cooks with just about everything he touches, but this certainly is not what I would call cooking. Silver Sable in this show has got to be the worst adapted character in the show, even if 99.9% of everything else is adapted perfectly. But then we move to Spider-Man's 2017 show, and I can't lie, I'm shocked. The 2017 show Silver Sable is actually amazing. What? Did not see this coming. She even has a slight twist that I think adds to her story without ruining her story. This Sable, again, takes jobs for money, but her wild pack isn't filled with people from her home country or anything. They're actually villains who she hired to work with her. You may actually know them. Paladin, Battlestar, and Puma. All of these are comic book characters. Puma has appeared in plenty of Spider-Man comics. I think he even appears very briefly in Across the Spider-Verse at the very beginning in a montage. I could be mistaken, but nevertheless, Puma's appeared a bunch in Spider-Man comics. Y'all should know Puma. Battlestar you may not know as well because he's more of a Captain America character. However, he was adapted. He is in a live-action show, Falcon and the Winter Soldier. This show actually has Battlestar, friend of John Walker, in it. And I think that's pretty cool. And then lastly, Paladin is technically a Daredevil villain, and I can understand why you may not know this character. But all these characters being here, I think is a very interesting twist on Silver Sable. The Wild Pack usually relates to Symkaria and her people from Symkaria who help her get funding for Symkaria. This show does it different. She's still doing her thing for funding, But instead, she's paying people to work with her. She's a little more of a lone wolf, but she still has her wild pack with her. I thought it was a very interesting thing to do, personally. It changes the character without changing the character, right? This is now 2017 Spider-Man Silver Sable. This sets her apart from the rest of the Silver Sables without destroying the character or anything. I think it's a very well done job by the 2017 show, and that's rare. That does not happen often, in my opinion. The 2017 show it doesn't do things good. But this version of Silver Sable was definitely done good, man. I loved it. I got nothing but good things to say about her. She first starts out like trying to rob the mind-switching device. Then you find out that Doc Ock was actually her employer, which makes sense because he uses the mind-switching device on Spider-Man to become the superior Spider-Man. And then he even breaks the Silver Sable out of prison. And then it goes even further, and then, the superior Spider-Man, Peter Parker's goodness is getting into him, so then he even stops Silver Sable. But the entirety of the storyline to the character herself all had me interested. This is probably the most interesting part of the 2017 show, in my opinion. But yet, there's still more adaptations to talk about. We talked about every single show adaptation she has, and there's still more. Because next, we gotta talk about Ultimate Spider-Man, the video game. And Silver Sable in this game is pretty good. She's adapted exactly like you'd expect right out of the comic book pages. She's hired to do missions through contractual work. She has her wild pack with her. She's lethal and brutal. This is Silver Sable. In this game, she's actually sent to capture Venom and then later Peter Parker. Though, despite the fact that she tries to beat down Spider-Man, she shows she is a good person at heart and she has no plans of hurting innocent people. She even helps Spider-Man save innocent people. And in the end, when she's no longer contracted to fight Spider-Man, she even shows appreciation for Spider-Man. Now, to me, that's a great Silver Sable. You're showing off that she really cares about her work and she's really professional, but outside of her work, if it doesn't come to her work, she actually cares at the heart of things. She's a good person. I thought this was a great Silver Sable. Next up, we have Friend or Foe. Silver Sable appears in this briefly. She's in the game. She's all right, I guess. I don't know. I want to just make a video on Friend or Foe just so I can get it out of the way, because a lot of people comment on anytime I talk about a character who was adapted in Friend or Foe, and they're like, how come you didn't talk about Friend or Foe's adaptation? I think I gotta just make a video to clear the air on why I hardly talk about Friend or Foe's adaptations, because it's weird, bro. Friend or Foe is a weird story, but we'll get there eventually. Maybe next month I'll have a video out on it. But we're gonna continue with Silver Sable's adaptations. We have at least 2 more to talk about. She appears in Punisher No Mercy. This has got to be the most random one of them all. This Punisher game, first off, it sucks. It's awful. It came out in 2009 and it's digital only, so it's pretty much lost media. You could probably find a file of it online and maybe get an emulator on your computer to play it, but good luck finding people to play it with and all that jazz. The story for this game, mind-numbingly stupid. I don't even want to focus on the story. I just want to talk about the fact that Silver Sable's here. Silver Sable's only involvement in the story, I can't even make this shit up, is because a drug from her home nation of Symkaria is literally called Mindfuck, and the enemy use it to drug Frank.
You were drugged. So were the poor bums you slaughtered, psycho.
You lying bitch.
I don't lie. The bitch part is debatable. A dose of mindfuck like yours triggers violent lifelike hallucinations.
It's called Mindfuck. Nice.
Yep, that's really her main selling point of the story. The story doesn't even make sense either, because she's supposed to be doing her own thing, and then later at the end of the very last episode, you find out Silver Sable is there to confront Frank when he's about to kill the bad guy, and then it says to be continued, and we know it never got continued because the game kind of sucked, so they didn't want to continue it anymore. It's just so random. But hey, it's pretty cool that she's in this game. She has voice dialogue and everything, and if you're playing multiplayer mode, if you have the opportunity to do so, she's actually a pickable playable character as well. Shout out Silver Sable being a playable character in a Punisher game. That's pretty cool. Next, we're going to talk about probably the most you get to experience her, because you're playing the game and it feels like you're really there with her. I don't know, there's just something about this version of the character that feels deep. But Marvel Spider-Man PS4. This Silver Sable has gotta be the most deep in my opinion. You feel like you interact with her so much in the short DLC she's in. She's adapted pretty much exactly what you'd expect. No real curveballs or anything. The DLC might have gone completely off the rails, like turning Hammerhead into a cyborg when he's really just a mobster with a hard head. But Silver Sable? They definitely played it by the book when it comes to Silver Sable. Man, I think they did it exceptionally well, personally. She's right out of the comic books. She has her wild pack with her as she tries to stop Hammerhead. She's very cool to Spider-Man until Spider-Man warms up with her, and the two of them become, more cordial and they start to help each other. For real, she is a hard ass from the moment you meet her, causing problems every step of the way, and also, all while somehow being a highly skilled and difficult person to combat. You're just like, fuck her. And then you try to fight her and she beats your ass. You're like, God damn it. It's so frustrating. She's straight up rude and cold. But you learn more about her and you see the ending moment between her and Spider-Man, and it's just like, wow, this is a great rendition of the character. It makes you feel way more mad about what they did with Venom. Why did they go the original idea route for Venom? What makes characters in this universe feel so good is it feels like they're almost extensions of their comic book version, and I love that. They did a banger job with Silver Sable, making her feel like an extension of her comic book version. It's a damn shame they didn't do this for other characters such as Venom. And the last thing we're going to talk about out of her adaptations is her canceled film by Sony. Silver Sable was actually supposed to have a film with Black Cat called Silver and Black. It was set in the Amazing Spider-Man universe. It would have been co-written by Chris Yost, so I low-key believe it kind of would have been pretty good, because everything he writes is pretty good. But sadly, the universe was canceled and the potential projects got canceled with it. So that's all of Silver Sable's adaptations. She's pretty much adapted damn near the same way every single time. She's from Symkaria, she fights with the Wild Pack, she fights for funding, she gives the money back to Symkaria. At her core, she's very kind of likable and she kind of warms up to Spider-Man. That's Silver Sable for you, and honestly, most adaptations adapt her just like that. Besides Spectacular Spider-Man, I do not know what they were doing with this, guys. I have no idea. This has got to be possibly the most consistently adapted character in all of Spider-Man's mythos. It's up there. It really's got to be. If you take out Spectacular Spider-Man, it's just a 10 out of 10 across the board. She's adapted so freaking well. Could be the best adapted Spider-Man character ever. But now that we've gotten to the end of the video, I told you I would tell you my favorite adaptation of the character. It's tough because I love the 90s and I love how they show the Wild Pack so like as the Wild Pack, because that's what I grew up with. But for me, it is Insomniac's Spider-Man Silver Sable. I do think this is possibly the best one. I love her. I know a lot of people got pissed off when they fight her, but that's the character. You're supposed to get pissed off. She's really like that. So I'm really glad with what they did with this version of Silver Sable. I do think I want to just give an honorable mention to both TNAS and 2017 Spider-Man, because it's just so shocking to me that either of these shows did a pretty solid job with the character. I loved how both of these shows did the character, honestly. I'm going to give it kudos. I'm going to give it props. I don't often do that, especially for 2017, but hey, I think it deserves it in this situation. Silver Sable, quite possibly the best adapted Spider-Man character, or at least the most accurate. Honestly, all the Silver Sable adaptations are so good besides Spectacular Spider-Man. I just want to highlight exactly where Spectacular Spider-Man went wrong, because when you look at every other adaptation, they all feel similar, and then Spectacular Spider-Man's just like, ah.
Silvio Manfredi has arrived.
Note to self. Get someone tougher than Buzzcut. Try local Girl Scouts.
Daddy was so right to fire you.
That's what I get for taking pity on the boss's daughter.
You have 3 seconds.
Just put the guns down.
1,
We really gonna do this? 2, 6, 9, 11, 7, 3.
New York will belong to Silvermane.
Rip it apart! We'll return what is left to Trask.
Sorry about your ride, hamster, but you shouldn't have taken my drive.
Oh, you might be good, kid, but Ock is better. You won't stop us now.
I had a good teacher.
And that's why I broke up with you. I could never get anything through your thick skull.
Literally no accent or anything. She still remains daughter. She just seems like a spoiled brat. Spectacular Spider-Man. You let me down this time. Very rare that happens. I love this show. I don't think I have anything else to say about the character. I love her, and I hope she finally appears in a movie eventually or soon. MCU, call her up. We're waiting. We want Silver Sable.
Martin Lee, a.k.a. Mr. Negative.
Mr. Negative has got to be the best Spider-Man villain in the Brand New Day era. I actually don't even think it's close. New original villain since 2008, they haven't really stuck very much. There's a lot of villains that are just meh. Overdrive, Hellgate, Regent. People who really haven't moved the needle or been in anything substantial enough to matter, at least to me. Then you got people like Screwball and Kindred, who are just terrible, flat out awful characters. God, I hate Screwball. But through all of this mid-pack, there is a diamond in the rough. A man known as Mr. Negative. He's easily by far and away the best new Spider-Man villain. It's wild how much he stands out amongst the group of villains I just named. Unlike them, he's got really cool powers, a great origin story, and he's just a genuine badass. The character literally stabbed and brutalized his own men when they made him look bad in his first appearance. This man is cold, but he is also Martin Lee, a philanthropist who helps out those in need in New York City while also maintaining some powers as well. This character is just so damn good. He's been adapted a few times, and he really only first appeared within the last 20 years, so he's pretty new by comic standards. This character has been in 2 different TV shows, the Lego video game, he's in Marvel Mystic Mayhem, Insomniac had him as a feature villain in their first Spider-Man game, and he also appears in the second one, and the character looks to be the newest villain to appear in live action, as he's heavily rumored to be the villain for Brand New Day Spider-Man film set to release next year. Words can't describe how excited I am for this to come out. Mr. Negative finally getting a live action appearance on top of his TV show and game appearances? Massive dub. In today's video, I'm going to go over Mr. Negative in the comics and then look at his adaptations to compare the two. Let's see how accurately he's adapted. This video is all about Mr. Negative.
You don't help people. You use them.
Mr. Negative was a Chinese immigrant who sought to make it to America to reach his wife, who was already living in New York. He was being transported illegally along with over 100 other Chinese immigrants when, due to complications with the captain and the gang helping bring them in, the ship actually crashed and every single crew member was found dead, aside from one man. This man was Martin Lee. He survived the crash, but was then found and essentially thrown into the deep pits of a gang and experimented on. He was given a drug that allowed him to access and tap into the dark and light force powers. It was known as D-Light. Pretty corny name, honestly. Even though he had access to his powers, he was actually still held captive until 2 other people who were held captive with him broke free and he followed them out. Those 2 people were actually Cloak and Dagger, but that's their only relevancy to this story. Martin Lee had escaped and he was more than just one man in a body. He was actually 2. Martin Lee could access light and heal people, but also there was another man living inside of him now, Mr. Negative, an evil man who had access to dark forces and could hurt people. These powers included the ability to make his inner demons into actual people who could fight for him and they could not die. He could turn people evil with just his touch as well. This power is actually amplified based on how much good the person had in them that he was affecting. The more good they had, the more corrupt they became. He's also very talented with the sword as well. Mr. Negative quickly rose to power with his powers by killing off many of the gangs that stood in his way. At one point, he creates a gaseous chemical called Devil's Breath that was created based on someone's blood. This gas would then kill anyone of the same bloodline who were to breathe in said gas. Mr. Negative uses this on the Maggia gang and attempts to use it on all of their children until Spider-Man saves the day. But Mr. Negative didn't want to lose like that, so he threatened to murder a child if Spider-Man didn't give him a vial of his own blood. Spider-Man obviously obliges, he has to save the kid, and he gives Mr. Negative a vial of blood. But now Mr. Negative has a trump card up his sleeve. At any point, he can use Devil's Breath to kill Spider-Man. Mr. Negative would soon run into other issues, however, most notably the Hood. The Hood was running New York City's criminal scene, and Mr. Negative wasn't paying his fair dues. He actually wasn't paying anything at all. The Hood starts an all-out war on Mr. Negative, and it's reported on TV that Martin Lee's residence is under attack. Aunt May was watching the news, she hears this, and she's like super concerned. Martin Lee was a big contributor to the Feast Foundation that May ran to help out those in need. Peter hears this, so naturally he puts on his gear, races over to Martin Lee's home, not knowing that Martin Lee and Mr. Negative were the same person. Unwittingly, Spider-Man actually becomes corrupted by Mr. Negative, and Mr. Negative forces Spider-Man to protect him from the Hood's supervillains. And boy, does Spider-Man do just that. He beats the brakes off of these guys. They said it was an 8v1, and guess who won? The one, Spider-Man, baby. And then Betty Brant also somehow gets in the mix, and Spider-Man damn near kills her as well, until her voice helps reverse the corruption inside of Spider-Man. Mr. Negative escapes, and it isn't long until Spider-Man interferes with his plans again. This time around, though, Mr. Negative brought the Devil's Breath. Spider-Man, however, he's a genius, right? He knew Mr. Negative had stolen his blood, solely to make Devil's Breath that would kill him. Spider-Man should have been planning for this, right? We would all expect the webhead to plan for this because he knows it's going to happen eventually, right? No, he actually didn't plan for it at all. When the Devil's Breath is used against the webhead just thinks fast and holds his breath. This is what our genius is doing. He knew he was going to make the devil's breath. He didn't plan for it at all. He just decides he's going to hold his breath. Okay. So Spider-Man holds his breath until the fight is essentially over. He breaks free, breaks out of the window, and he starts breathing in fresh air, and he lives. So Spider-Man, he lives his altercation, but he knows that Mr. Negative still has his vial of blood, and he can make more devil's breath to kill him whenever he wants. So Spider-Man and Black Cat would actually go into Mr. Negative's hideout, steal said vial of blood, and then replace it with pig's blood. As the story progresses forward, Eddie Brock actually comes into the picture. Eddie Brock actually has cancer, and he winds up at Feast. At Feast, Martin Lee actually cures Eddie Brock of his cancer, but it also turns out to create anti-venom because, it makes the light force and all of the black symbiote goo inside of Eddie Brock turn into anti-venom. When this happens, Eddie Brock also notices that Martin Lee is in fact Mr. Negative. He tries to attack him when Spider-Man and Anti-Venom get into it, and then Anti-Venom holds off Spider-Man as his captive. Not to do anything villainous, but to explain to Spider-Man that Mr. Negative is Martin Lee. These two are the same guy. Spider-Man refuses to believe it, though. That's when Anti-Venom literally takes him to where Mr. Negative is going to be, and an all-out fight breaks out. Spider-Man actually still refuses to believe it, but the Wraith confirms it. She actually put out a news broadcast about it, and Mr. Negative is exposed to the world. He does try and use the Devil's Breath on Spider-Man to, at least get one win out of this, but it's just pig's blood. That ain't gonna affect Spider-Man no more, and Spider-Man whops on him. That's pretty much the basic to Mr. Negative's story, okay? He's a Chinese immigrant who comes to America. Along the way, everybody else dies except for him. He ends up in this gang pit and gets experimented on, and then he gets his powers. He actually has like two people living in him, though, because Martin Lee and Mr. Negative are not one person with like two different monikers. They're kind of just two different people in the same body. Martin Lee really is supposed to be like a benevolent person who tries to help, and Mr. Negative is supposed to be an evil person who tries to, be evil. It's not just like one person pretending to be both. I really do, to my knowledge of what I've understood from this comic and his comic run, they're two separate beings essentially in his body, essentially, with two separate powers. One has the light force that can heal, and the other has the dark force that can hurt. He's also just like super freaking dope all around, right? Like the fact that he can make minions and call them his own inner demons, and they fight for him, and they can't be killed, that's just so raw. I think that's like probably my favorite part about him. The inner demons thing is just so cool. I mean, also the fact that he just adds such a variety to Spider-Man's villain cast as well, right? You look at Spider-Man's villains, and they're all pretty much the exact same phenotype when you really look at it, right? And then Spider-Man was written and created in the 60s, so I personally understand why a lot of his villains are just white men. So I think it's cool that he actually add variety with Mr. Negative because he's not a white man. He's a really super fire Chinese villain. Like that's dope as hell. But now I want to talk about some of the adaptations, okay? But I think if we're going to talk about the adaptations, we might as well start with the best one, the literally most important one. Everybody who's watching this video is going to agree. Mr. Negative in the Insomniac Spider-Man universe.
Nothing can hurt me! Not anymore!
The first game is godlike, and Mr. Negative is godlike in it. Holy moly. It's literally so accurate. There's so much to enjoy about it as a comic book fan, and then the dramatics of it all make it fun for any non-comic book reader as well. The game has Martin Lee working with Feast as a philanthropist who helps others. That's pretty accurate. But he is also Mr. Negative, who steps in and fills the vacuum in the crime world after Kingpin is arrested. This is all pretty freaking accurate. It's not exactly Kingpin that gets taken down and arrested. It's really more so the Magia, but it's still pretty accurate, right? The video game does have Mr. Negative join Doc Ock Sinister Six, which is definitely not a part of the comics, but it's still super fire, right? He's just such a cool villain. I could totally see him doing this. The way he looks in the game is freaking sick, and the way he fights in the game is somehow even better, and it all feels so accurate. He has these cool mystical slashes you see in the comics. He's doing it in the game. He has his inner demon henchmen who can't die when you beat them down. That's also in the game. That's also in the comics. The game even features Devil Breath as an integral part of the story. Granted, it's a little bit different from just a poison for a specific group of people of a bloodline. It's actually just poisoning all of New York City. The very inclusion of it shows Insomniac really was doing their due diligence for this game. This game just has such a great story, it's so hard to compete with it narratively. You can tell comic book writers helped Insomniac with the first game because it's so damn good. And Mr. Negative is no exception to that. He would also appear in the third game of the franchise, and he is like a much more repenting person. He's more of the light side than the dark side, and he doesn't really want to hurt anybody. However, Kraven captures him from his prison and forces him to fight for his survival. That's when you play as Miles Morales as Spider-Man, and you actually have to fight Mr. Negative to the death. You see, Mr. Negative actually killed Miles' father earlier in the franchise, and now Miles is also captured by Kraven, and Kraven's having the two fight each other. But Miles is not a bad person. He's a superhero. Even though he wants vengeance, he knows it's not the right thing to do. he knows that he has to be a hero and save the guy. So right before it looks like he's going to kill Mr. Negative, he actually helps the guy escape, and he tells him to go tell Peter where he is so Peter could help him.
You're out? Find Spider-Man.
Through and through, I think it is a very fair claim to say that Mr. Negative is the best written character in this franchise.
I'm not looking for a fight. Kraven has the other Spider-Man trapped in an old mansion east of the city. He saved me. Told me to find you. This was the only way I knew how.
He's really given that much justice. There's like a lot of other characters you could choose. Like I think Doc Ock is really great, and Kraven as well. I wouldn't hate if you chose either of them. But Mr. Negative just grows so much. The character growth from the first game to the second game and third game through the entire franchise so far has been phenomenal. And I personally would say he's the best character in this franchise. Mr. Negative also appears in both the Ultimate Spider-Man cartoon and the 2017 Spider-Man show. In the Ultimate Universe, he actually only appears in the noir version, like when they go to the noir Spider-Man's universe. I guess it makes sense, it fits in, especially because the universe is filmed in black and white, so Mr. Negative is really only black and white, so it's pretty cool that they did it like that. And then 2017, he's just like a regular villain, Mr. Negative. Neither of them have Mr. Negative in a super substantial role, but Mr. Negative is honestly really freaking cool in both of these shows. Mr. Negative is also in the LEGO Marvel Superheroes game, and he's great there too. He's only DLC, but we still love him. This has got to be his most random appearance, though. Mr. Negative has a really odd, random appearance. I loved it, though. Don't get me wrong. He's actually in Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur's TV show. He hires Moon Girl for his party because he wants to take her captive and use her as a ransom. He's written really gaudy and full of himself. He's like strictly Mr. Negative. There's no like Martin Lee in there, actually. But I thought it was still a fun inclusion. I mean, the character is just so damn cool. He looks great in animation, and the voice acting was done superbly.
Listen, Mr. Lee.
Please, Mr. Negative.
His final video game adaptation is in Marvel Mystic Mayhem. I talked about it semi-recently. He's a fully fledged playable character. He's even a part of the story in this game. He's got some cool moves too. I like him. I think he's great. He's not the best character in the game, but his design looks good and his voice acting is also good. But if we're talking about Mr. Negative, we gotta talk about the elephant in the room, right? He's supposed to be the main villain for Brand New Day. This is gonna be so sick. The movie has confirmed Punisher and Hulk are also gonna be in it. So, Mr. Negative is rumored to be forcing the Hulk back into a savage version of himself, and then Punisher and Spider-Man team up to stop him as well as Mr. Negative. You can't understand how hype I am for this, guys. John Bernthal and Tom Holland already are in the Odyssey together, and everybody's talking about how great their chemistry is. I can't wait to see Spider-Man and Punisher have some great chemistry on the screen together too. Granted, I want Spider-Man to hate Punisher, and I want Punisher to think Spider-Man's a wimp, but that's like, I want them to have great chemistry and rapport with each other like when they're acting. I don't want it to look awkward or something, and it feels like it won't be because they already seem like they're friends and they like get along with each other very well. But who's gonna play Mr. Negative? There's so many good picks out there you could choose from. My personal pick, I'm not straying too far from the light. I would pick Stephen O. Young. He's the voice actor for Mr. Negative in the Insomniac video games, and he's openly stated in the past he wanted to do the live action version. He clearly gets the character. I mean, the man did a phenomenal job in the Insomniac games. On top of that, the man looks great. He looks phenomenal. It's not like he's like an old geezer who's voice acting. I think he's like 40 years old. He looks phenomenal. He's in great shape. He clearly understands the character. He looks great. I really hope they choose this guy to be in the role because he gets the history already. Like, I think it just would be the perfect casting for Mr. Negative. You don't really have to have like somebody who doesn't know the character have to do all this research. Stephen O. Young knows it. He's done it already. That would be my pick for Mr. Negative. But I gotta ask all you guys. Are you guys excited for Spider-Man Brand New Day, the Spider-Man 4 to come out? As well as who do you think should be the actor for Mr. Negative? There's a lot of great choices out there. I'm not gonna say mine is the only one that should be chosen. It's the best one. But if you think you have a better one, let me know down below. I mean, that's pretty much it for me in this video. I honestly thoroughly enjoyed reading all of Mr. Negative's comics, his origin story. He even has like his own mini, The Dark Reign, Mr. Negative. Everything about Mr. Negative in the comics is just so good. And it's a dichotomy from everything going on around him in the comics, because everything in the Brand New Day era is pretty bad. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not a big fan of the Brand New Day era. Everybody who watches my channel knows that already. But Mr. Negative is the exception for sure. This character rocks.
I won't be just a joke to you!
The Spot was once one of Spider-Man's joke villains. Really way down at the bottom. Maybe not exactly at Big Wheel in the Wall territory, but the character got no respect. He didn't even really respect himself. Seriously, whether it was in comics or the few adaptations he does have, he was just a joke, a bumbling fool of an idiot. But all that changed when Across the Spider-Verse came out and established a brand new A-list villain for Spider-Man. Yeah, I said it. The Spot is now an A-lister villain. That movie made like $500 million. There's no way he's not an A-list villain at this point. This movie is simply brilliant. What it does to the Spot is phenomenal. The way they recontextualize the Spot and use him being a joke and getting no respect as motivation for the character to actually become a threat, so masterfully done. Spider-Man has so many A-list villains that it's hard for a new character to crack into the upper echelons. Look at his best villains. These guys are known far and wide, and it makes sense why. They freaking rock, but they've also been around forever. The Spot, he's newer. Pretty newer when it comes compared to these classic guys. The Spot was a bench player, while these guys, they're starters and all-star caliber players. What makes Spot different from all the other Spider-Man joke villains, what separates him from the other water boy, bench warmer-esque villains, is his power set is ridiculously strong. He can go from universe to universe. Compare that with characters like The Wall, who's just a freaking wall. You almost scratch your head. Why wasn't the Spot repurposed earlier? What took so long for this dimension-hopping villain who's a literal scientist, so we know he's smart, to be seen as an actual threat? This video, my goal is to break down exactly why it took the Spot so long for him to be seen as a threat, as an actual challenge to Spider-Man. To do that, I'll go over his comics, his other adaptations, and why exactly Spider-Verse managed to be the first adaptation to make the character a potential A-list villain, baby. But before I start this video, I need to know, why do you guys think Spot took so long to be recontextualized into a Spider-Man nemesis? What took so long for this character to be a big bad? Let me know down below. Let's jump into this. Spot in the comics isn't a super serious guy. Spot first appears in Peter Parker Spectacular Spider-Man in '98. He's a pretty goofy guy. The man known as Dr. Ohm was trying to look into duplicating cloaks. Yeah, you know, that cloak.
Score one for Ty.
Powers. Kingpin had tasked him with trying to duplicate Dagger's powers, but his machine didn't have enough of a read to emulate her abilities. You see, Kingpin's wife was in need of drastic medical attention, and Kingpin felt like Dagger's powers were the only way to cure his wife's ailment. However, he doesn't have the ability to do so. They didn't get enough of a read of Dagger's powers. So Dr. Ohm tries to go in and take on this impossible task of duplicating Dagger's powers, and he finds that there's a lot of Cloak's powers in here that the machine did read. Dr. Ohm looks into Cloak's powers more, and this caused the machine to be overused and actually release a mini-contained black hole. Dr. Ohm, for some reason, steps inside this black hole, literally insane, makes no sense. I thought he was a scientist. He just went to a black hole with no gear or safety equipment. Unbelievable. But inside this black hole, Dr. Ohm finds a polka dot dimension filled with spots. Upon trying to leave, the spots actually gravitate to his body and form onto himself, thus creating the Spot. The Spot would go out and try his powers, and he actually manages to beat Spider-Man on his first encounter. The more you read about everybody's first encounter with Spider-Man, it feels like they all beat him on their first encounter, because Spider-Man really, he gets his lick back in the second encounter. But in his first encounter, when he does beat Spider-Man, he's goofing it up the whole way. This guy's such a goofy goofball. Like I said before, they would fight again, and then this time around, Spider-Man would actually manage to make the Spot overuse his powers, which allowed Spider-Man to literally deck this dude in his face and then cause Spot to retreat through a hole, in which he gets a stern talking to from Spider-Man in there. And that's really it for the comic book Spot. He's a pretty goofy character. He's definitely not serious. He's also wasn't really a dimensional hopper in his first appearance either. He would go into the Spot dimension and then come back out in 616. He wasn't a dimension walker. He was just almost teleporting, sort of. Quick note, I also think it's wild that Cloak actually had a hand in the creation of the Spot. That's so sick. I love when characters outside of Spider-Man's mythos actually have a hand in helping aid in Spider-Man's mythos. Now, the Spot has been adapted a whopping 3 times ever. Once in the 90s Spider-Man cartoon, once in the 2017 Spider-Man cartoon, and then finally he was adapted in Across the Spider-Verse. The 2017 Spot quite literally just grunts, doesn't really even speak, next to no characterization. This is for sure the worst version of the Spot. He's just there doing stuff for no rhyme or reason. And then he loses a fight to Anya on her literal first day as a superhero. And that's it. That's his whole story. He appears in another episode, but he's really just, again, not doing anything. So you know what we can do? We can put the 2017 Spot away and just not talk about it anymore. Because it's trash. Nothing to talk about here. Let's talk about an actual adaptation of the Spot. The 90s show. This is a phenomenal adaptation of the Spot. Just simply perfect right out of the comics. Dr. Ohm works for Kingpin. While working for Kingpin, he accidentally becomes the Spot, with the ability to create dimensional wormholes with the thought. He tries to hide this from the Kingpin for as long as he can, but eventually the Kingpin finds out and tries to exploit it. His character is literally ripped right out of the comics. He's still timid, he's still goofy, he's not very sure of himself. He has his first encounter with Spider-Man and he's throwing out glib and quips the entire time, just like the comics. This show is really good. It's really such an accurate retelling of the character, straight up out of the comics. It's so well done. So well done. But the last Spot adaptation we're going to talk about today is his most recent one, and I'm not joking when I say this. This adaptation completely changes how I view adaptations. In Across the Spider-Verse, Spot is literally him. He's him. He is so freaking amazing. He starts off similar to the comic. He works for Kingpin and he becomes a Spot while working for him. In the beginning of Across the Spider-Verse, Spot is still very much what you'd expect him to be from the comics. He's not very powerful, he's not very strong, he doesn't really know what he's doing yet or even what he wants to do. As Spider-Man would say, he's a villain of the week. And this is literally what Spot was prior to this film. Just a villain of the week. But then this movie writes Spot's story as a rising to the challenge storyline. And the challenge is being Spider-Man's nemesis. He's not just a villain of the week. If you want to roast him and downplay him all you want, you're just going to motivate him more to try to destroy you. The way this character is written, it turns Spot from a joke villain,
With me, we'll finally have a villain worth fighting. And I won't be just a joke to you!
into a legit nemesis for Spider-Man, and it does such a good job at doing so. But this leads me to a question. Why is Spot only now being shown like this? If the character has been around for decades and could always dimension hop, why was he such a joke before? Yet now he can be written so terrifyingly. To me, I believe this is because the way society has changed with the multiverse's understanding. Back when Spot was created, there wasn't really many universes. At least the idea of these shows and stories all being their separate universes, it wasn't explored before. You had the 60s Spider-Man show, then you had the 80s Spider-Man show, you got Amazing Friends Spider-Man show, and then you have the 90s Spider-Man show. These are all technically their own universes, correct? They're all their own universes featuring Spider-Man and a Spider-Man storyline within them. But that's not how they were viewed back in the day. They were just viewed as their own stories, right? The 60s show ended. Okay, well now there's Amazing Friends. Amazing Friends and 80s ran concurrently. They both ended. Okay, well now there's the 90s show. The 90s show ended. Okay, well now let's do Spider-Man Unlimited. That ended. Let's do TNAS. That's how it worked back in the day. Nobody was out here making these other stories, thinking of them as their own dimensions. It was oh, well, this is just be a new story. This will be my story about Spider-Man. And that's how it was seen at the time. But with how many forms of media are now consumed, the idea of all these being separate universes has come to the forefront. Whereas before, you could have had Spot jump into 3 different dimensions, right? If Spot first appeared in the 90s show, where's he jump into? He could jump into the live action Hammond version. He can jump into 3 cartoons. And he can jump into the Japanese Toei Spider-Man version. That's 5 different universes. That's it. And I guess the comic universe, so 6. Nowadays, it's quite literally infinite. I don't think you can even name enough universes that Spider-Man appears in. It's literally infinite because someone could just come up with a new universe and then you got more. It's never ending. Spot was written like a joke villain when he was created because being able to dimension hop wasn't really scary back then. All it really meant was that Spot could go into a portal and come out somewhere else. But now that the multiverse is a popularized theory, and now that there's God knows how many different universes in which Spot could jump to, he becomes a way scarier character. And Across the Spider-Verse alone, Spot is just jumping around universes like it's nothing. Universes that we all have seen. And it's it's nothing because all this stuff already exists. They didn't have to create any of this stuff for this storyline to make sense. If you know anything about Spider-Man, you already know all this stuff. In this film, Spot jumps into a classic comic dimension. He jumps into the Venom universe. He jumps into the Lego universe. Heck, he even jumps into the universe in which India's Spider-Man resides. All of these are already existing universes. We've already known about these. Classic comics, everybody knows about classic comics. That's obviously its own universe, 616. Or you could do newspaper comic strips. Either one, it works. The Venom franchise, this franchise has grossed over $1 billion. The Lego franchise, easily grossed over $1 billion as well. Then you have Spider-Man India, who appeared in the first ever Spider-Verse storyline, so he's been around for over a decade as well. When you put all this together, you can have a nice, well thought out storyline in which the Spot is being terrifying, going from universe to universe to universe, and you don't even have to make up any of these universes. We already know they exist nowadays. Due to the multiverse being a more prevalent thing in our society, Spot's allowed to be written as a significantly scarier and more intimidating villain. Spot is literally the perfect Spider-Verse villain, and this makes me question what makes the perfect adaptation. Is an adaptation good because it's incredibly accurate to the source material? I personally used to believe this was how you made the perfect adaptation, making it similar to the source material, making it as close to the source material as possible. The Spot and Spider-Verse are the first adaptations that have ever made me seriously realize how much better an adaptation can be, even just completely removing all ties to the source material. Spot in the comics was goofy for sure, but Spider-Verse shows how he could be considered way more of a threat, and then the comics have since agreed and started going with this notion as well. That's how you know it's so goddamn good. And this isn't like brain dead movie synergy we all hate, right? Like making Kamala Khan an X-Men. That's stupid. That's not changing the game. That's just like, you made her an X-Men in the movie, so now everybody who reads comics has to suffer. Nobody likes that. It's more like Magneto. You probably didn't even know this, but Magneto originally in the comics, his helmet doesn't actually block telepathy. Professor X would shoot him down with telepathy beams all the time. You could watch the original X-Men cartoon, and in the third episode, or second episode, I believe it's the third episode, Professor X just shoots beams and projections of the Holocaust to Magneto, causing him to leave while Magneto has his helmet on. It wasn't actually until the live-action films came out they wrote it that Magneto couldn't get hit with telepathy if he has his helmet on. And you know what the comics did? They said, shit, that makes so much sense. Why did we not think of that? And they put it in and everybody loved it. Because it makes sense. It's the same thing with Spot. The Spot just makes sense as a Spider-Verse villain, right? Nobody in the entirety of the Spider-Verse has the ability to just jump from dimension to dimension. What they need is they need to create technology in order to do so. Having a villain that can inherently just do this makes perfect sense. He seems like the villain for the Spider-Verse, no? But then we're looking at it on the flip side. Spider-Verse as an adaptation makes you realize the Spider-Verse comics are fucking terrible. The villain of the Spider-Verse comics is a family of spider-eating multiversal vampires with zero characterization or personality. They're just mindless, hungry vampires, essentially. That's terrible. That's so stupid. I'm so grateful the movies that adapted this storyline chose to just get rid of this garbage nonsense. Who wants to read this? Plus, the first Spider-Verse event had Silk and Spider-Man like trying to have sex with each other constantly because of the pheromones they released. Imagine that was in the first Spider-Verse film. It would be awful. Thank God the first Spider-Verse film isn't adapted faithfully, because the Spot and the Spider-Verse films as a whole are so much better off for it. They're so much better off without trying to emulate what the comics did. Across the Spider-Verse, Spot is freaking phenomenal. Spider-Man's newest A-list villain definitely deserves his spot. Get it? Because I said Spot. Anyways. Doppelganger. One of the most underrated villains in all of Marvel. This character is just so fun. He screams, he shrieks, and he usually at most says one-word sentences. He hangs around with Carnage and Shriek, and he constantly tries to kill Spider-Man. You'd think this character is a shallow puddle. A scary monster Spider-Man with slightly differing moves, such as extra arms and eyes, as well as the ability to shoot razor-sharp webbing. On top of that, Doppelganger doesn't wear a Spider-Man costume. That's his actual skin. Scary monster Spider-Man with razor webs and a Spider-Man skin? If that's all he was, I'd agree that Doppelganger is in fact a shallow character. However, Doppelganger is more. His story has so much untouched potential, it's freaking wild. For starters, he's not really the only doppelganger yet. There's a reason he's the only doppelganger still around. The character can hardly talk, yet this character has one of the most interesting stories that Marvel refuses to play out for some reason. Doppelganger isn't just evil Spider-Man. Doppelganger is so much more. The character was created for a war that he never really got to partake in. When he finally was ready to join the fray of battle, the war was already over and his creator was long gone. So what now? What does Doppelganger do? What is his purpose? If he was created to help the rest of the Doppelgangers take down their original counterparts, but never made it there, is he still supposed to kill Spider-Man? He doesn't even have a creator to listen to or take orders from anymore. To me, this is just so damn interesting. A character created for a war that never got to participate in, now he's a fish out of water latching on to anything that shows him affection. Doppelganger is quite literally such an incredible premise for a character's story. It should be a crime Marvel doesn't actually give us a story that answers the adage all of us ask ourselves from time to time. What is my purpose? Doppelganger's purpose needs to be explained. It needs to get its own light of a story. It would be so interesting to read. Let's go through his history a bit so you can understand what I'm talking about. Doppelganger first appears in Infinity War storyline. The Infinity War storyline is where a very powerful villain named Magus created a slew of doppelgangers in an attempt to take down the Marvel heroes we all know and love. Each Marvel hero from Marvel Earth pretty much has their own doppelganger trying to kill them. When this happens, Spider-Man's doppelganger is created and dubbed Spider-Man's doppelganger. In Spider-Man 24, however, Doppelganger actually fights Spider-Man and Hobgoblin, but the battle ends up with Doppelganger impaled by a fence post. Spider-Man and Hobgoblin leave the scene, but Demogoblin finds Doppelganger and he nurses him back to health. But while Doppelganger is out of commission being healed by Demogoblin, the rest of the Doppelgangers fight the rest of the Marvel Universe's heroes. This fight lasts for a while, it's the entire Infinity War storyline, and it even features a good guy Thanos. But throughout the entirety of the fight, Spider-Man's doppelganger is nowhere to be found. He's just not there. At the end of the story, every doppelganger that's present for the event is killed off. Every doppelganger, all of them, except one, Spider-Man's doppelganger, due to him not actually being present for the event. He wasn't there. Because of this, Spider-Man's doppelganger is the only doppelganger referred to just as doppelganger. In the comic, you refer to Wolverine's doppelganger as Wolverine doppelganger, Iron Man doppelganger, Mr. Fantastic doppelganger. But when anybody says doppelganger, they're talking about Spider-Man's doppelganger. He is literally the doppelganger. This is his literal first appearance. While all of his fellow doppelgangers fall, he remains as the last one as he healed up in New York City. The next time we see Doppelganger is when Spider-Man and Hobgoblin again fight Demogoblin and Doppelganger. Only this time, Venom would get involved as well as Ghost Rider. As they all brawl, you can even see Doppelganger try to save Spider-Man from Venom so that he can kill him himself. Doppelganger hates Spider-Man because he's supposed to. But also, why? Why is Doppelganger trying to kill Spider-Man? At the end of the day, the only reason he was sent to kill Spider-Man was because Magus told him to, right? Now Demogoblin is working with Doppelganger, and Demogoblin's only focusing on Hobgoblin. He actually doesn't care for Spider-Man at all. He doesn't think Spider-Man's a sinner. He's trying to take out the sinners. So why is Doppelganger being sent after Spider-Man? Why is his job to kill Spider-Man? I think it's important we constantly ask this question because I want to know what Doppelganger's purpose really is if Magus isn't there to tell him to kill Spider-Man anymore. He has no master telling him to do so. Demogoblin even actively states he doesn't care about Spider-Man in the story, and yet Doppelganger is still trying to kill the old webhead. So why is Doppelganger like this? Honestly, at this point, we don't know. But as the story continues, Doppelganger runs into Shriek and Carnage. Carnage actually thinks it's Spider-Man at first, and he realizes that this is no Spider-Man. He's reluctant to let him join his crew, but Shriek just loves the little guy, so she convinces Carnage to allow him to join, and the three of them are like a family. 2 parents and a pet, because they see Doppelganger like a pet, but he loves them still. This is how Doppelganger first builds a connection with Shriek. Doppelganger and Shriek would then find Spider-Man and try to kill him during the Maximum Carnage event quite a few times. At this time, Doppelganger is out to kill Spider-Man because Shriek and Carnage want him to. That's the only reason he's there, is because that's the point of Maximum Carnage. You have the bad guys versus the good guys, and that they want to kill Spider-Man. He has no higher calling to do so. It's not like this is like he's forced to do so against his will. He just wants to do right by the people he loves, and the people he loves want to kill Spider-Man, so he wants to kill him too. At this point, I truly believe, though, that Doppelganger wouldn't be out for murder if the people who took him in weren't so bloodthirsty. It only fuels him. He's next to mindless, but he has feelings and emotions. He literally loves Shriek like a mother. He's not completely brainless. If someone were to take him in prior to Shriek and treated him well, kind of how Shriek did, maybe there would have been a different chain of events that made Doppelganger into a better person. At this point, Doppelganger is locked in with Shriek and Carnage, and the next time we see him is in the early 2000s when Doppelganger is helping break Shriek out of jail. Spider-Man and Iron Man come to stop him, and at the end of the story, Shriek is actually put back in jail, and Carnage and Doppelganger are partnering up again for Carnage USA. Years after Maximum Carnage ended, Doppelganger still has an affinity for the people who took him in when nobody wanted him. This is exactly why I find Doppelganger, in theory, to be such a great character with so much potential. He's not the smartest, he's not the brightest, but he is pretty authentic as a character. Hear me out for a second, listen to my perspective, and let me know what you think about this view on Doppelganger, because to me, it's a really interesting character with so much story potential. Doppelganger was created by Magus to fight Marvel Earth's heroes alongside his Doppelganger brethren. However, he was taken out of the picture before that could happen. By the time he gets put back into the picture, his master's war with Marvel Earth was over. His side lost the battle, and Doppelganger is just being used by Demogoblin at this point. Demogoblin takes Doppelganger in and nurses him back to health. Doppelganger doesn't even have any real loyalty to the Demogoblin or anything. He just has nowhere else to go. Then, during the events of Maximum Carnage, he finds a home and a family in Shrieking Carnage. This pushes him further into being a monster. Then you can take it a step further, though. What if Doppelganger was given guidance and tools to be more? What if Doppelganger was able to find a home and a family whose deepest desire isn't to kill Spider-Man? A story featuring Doppelganger being given another chance and taken in by like somebody maybe like Madam Web would be awesome. He isn't forced to do good, but he's given the option to do more than just whatever his masters tell him to do or whatever Magus or Shriek want him to do. A story like this would bang. I don't think he has to stay a good guy either. Let's say he tries to be a good guy, right? And he's making connections with people, he's trying to help out, but the world just doesn't accept him due to the way he looks or like how he acts or because he can't really speak, so he reverts back to an evil life. Like, that could still be great. At least you're showing that Doppelganger doesn't necessarily have to be a monster. There's more reasons than that, because the character feels like he has more purpose to him than what's given to him. If he originally was told by Magus to kill Marvel Earth's representative of him, but Magus is gone, he has no master. He's not on a leash anymore. He can do whatever he wants. I think a story like this would bang because at least the character tried to be more than what he is currently written as to be. Right now, he is a one-note mindless beast with a few glimmers into a potentially deeper character. I just want them to show what those glimmers could be. Show him trying to help out civilians because Magus isn't telling him what to do. Show him trying to help out people and save others because Shriek and Carnage aren't telling him what to do. Maybe the character can offer more than just being a mindless one-note monster. And like I said before, let's say he tries to help people out and then people don't accept him, and because of that, he becomes curt and more rude and then goes back to being evil. I would still be down for that. I just want them to explore the idea of, what is my purpose under the guise of Doppelganger? I want to know if Doppelganger could have more purpose. I personally think he can, and I think any great writer could take this story and turn it into something beautiful, man. I mean, as of right now, the character just doesn't get adapted because he's really not that special, right? You wouldn't really see him in an MCU movie because there's nothing really to go with it unless he's a minor character and they do the Infinity War storyline. You really don't see him in many games outside of Maximum Carnage, the storyline he appears in, because there's really not much to him. He's never, ever appeared in a TV show either. The only game I actually know that he's appeared in outside of Maximum Carnage is Marvel Mystic Mayhem, the brand new mobile phone game. Even this game hints at him having potentially better story. He's in love with Shriek and he cares for Shriek even though he's going through all this mess. He still thinks about the person who took him in when he had nobody, who respected him and loved him when nobody would. I just think it'd be a great idea to slide somebody into Shriek's spot that's a good guy to see if we can help Doppelganger change. Even if the way it ends where like Shriek were to call for Doppelganger and Doppelganger's like, I preferred Shriek over this new good person, I'd still be down because at the end of the day, I just want them to explore this story so a character like Doppelganger can succeed and be adapted more. I love the character. I love his design. I love how creepy he feels. And I just think if he's super creepy, but maybe not so evil, that could be super interesting. Even if they want to make him evil, I just want them to try and do something with him to explore the depth that he may have. Because to me, he's not just a shallow monster. I really truly believe he has the potential to have one of the greatest and most unique storylines in all of Marvel Comics.
I love you.
The Lizard is one of, if not the most inconsistent characters in Spider-Man mythos. Seriously, whether it be in adaptations of the character or even just in mainline continuity itself, the character is just always done so differently depending upon who chooses to write the story. The Lizard first appears in Amazing Spider-Man number 6, so the Lizard has kind of always been around. And the Lizard can represent a lot of different things. When I see the character, to me, the Lizard is a tragic character. The story goes, Curt Connors was trying to grow his arm back and he wanted to be human and whole again because it felt like it would make him a better father. He wanted to regrow his arm and feel whole again because it felt like it would make him a better husband to his wife. So Curt Connors develops this serum hoping to replicate the Lizard's ability to regrow limbs. However, the serum didn't work as planned and instead, it turned Curt Connors into a giant lizard man instead of just regrowing his limbs. He's now a literal, very, very strong giant lizard, often being able to match Spider-Man in strength. That's how strong he is. And that's essentially how his origin goes. This character just wanted to be whole again. He wanted to feel like a regular person again for his family. So he injected himself with this serum and he became an evil lizard. And now, depending upon who the writer is, you'll get the lizard portrayed as like a Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde type story, where the lizard and Curt Connors are two completely separate entities from one another, to the extent that Curt Connors may not even remember exactly what happened to him when he was the lizard. Now within this, you can even get multiple other ways to portray the lizard depending upon the writer. Some writers have it so that the lizard is a vicious monster with not much brain power or intellect, just a super powerful villain that's out to kill. Other writers will have the lizard retain some of Curt Connors' knowledge and be an evil lizard man. There's no inherent reason for him to be evil, because Curt Connors, for all intents and purposes, is a good guy. He's a good father, he's a good husband, and he's a good person. But I guess being the lizard just makes him evil. Other times, the lizard's not even evil at all, and Curt Connors is completely in control of the character. Heck, nowadays, the lizard and Curt Connors aren't even one. They're their own separate entities. It's very, very inconsistent. Sometimes there's a natural growth process where you'll see like Curt Connors start off more as a Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, and then later, the lizard shows more signs of intelligence as time goes on. But that's actually not what always happens. More often than not, the writers will just jump back and forth between the two. Some writers just want to write Lizard to be mindless again, so they won't even write a canonized reason for why he lost his intelligence. They just make him mindless again. And that really hurts the character. It just makes him so goddamn inconsistent within its own continuity. And then you look at his adaptations and it just gets worse. Before we get into the adaptations though, let me define what I think makes a good Lizard adaptation. The character should be Curt Connors, okay? Curt Connors is the Lizard. When they are Curt Connors, they should be shown as a good person. Curt Connors is a good person. They should have lost an arm and or hand. Doesn't really matter either way. And it's not even necessary we know how they lost said arm or hand. They should be a scientist who tries to regrow said arm to feel more whole as a person for their family. Things take a turn for the worse very quickly, however, and they become the Lizard. Spider-Man helps out and stops the Lizard, and then when he realizes that Curt Connors is the Lizard, he tries to do the right thing. I think, to me, this makes a perfect Curt Connors storyline. You gotta have this in your adaptation for it to be a good adaptation of the Lizard. Before we get into the adaptations though, you guys gotta let me know down below which is your favorite adaptation of the Lizard. He has a plethora to choose from. He's got a live action appearance, animated film appearances, multiple cartoon appearances, game appearances, you can name it. What is your favorite Lizard, people? I need to know. Let's jump into this thing though. The Lizard has been adapted numerous times in media. The first of all being the 1960s cartoon.
Out of my kingdom. What is it? A lizard or a man? I'm a lizard man.
And this version is damn near bar for bar same as the Lizard's first comic book appearance. It reminds me a bit of like Mysterio in the 60s show, how they really tried to make it accurate to the original origin story. Everything about it is pretty much the same. Spider-Man goes to Florida to take on the Lizard. When he goes down there, he realizes that Curt Connors is the Lizard. He sees Billy and Curt Connors' wife as well. Spider-Man manages to help Curt Connors and save the day. The only difference is, this Curt Connors has both of his hands in this show, which makes no actual sense. Why would Curt Connors take the serum to be the Lizard if he wasn't missing his hand and trying to regrow his hand or his arm? Doesn't really make any sense that way. This show's just like, meh, Curt took the serum because fuck it. And now you got a wild giant lizard running around the Everglades. I personally actually really do like this adaptation, but I just find it so mind-boggling confusing how they would forget such an important part of the character. He literally takes the serum to grow the arm back. Whatever. This show does give us this hilarious moment in this episode where Spider-Man literally breaks the laws of physics and uses his webs as like a propeller. Fucking fire. I love this show. It's worth it. It's worth it. Next up, we got the 90s show.
Why did you bring me here, Curt? Why?
So we can be together.
The 90s show has like the best version of Lizard out of all of them, in my opinion. The very first episode of the entire show establishes the Lizard as a character, and it gets his story pretty much perfect down pat. You don't see him feel guilty about his arm, but everything else is surely there. Curt Connors is the Lizard. He's a monster attacking people on the streets. He retains some of his intelligence, but as well, he's also inherently evil. He's cured by Spider-Man, but not forever, and he has one arm. This alone is a great Lizard story in my opinion. But there's more to this story that makes it even better. Curt Connors is Peter Parker's professor at ESU, and Peter cares about Curt. He knows he has a family, so when he manages to stop the Lizard, he doesn't turn Curt Connors in. Who's that helping? Just creates a single family household for Billy, and then his wife also doesn't actually have an occupation, so they're just gonna be broke on the streets with him in jail. That doesn't help anybody. Spider-Man keeps things on the hush because he knows Curt Connors is a good man. This helped build a stronger bond between Spider-Man and Curt Connors. Curt Connors becomes a recurring character throughout the show. He constantly tries to help Spider-Man because Spider-Man helped him. Their dynamic is so freaking great. And if you want to talk about accuracy, on top of all of that, they both are actually on Battle World together for Secret Wars, just like the comics. That's sick. Can't believe they did that. Lizard in this show is pretty damn faithful in my opinion. Next up, we got the TNS, the new animated show.
Know where I can get a little tail?
This version of the Lizard is actually voiced by Rob Zombie, and I just think that's so badass. Rob Zombie voice acting a Spider-Man character? Sick. Anything else about this Lizard, though, I think is not a good adaptation. I can't lie to you. This Curt Connors, to me, seems a bit evil.
Did you hear me? Spider-Man saved me.
Yeah, right.
As for that punk, he should be strung up till his eyeballs are pecked out by genus Strigiformis.
Owls.
As we said earlier, Curt Connors should be a good guy, but this one is very vindictive. He's villainous. In this storyline, he has issues with Oscorp, and he uses the Lizard as a means to get back at Oscorp. And I'm not saying like he becomes a Lizard and he gets mad at Oscorp. I mean like he identifies Oscorp as a problem. He points himself at Oscorp and turns himself into the Lizard so he can just like weaponize the Lizard against Oscorp. While at Oscorp, he even tries to kill Harry. If it wasn't for Spider-Man, who knows what could have happened. To me, this version of the Lizard seems so far detached from the actual character, right? Curt Connors isn't a good guy. You don't really hear anything about his family or nothing. He's like evil, intentionally using the Lizard as revenge. I don't think this is a very good Lizard personally, even if Rob Zombie did do his thing voice acting him and it was a cool version of the character. Next up, we got Spectacular Spider-Man, and I would like to say Spectacular Spider-Man does a good job showing off the Lizard.
Kurt! I've made a terrible mistake.
Unlike the 90s show, we actually get to see more of like why he takes the serum. We get a better understanding for the fact that Curt Connors wants to be a complete man for his family. Like they really sell that to us in this show, and you really get the tragic tale of the Lizard. Lizard in this show is vastly more ferocious than he does appear to be in the 90s show, but I don't think he carries the same intelligence the 90s version of the Lizard has. This is like more of just like the ferocious Lizard we talked about before. I feel like Spectacular Spider-Man gives us more of a view into how sad this life can be. Kurt's son and wife are just so distraught without him now that he becomes a massive lizard monster. This characterization, in my opinion, really helps sell the tragedy behind it. The main difference I find between this version of the Lizard and the 90s version of the Lizard outside of their intelligence isn't actually the Lizard itself, but it's the relationship and how it unfolds between Peter and Curt Connors. In the 90s show, Peter takes pictures of the Lizard, gets them published for a lump sum of money, and it's actually the exact same thing that happens in Spectacular Spider-Man. Like, these two are the exact same situations. Aunt May's broke, struggling with bills. In the 90s, Aunt May's broke, struggling with bills in Spectacular. Peter gets offered a lot of money if he can get a good picture of the Lizard. Peter gets offered a lot of money if he can get a good picture of the Lizard. Both versions of the character do, but how it unfolds is just completely different. In the 90s version of the show, Curt Connors and his family don't actually care at all that Peter took the pictures. If anything, they understand how wrong Curt is and that Peter, or I should say Spider-Man, did the right thing. Like, he stopped the Lizard, they took the pictures are published under Peter Parker's name, but like the Lizard was the one terrorizing the city, right? The Lizard was the one who was literally almost killing people. So you can't really fault Spider-Man or Peter Parker for this stuff, for taking a picture and trying to help out his Aunt May, at least in my opinion. But then you look at Spectacular Spider-Man, and that's kind of exactly what happens. Instead of Curt Connors and Kurt's wife and son just ignoring the fact that Peter Parker took pictures and could have exposed the fact that Curt Connors is the Lizard, this action in Spectacular Spider-Man makes the Connors family not trust Peter Parker anymore, and they think he's the one to blame essentially for getting the secret out about the Lizard. I kind of don't like this at all. I actually kind of hate this. I think the 90s version does it so much better. Let's look at these situations and then let's really look at the differences here, okay? Because it's pretty much the exact same situation. So why does the Spectacular Spider-Man version of Curt Connors react so much more in a negative way towards Peter Parker than the 90s version of Curt Connors? In my opinion, it's because the Spectacular Spider-Man version of Curt Connors and his family, I actually don't think they're written well as adults. I'm not trying to like flame Greg Weisman. I love the show. You guys know I say it's probably like a top 2, maybe even top 1 Spider-Man show ever made. But this is not what adults should be doing. right? If an adult actively chooses, he did do this, like he did this himself. Nobody, Peter Parker especially, didn't shoot him up with the serum. Kirk Connors shot himself up with the serum, okay? He shot himself up with the serum, became the Lizard, okay? Peter Parker took pictures of the Lizard, made sure to admit that Kirk Connors was the Lizard so nobody knows that Kirk Connors is the Lizard, and yet they're still blaming him for it. You need to take maturity, both wife and husband, as an adult and say this is your fault. A child taking a picture for his job is not his fault. You becoming a monster terrorizing an entire city and putting lives in danger, you should be in jail. The fact that he's not, they should be thanking Peter Parker for not putting him in the photos. This is not like a we don't trust you kind of thing. It's like we shouldn't be trusting ourselves because we could turn into the Lizard kind of thing. I actually can't fathom how anybody could watch this show from the Spectacular Spider-Man point of view and the 90s point of view, compare the two of them together, and then think that people in Spectacular Spider-Man are acting like rational adults. That's insanity. You guys should be in jail. End of discussion. So that's where I leave out on this show. I do think the entirety of the Lizard's really well done, and I do think they can manage to show the tragic factor even better than the 90s version. But the characters don't feel like real adults at the end of the day. How are you blaming a child for doing his job when you're not actually blaming yourself for causing countless lives to put in danger? The city can hold up to 15 million people during the day. 15 million people's lives are put in danger by Kirk Connors, yet they want to come down on Peter Parker for taking a picture and helping his mom out or Aunt May out? Fuck out of here, bro. Spectacular Spider-Man, piss poor adults. Get out of my face. We're moving on to the 2017 version. This is easily the worst version of the Lizard. Like, without a doubt. I know what I said in like my older video claiming that the Marvel Avengers Lizard Man was the worst version of the character. And like, I believed it at the time. I just don't think I did a deep enough dive into the 2017 version to realize how trash this Lizard is. One thing that I always say should be prevalent about Kirk Connors' character is he should be a good person at heart. I've made this known. I've stated this already. It's truly how I feel, okay? This Kirk Connors is not a good person by any sense of the mean. Not only does he keep trying to have like his own ulterior motives so he could be like the headmaster and he can outmax Modell from the school, on top of that, this Kirk Connors actually reveals Spider-Man's secret identity.
Because Spider-Man is none other than Max Modell's lab assistant, Peter Parker.
This guy is not only not a good person, he also has no relationship with Peter Parker. And I think that's so ass. That's straight up so important to the character. Him and Peter have a great relationship between the two of them, and that's what makes it so difficult for when Kirk Connors hulks out and becomes the Lizard. It's tough. You don't want to kill the Lizard. He's a good guy at heart. It's Kirk Connors. This Kirk Connors fucking sucks. He's a horrible person. I would easily say this is a massive L adaptation. Straight up bad. The Lizard does make a live action appearance in The Amazing Spider-Man and No Way Home, and the role is done by Rhys Ifans. I think I pronounced that right. I hope I did. I find this Lizard to be bad. I don't think he's too great. I mean, he's not as bad as the last one we talked about, but he's just not that good. This Lizard is like sort of friends with Peter Parker. He has some history with Norman Osborn and Peter's dad that I really don't think matters at all. It shouldn't be a part of the story. I think his design as the Lizard is also ass. He looks terrible. He's missing the snout. The lab coat's on for a few frames and he takes the lab coat off twice. That would have been a great look for him, but no. This Lizard has no wife, he has no children, so him taking the serum isn't really accurate at all. The only thing I really like about this Lizard is they do a storyline that's often done in the comics where Lizard tries to turn a lot of people into lizards. That's done a lot in the comics. I like that it was in the movie as well. Other than that, I just thought this Lizard was pretty buns. Lizard appears in Across the Spider-Verse briefly as like Peter Parker Lizard, which is actually accurate to Ghost Spider origin comics, but like it's pretty brief, so I just figured I'd touch on it. And lastly, the last adaptation I'm going to talk about is probably his most prominent video game adaptation. He's been in a few games like Friend or Foe or Spider-Man vs. Kingpin, but really, in my opinion, the biggest one he's ever been in at this point is Spider-Man 2 by Insomniac.
Hey, Doc. Ready for your annual physical?
I found this Lizard in this game to be looking fucking phenomenal. He looks amazing. He's like a giant dinosaur, baby dinosaur, because he's not too big, but he looks massive. It's a bit big, so I understand why some people may not love it like I do, but I think it's a great way of having like a different version of the character without him being too different from the character, right? You're doing your own story with the Lizard, but it still feels like the Lizard in my opinion. In this game, this isn't the first time we get to fight the Lizard. That's actually like written to us in descriptions, and we find out that it's actually the actual story from the comics. Kirk Connors missing a hand, has a child, has a wife, and he takes a Lizard serum hoping that it'll give him his arm back. Instead, it doesn't, and he becomes the Lizard. They do the origin story pretty great. And then in this game, you fight the Lizard because Kraven wants to hunt down the Lizard because he hears about how scary he is, and then you got to stop the Lizard yourself. I thought that was awesome as well. Granted, you may not get your usual Lizard stuff in this adaptation, right? You don't get like Curt Connors with his inner turmoil, but you know what you do get? You do get the Lizard looking fucking awesome. You get awesome boss battles against the Lizard, and his story actually is still there, even if you don't get to play it, and he still actually gets to have to deal with having to be the Lizard as well. It's not like Mysterio in the story where he's fully gone. He's no longer Mysterio. The Lizard in Curt Connors never goes away, so I like that more so about this character versus the other one. As you can see, the Lizard is not consistently adapted as a character. His motivations aren't consistent. His backstory isn't always the same. Heck, he doesn't even consistently look the same. Let's run through all the inconsistencies quickly, huh? 60s show has Curt Connors with both of his arms. Okay. 90s show has Lizard in a lab coat, but he's a genius. Okay. TNS has Curt Connors use the Lizard as a weapon. Okay. Spectacular Spider-Man has Lizard as a mindless, rageful beast. Okay. 2017 show has Lizard expose Spider-Man's identity. Okay. The Amazing Spider-Man Lizard tries to turn the entire city into lizard people. Okay. Across the Spider-Verse, Lizard is freaking Peter Parker. Okay. And then Insomniac Spider-Man 2 Lizard is forced to become the Lizard because of Kraven. Okay. Every single one of these adaptations are just so wildly different from the other. I think the only thing consistent about them is that they're all lizards. Outside of that, they're all wildly different from one another. All of them are just so different. I do enjoy the Lizard a lot. He's one of my favorite Spider-Man villains, but it confuses me so much why he's so inconsistent. From comics to adaptations, or comics to the next comic, he's just not consistently written at all. I'd say my favorite version of the character is the 90s cartoon adaptation. It just feels to me what I think the Lizard story should be like. He feels the most comic accurate, and that makes the most sense to me. Vermin is the Spider-Man villain who shows up in not one, but two of the best Spider-Man stories ever written. Yet, he has hardly ever been adapted. I'm not exaggerating either when I say he's been in two of the best stories. The two stories Vermin appears in that are just so revered are Kraven's Last Hunt and Child Within. Of course, he's in more comics than just that, but both of these stories, many people would say are the first and second best comics in Spider-Man's history. Me personally, I made a video on what I thought were the best comics in Spider-Man's history, and these actually came out as number 2 and 3 on my list. Number 1, I have Death of Jean the Wolf. You know, I just love that story in Sin Eater so much. But both Child Within and Kraven's Last Hunt would make up 2 and 3 for me in my top 3 Spider-Man stories ever written. Either way you look at it, you will be hard-pressed to find a Spider-Man comic fan who doesn't put both of these stories in their top 5. Yet, for some reason, a character that has been so notable in 2 of the most iconic stories ever only was adapted twice. And neither of these adaptations are really the man behind the rat, the man behind the vermin, Edward Whalen. I mean, one's a movie game adaptation and he's like a rat overgrown, and the other's Lady Vermin, or Herman, if you will. I feel like I make that joke every time I talk about her. In today's video, we're going to talk about where Vermin got his start in the comics. We're going to touch on the iconic stories, his adaptations, and just how he could be adapted in the future if he were to ever come to live action. This video is all about Vermin. But before I get into this video, I need to know from each and every single one of you guys, what do you think of Vermin? Do you think he's a cool character? Do you think he's a lame character? Do you think he doesn't deserve to be adapted? Do you think he should be in more adaptations? What are your thoughts, people? Let me know down below. I'm about to start the video. Now, I am definitely going to touch on the comics for sure, but I hate recapping stories, so I'm going to try to not recap these stories as best as I can and just talk about what, like, the stories and how they relate to what I want to talk about, okay? But we're going to start with where he first appears, and that's Captain America 272. And in this story, Vermin's not the Vermin you're probably used to. He starts off in this, like, green cloak, and, like, he doesn't really seem like the Rat Man. Once he finally takes off his hood and you see who he is, he definitely looks more like the Rat Man. He looks disgusting and grotesque as him and Captain America battle it out. But overall, as you're reading this, you notice this isn't the Vermin you're probably used to. I mean, yes, it's still Vermin. It is the same character. This is still Edward Whalen. But to me, it just felt like his speech and verbiage was just completely off. Now, I don't mean to say completely off, but as time goes on, it becomes different. He becomes slurring his words more. He's saying Spider-Man and stuff like that. And in this comic, I just felt like he was talking like a regular person who looked like a rat. But either way, he does appear as a Captain America villain before being transferred off, before being baton passed to Spider-Man. When did this happen? This actually happened in Marvel Team Up 128. Marvel Team Up 128 is actually like a super fun book. It's not like too serious. If you ever read any of the Team Up books, you'll know they're not really too serious at all. But what makes this book so fun is like the little gags in it. Like Captain America sees Vermin is like having a rampage, right? So Captain America runs into the bathroom to change into his superhero costume. And when he bursts out of his stall, Spider-Man bursts out of the stall to the left of him. And they're both like, huh? I didn't know you were in here. Let's go beat up Vermin. And they both run out of the bathroom together. And it's like, that's pretty funny, I'm not going to lie. But then you even go further. There's like a little kid in the stall next to them. And he's like, only in New York. And it's like, oh my goodness, that is so true. Marvel New York is so wild. But in this story, we feature both Spider-Man and Captain America as they both team up to take down Vermin and subdue him yet again. After this moment, though, Vermin would then become a Spider-Man villain from pretty much here on out. And, well, let's talk about his first major appearance, and that's going to be in Kraven's Last Hunt. In Kraven's Last Hunt, Vermin is a major player. He's not the main antagonist, he's a secondary antagonist, but he does help to serve the story's narrative so freaking well. Again, I'm not going to recap it, I just want to talk about it, but in Kraven's Last Hunt, Kraven thinks to himself like he needs to be better than Spider-Man, right? He wants to prove it. So what does he do? He kills Spider-Man, he buries him alive, he dresses up like Spider-Man, and he wants to protect the city. What does protect the city mean? He's trying to beat up bad guys, and that includes Vermin. So Kraven finds Vermin in his Spider-Man costume, and guess what Kraven does? Beats the ever-living brakes off of the man and captures him. 2 weeks later, Spider-Man wakes up, and Spider-Man's like, 2 weeks? What the heck? And he finds Kraven, he races over there, and he finds Vermin as well. And Kraven's like, yeah, you two are going to fight now. And Spider-Man's like, no. So then Vermin just attacks Spider-Man. And while Spider-Man's losing, Kraven stops the fight. And he's like, you know what? I've seen enough. Clearly, I'm better than you, dude. Like, I was able to kill you. And I was able to beat that loser over there. And I was able to make him cry. I captured him. I subdued him. And I caged him. I'm clearly better than you. Spider-Man, he's a bit off his rocker at this point. You know, he just got into a massive fight. Just woke up from that 2-week coma. So he's like, you know what, Kraven? I'm going to let you do your thing. I'm going to be back, and I'm going to kick your ass. And then at the same time, Vermin escapes through a window. What happens with Kraven, I think everybody knows if you've read Kraven's Last Hunt. I don't mean to spoiler it if you haven't read Kraven's Last Hunt, so major spoiler, but he blows his fucking brains out. He kills himself because he figures, I've already accomplished everything I need to accomplish. I proved I'm better than Spider-Man. What more can I do on this earth? What's the point of being here? So he kills himself. So you think the story's over at this point, but no. Because, like I said, Vermin helps to serve the narrative of the story. Kraven out here is thinking to himself, I'm better than Spider-Man because I beat Vermin down and I captured him, and Spider-Man couldn't do that. But that's not what Spider-Man's thinking. That's not what Spider-Man does, and that's also why Kraven was never better than Spider-Man at any point in Kraven's Last Hunt at being Spider-Man. Spider-Man beats up bad guys, sure, but he also helps them. He wants his foes to receive care. He wants his foes to get better. He doesn't want them to stay villains. He wants to rehabilitate them if he can, right? So what does he do? He goes and hunts down Vermin himself. Only this time, he's not there to hunt down Vermin to beat the brakes off of him like Kraven did in the sewer. No, he chases Vermin out of the sewer, he subdues Vermin, and he gets Vermin checked into a healthcare center so Vermin can maybe finally get to the bottom of what's going on with him. We could figure out what happened to him. Why is there even a rat man going around like this? So Vermin is crucial to Kraven's Last Hunt in showing you, the reader, that Kraven is not Spider-Man. He never was Spider-Man, and also shows you that Spider-Man is much more than just beating up bad guys. He's about going out there and helping people as well. But on top of that, in Kraven's Last Hunt, there's also like little imagery things that I also think is really cool. Like you'll see MJ and she's like sees a rat and she hits the rat with the broom, and then the next page you flip it and you'll see Vermin. It's like, oh, the rat. And then like you'll see like Spider-Man's about to fight Vermin, and then it'll flip over and you'll see like a rat about to fight a spider or about to eat a spider. And it's like the imagery there. I see it. I feel it. I love it. So artistically, Vermin also plays a great part into the story as well. On top of the narrative, it's just a phenomenal inclusion of the character. Not only does it really work for the story, but it also really works to help promote the character more. Because outside of this story and the next story we're going to talk about, he really doesn't have too many notable comics. But let's talk about the next one as well, The Child Within. Now for me, this is the second best comic ever in Spider-Man's history. I love The Child Within. It focuses a lot on Harry and Peter's relationship as friends, and like, I mean, really they're like brothers. That's how much they love each other. But they're such at odds because at this point Harry's Green Goblin and his alter ego hates Spider-Man and Peter Parker's Spider-Man, and he's trying to stop the Green Goblin. So their relationship's coming to a head where they have to fight each other. And I know what you're probably thinking right now. What does any of this have to do with fucking Vermin? Well, Vermin actually plays an important part in this story, or at least having his story and narrative told. Throughout this story, we learn a lot about Vermin. Vermin is like visited by this young black kid, and the kid's like, yo, can you take me to my house? And but this is like in the sewers. And then Vermin's like, yeah. So Vermin like somehow escapes the sewers. He's like attacking people, and he gets the kid to his household, and they get to the household, and the kid's like, I'm not gonna go inside, you can just go in without me. So all the readers reading this like, what the? Why did this fucking kid go into the sewers to talk to a rat man to take him home if he wasn't even gonna go inside the house? But that's when you learn. That's if you pay attention, that's when you learn this is fucking Vermin's house. That kid was Vermin. Vermin wasn't always like this. He wasn't born a rat man. He had a family at one point. And like his family doesn't even really recognize him anymore. He tries to talk to his dad or cuddle up with his dad while his dad's in bed. His dad shoots him. His dad literally shoots him. He goes back to the household. He like meets up with his mother, and he's like hugging his mother, and he's like so happy to be with her again. But then he's also like, where were you when they took me? Where were you like when everything happened to me? And then she's like in a panic, and then Vermin's attacking her, and his father has to step in with a gun, and then Vermin attacks him too. And that's when you also get more backstory into Vermin and what happened to him. Like I said, this book is very crucial for telling the narrative of Vermin, because we learned that Vermin was a regular scientist who was experimented on by Armin Zola and Zemo. So both of these two freaking Nazis, essentially, experimented on this scientist until they tweaked him the hell out and turned him into this rat monster. It's actually like really fucking sad. He doesn't want to be like this at all. He's tortured and he's trapped like this. He doesn't even really know who he is anymore. The ending of Child Within is also just like super freaking sad, man. So like we just talked about, Vermin's in the house. His dad pulls the gun on him. Spider-Man jumps in. The two end up fighting. Green Goblin comes. It's a whole mess. And Vermin's subdued after Green Goblin leaves. And the ending of this story, you just see Vermin's father sitting there replaying old family movies of like a child Vermin, or should I say Edward Wayland, and his father like swimming in the pool and like taking pictures together. And it's just like, holy shit, man, this is so sad. Because like, imagine you were Vermin's father. Like, is this... I'm not saying you gotta... I mean, he's wrong, right? He's neglecting his kid. He doesn't really know who his kid is. But also at the same time, like, he probably just feels so terrible that he wasn't there for them. Like, every parent feels that way. You can't always be there for your children. You just can't be. But that doesn't mean you're not going to feel terrible when terrible things happen to them and you couldn't stop it. Every parent wants to be their kid's superhero. So the ending of this book showing Vermin's dad feeling like he failed him is just so sad, man. And it really drives it home. Now, those are like the two most prominent storylines for Vermin. You'll see him in other storylines. There's even a storyline shortly after this called like The Death of Vermin, but like he clearly doesn't die because he shows up for countless years after this. But like even in a story like that, you can see like when Zemo comes back and he's like threatening Vermin to kill Kafka, the one woman who tried to help him out, if Spider-Man doesn't let Zemo go. It's like, dude, this character is so tragic and sad, and it's just so very well done. It's such a great, scary horror character because he's got so much nuance to him, and he's so tragic. He's not supposed to be like this. But for the most part, that's Vermin in the comics. If you haven't figured it out now, I'll just do a super duper 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 fast breakdown. It was a man who was a scientist. He gets experimented on by some really evil people, and then he turns into this rat man who pretty much lost all sense of who he was. And the little glimpses he has of himself, of who he was, it's honestly just torture to him. That's Vermin. That's a pretty good character in my opinion, especially if this character is strong enough to be able to throw hands with Captain America and Spider-Man at the same freaking time. At the same damn time. Like, that's crazy that he can do that. But let's talk about his adaptations, okay? Now, Vermin, like I said, he's a secondary antagonist in two of the best Spider-Man comics ever. He's been around for, like, what, 40 years now? You figured he'd be in a lot of adaptations. Maybe he made it into the 90s Spider-Man show? No, definitely didn't do that. But he would make it into the show that followed that one up, kind of. Because I couldn't say he, I should say she. In the following show, Spider-Man Unlimited, we see Spider-Man on an alter Earth? After Earth? It's just like a second Earth. On this Earth, there's animals that rule over the planet. The High Evolutionary, like, experimented on animals, and he managed to, you know, like, make these animals sentient, and they rule the planet, while humans are, like, the scourge of the Earth, and they're, like, the lower-class citizens of the planet. On this planet, the High Evolutionary has his own guard of high-ranking animals, one of them being Lady Vermin. Yes, Lady Vermin. She doesn't really have much to do with actual Vermin at all. She's, like, nothing like him. I honestly don't even know how I'm supposed to relate the two together because Vermin is a super tragic, sad character, man. It's just so depressing. And then Lady Vermin is just like working for the High Evolutionary. She's not sad or depressing. She has like a liking to Peter Parker, Spider-Man a little bit, and honestly, she's kind of bad. I didn't say that. Forget that. But either way, her role in this show does nothing to encapsulate Vermin from the comics. This is a terrible adaptation in the sense that it's nothing like the comics. It's fun adaptation, and I'm glad that they managed to, this entire show doesn't really have much of Spider-Man's mythos. I mean, they have some things, like there's a Kraven on this Earth, and there's like the Green Goblin's like a good guy over here, and then Venom and Carnage managed to come over with him. But like, this is like this planet's own Vermin too. I like that too. That's like Lady Vermin. They at least try to throw something from Spider-Man's mythos into the show. That's severely lacking in Spider-Man's mythos, which is strange because it's a Spider-Man show, but whatever. And then the next adaptation we're going to talk about for Vermin is his last one. It's the Amazing Spider-Man video game. In this game, you actually do have Edward Wayland, but Edward Wayland is not Vermin. Edward Wayland was trying to create a cure, and in doing so, he injected a rat with half of his DNA. So I guess you can make the argument that half of this rat is Edward Wayland, but either way, he injects this rat with half his DNA, passes out. So tired. Oh my God, I've been working on this cure for days. Passes out. Guess what happens? The rat just starts growing. The rat just becomes big. It becomes a bipedal. It starts eating Edward. Then the cops come and they bring him down, and then he escapes and he's in the sewers and you got to fight him, and there's rats all over the city. And it's just like, this is not the tragic, sad story I was looking for. Yet again, Lady Vermin was not, and neither is this. This is just a rat that was grown into a rat man, and now this said rat man is leading an uprising of rats in New York City. That's not sad. I mean, rats being experimented on obviously isn't great. That's pretty terrible. But outside of that, like I'm saying, it's not sad in the sense it's not like a human being experimented on by Nazis. No, it didn't happen. This rat accident happened because Edward Wayland was trying to help Kirk Connors. So at the end of the day, I don't think either of these adaptations could be ranked anything like above like a 2. They're both terrible in terms of adapting accurately, and that doesn't mean they're bad adaptations. It just means like in the sense that if you were looking to find a comic book Vermin in any adaptation, you will be looking for a very long time because he does not exist. All right, we got the adaptations out of the way. We've covered his comic books. Now, can we talk about it? I've been dying to talk about it. Let's talk about how you could adapt Vermin in a live-action setting. How could you do this? Yo, Dunk, how's that work? Dunk, how could you get this rat man to be a person in a setting like this? Let me tell you about this little project I got going on at Marvel. It's called the MCU, okay? So we're going to look at the MCU first. In the MCU, we have a Spider-Man, right? Okay, cool. Now, with that Spider-Man, we also need a Zemo, right? We need Zemo. Zemo's crucial to the creation of Vermin. He is his creator. There actually is a Zemo. The MCU already has an established Zemo in universe. He's not dead, totally alive, can totally work. There's no reason not to. Actually, Sony's contract with Marvel means that Marvel has to put in other MCU characters into the movie. Like, it's part of it. It's like an advertising thing, I guess, a part of their deal. Putting Zemo in this movie just satisfies that contract, no? Like, so there we go. So now we have Tom Holland's Spider-Man, and he is being Spider-Man. And we also have Zemo, and he's operating on people, working on people, and he turns this person into a rat man. You know, we don't necessarily need Zola, although Zola was artificial intelligence, so they could also just say that he survived the explosion from Captain America Winter Soldier. I think this is actually kind of a perfect way to do Vermin. The MCU actually has a lot of potential to do multiple Spider-Man storylines, and I think it could do them very well and do them fluidly. Currently, what we know is they're going to do Spider-Man Brand New Day. It's going to have Scorpion in it. It's going to have Tombstone in it. Hulk's going to be in it. A lot's going to be going on in this movie. But the next 2 movies after this, we don't know what the fuck is going on at all. So storylines I could see happening that happened from the comics, we've never seen before, accurately adapted. Spider-Man getting the black suit from Battleworld. That could totally happen now because they're going to go to Battleworld. We could see that in this movie or in the MCU. That'd be sick. What we could also see the Hobgoblin. Hobgoblin would work perfectly in the MCU. Think about it like this. The Hobgoblin's whole story is he gets his tech from the Green Goblin. Where'd the Green Goblin go? Back to the fucking Remy-verse. Guess where his tech probably could have stayed? In the MCU. Now you got a Hobgoblin storyline like that. So simple. And then lastly, like we just talked about, like this whole video is about Vermin. When you have Vermin, you have Spider-Man, you have Zemo, and then you could just have them make Vermin because both of these characters already exist within this universe. We hardly ever see a Spider-Man universe have Zemo featured in it. So now is a perfect time to feature Vermin as well, no? You could even go the horror route a little bit. It doesn't need to be rated R, although I'd love it. They'd never do it. but you could still go the horror route and have scary stuff in the movie with Vermin. For me, I just think this is a perfect time for the MCU to show off, like, yeah, we still got the juice, baby. Spider-Man has plenty of storylines we can do within the MCU, and we're gonna show you how good these storylines could fucking be. I think Vermin would be great to be done in a live-action adaptation. Can't imagine it would take too much special effects or anything. It could still be grounded. I know a lot of people love their grounded superhero stories for some reason, but you could still have it be bombastic because it's Spider-Man. Either way, this was just me trying to explain to you guys how Vermin could be adapted in an actual setting that works. I do think you'd also have to put a Kafka into the story as well. I like Dr. Kafka a lot in the relationship with Vermin, but I mean, we could find a Dr. Kafka better than the Amazing Spider-Man Dr. Kafka. Wasn't even a woman. Either way, though, that's pretty much all I got for Vermin. I had a blast talking about Vermin. He's, like I said, he's one of my favorite horror characters, and he's in 2 of the greatest Spider-Man comics ever. As a massive Spider-Man comic book fan, I think it's finally time we start putting Vermin in some stuff, because I want to finally start seeing Vermin in some stuff.
By the one, the only
Scorpion. This is the original Dark Foil of Spider-Man. Before Venom, this was the OG evil Spider-Man. This character used to be shown off as a hired worker for Jameson, who spies on Peter Parker to figure out how exactly Peter gets such good photos of Spider-Man. Matt Gargan is the Scorpion, and he used to be shown as a down-on-his-luck loser who never really could do anything right. The 60s show pretty much showed him like this, as did the 90s show. And other adaptations did well, but more recent adaptations have chosen to adapt the character in a completely different way. Matt Gargan appears in the MCU without being Scorpion, and he also appears in Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man as a full-blown Scorpion. In neither of these adaptations do you see Matt Gargan adapted as a fool loser who's down on his luck and gets hired by Jameson. Instead, they choose to make Matt Gargan into a gangster criminal, a hardened criminal, who's just straight up a menace to society. It's kind of crazy how he was once shown off as like a loser, and now he's pretty much a competent and serious gang leader. Why the change? Why no longer portray Scorpion and Matt Gargan as a tragic tale of a man who was taken advantage of? Now they choose to show him as a completely different character and a more competent villain. My goal in this video is to answer this very question at hand. We will look at Scorpion's first appearance to break down how he was originally intended, as well as look at some other comics to further understand who the Scorpion is in the comics. Then we will look at his adaptations, and hopefully we can notice a change over time from the loser Matt Gargan into a straight-up villain Matt Gargan. This video is all about Scorpion.
People are always trying to make me look ridiculous.
You are ridiculous, Gargan. But how would you like to get back at him and make a real name for yourself?
Me? Get back at Spider-Man? I'd kill for the chance.
Scorpion first appears in Amazing Spider-Man issue 20. This book is an all-time classic. Jameson pays Matt Gargan to follow around Peter Parker in order to figure out how exactly he gets such good pictures of Spider-Man. But Jameson actually loses interest in all that rah-rah, and he asks Matt Gargan to be a part of an experiment to take down Spider-Man. Gargan accepts and he becomes a Scorpion. But Gargan was not made aware of what effects could happen to his mind now that he was the Scorpion. Scorpion set out to complete his task of destroying Spider-Man. And when Scorpion finds Spider-Man, he actually manages to beat Spider-Man down badly. Scorpion won! He completed his goal. But Jameson never thought what might happen after Spider-Man is defeated. Scorpion thought, if Spider-Man can't stop me, why not become the big boss of this entire city? Nobody can stop me. So Scorpion then starts terrorizing all of New York City. And all Jameson could do was look on in dismay at the destruction he caused. You see, Jameson paid for the Scorpion's creation solely to defeat Spider-Man. This is all Jameson's fault. When Scorpion was offered a cure, he actually refuses the cure because he's so powerful and he doesn't want to go back to being a loser. The transformation was messing with Matt Gargan's brain and he couldn't even tell. Thankfully for all of New York City, Spider-Man gets up and manages to actually take down the Scorpion. And that ends the Scorpion's first appearance in Amazing Spider-Man issue 20. In that very issue, Scorpion is shown off as a nobody who gets hired off the streets by Jameson to become the Scorpion. This man is clearly not in the right place of mind and was taken advantage of and turned into a weapon, all because Jameson had a vendetta. But that's not the end of the Scorpion's story. It's far from it. He's actually still around to this very day. He just recently was in a Miles Morales Spider-Man comic. He also appeared 9 issues after this one in Amazing Spider-Man issue 29. This time, Scorpion's breaking out of jail specifically to get vengeance on both Jameson and Spider-Man. Spider-Man helped put Scorpion in jail, and Jameson's the one who turned Matt Gargan into this monster. They're both at fault in Matt Gargan's eyes. Scorpion breaks out of jail, and he's coming for Jameson. Spider-Man gets to Jameson in time, and a brawl ensues. Thankfully, again, for all of New York City, Spider-Man manages to ensnare Scorpion and subdue him. This issue goes to show you that Scorpion even identifies Jameson as a problem and the reason he's in this entire mess. This is Jameson's fault, okay? A very big part of Scorpion's story originally is that Jameson is the catalyst for Mac Gargan becoming a bad guy. He's not inherently a bad person, and we actually see this in later issues. In Spectacular Spider-Man 215 and 216, we see that Mac Gargan is out of his costume. He's more down to earth. He's actually learning that life might be a little bit better as a civilian, not as a criminal. He doesn't need to be a criminal to have a good life. He does don the Scorpion suit and fight Spider-Man, but he's trying to turn around his life. However, in the midst of a massive fight, Spider-Man accidentally hits an old man, and the Daily Bugle publicizes it. This man wasn't exactly innocent, and Spider-Man knew that Mac Gargan was connected. Mac Gargan professes he's pretty much done being a bad guy and he wants to do more with his life. Spider-Man, however, is in a real low point in his life. You see Aunt May's in the hospital, what's new? And among other dramas that are in his life, you know, like him just getting publicized for hitting an old innocent man who really wasn't innocent, Spider-Man is very angry in this moment. He wants Mac Gargan to just admit that he has some wrongdoing in this situation, that he was the reason I got Spider-Man all riled up. Mac's like, dude, I'm not trying to go and confess to that stuff. I'm really just trying to turn over a new leaf. For me, it's done. Spider-Man doesn't listen to any of this and literally just starts beating the brakes off of Scorpion. Just bodying this man. Spider-Man gets really violent, and like, I mean super violent, but luckily this green ooze engulfs his arm, and it stops Spider-Man from beating on Mac Gargan. Like I said, Spider-Man was in such a vicious state in Mac Gargan's mind. We can actually see, like with the text bubbles, this green ooze that just engulfs Spider-Man that nobody even understands what it is. Mac Gargan had no fear for it. He was afraid of one monster in the room and one monster only, and that was Spider-Man. Spider-Man, however, he's stuck with this green ooze and he begins to reflect on what just happened and how wrong he was. Mac professed that he didn't want to be a villain anymore and he wants to start his new life. Spider-Man just wanted a confession out of him, and that's just not the right thing to do. Spider-Man is supposed to be helping people, right? He's not judge, jury, and executioner. Mac Gargan is trying to say he wants to turn over a new leaf. Spider-Man should be trying to help him get off the streets and become a good guy. Spider-Man realizes in this moment that he's in the wrong and the ooze actually lets him go. We don't need to talk about the ooze. It's not necessary. It's very random. But I do want to talk about what this issue does. This issue shows you that Mac Gargan isn't inherently a bad person. He's not inherently evil and he's not inherently a villain. Like, he was taken advantage of when he was younger. He was offered the role of the Scorpion to stop Spider-Man, not knowing that it would affect his mind. When he becomes a Scorpion, he actually takes down the Spider-Man like he was supposed to, but the experiment started affecting his mind. He starts going crazy, lashes out on the entire city. None of this is really his fault. Originally, it was Jameson's fault, and Mac Gargan was just a loser, down in his luck guy who got taken advantage of. That's how the things go in the comics, though, okay? We need to take a look at some of the adaptations, though, and see exactly where things may begin to change. How is Scorpion adapted originally? How is he adapted over time? And when exactly did things change and start showing Scorpion as just a full-fledged criminal instead of a guy who may actually be a good person? Because to this day, in comics, Scorpion still tries to be a good person. He's had many moments in canon of being a borderline good person. Let's look at his adaptations and see exactly how he's shown in adaptations. However, before we do that, before we look at his adaptations, I need you all to comment down below. What is your favorite Scorpion adaptation? He's been around the block for a while, appearing in the very first Spider-Man adaptation ever created. He also appears in the very newest Spider-Man adaptation ever created. He's actually on both ends of the spectrum. So, I'm asking you all, which is your favorite version of the character? I'm going to continue onward, but please comment down below. Scorpion first appears in the 60s show, right? Scorpion appears in the 60s show, and this Scorpion's first appearance is spot on for the comics. You don't see much of Mac Gargan's backstory, but you see everything else in here. The way Scorpion shows off his abilities in this show is actually the exact same way as the comics. In this show, the Scorpion also is suffering from mental issues while under the effects of becoming the Scorpion, and it's making him evil, just like the comics. The entire first appearance is literally so spot on for the comics' first appearance, it's amazing. And his second appearance isn't too far off at first either. He breaks out of jail and hopes to get Jameson. This is spot on again. However, after that, things start to make a bit of a twist. Scorpion's powers are fading in the show, so he breaks into Stillwell's lab. Stillwell refuses to make him like the stronger Scorpion, so Scorpion just takes a bunch of drugs he could find himself, he musters up his own concoction, and he just drinks them all. This turns him into like a hilariously giant Scorpion, and Spider-Man must take down this giant Scorpion. The second appearance is a bit random. I'm not gonna lie, it's very inaccurate, but the beginning is all there, And all of this does show that Scorpion at this time was still shown as a character who may not want to be a villain, and it also showed that Jameson was clearly at fault for all of this. Scorpion broke out of jail trying to get Jameson. So that is all still there, and that is all still true. Nothing has changed yet. Next up, we have the 90s show. The 90s show actually shows Matt Gargan as more of a loser right off the bat, whereas the comics more so do this retroactively. However, the 90s show is a peak adaptation of Scorpion. Everything about this character is amazing. The mental health effects are there. Jameson funded the entire program still. That's still there. Stillwell is still the scientist behind it. This is a great version of the character off of rip. Like right off the bat, it's literally like ripped out of the comics. Everybody loved that. But his story continues in the show, and you get to see his struggles with being the Scorpion and how he wants to stop and be with the woman he loves. It's such a great adaptation of the character. They even show Matt Gargan's more willingness to turn straight because crime life just isn't for him. Deep down, he's not a criminal. That's not who he's supposed to be. Jameson turned him into a criminal. Scorpion wants to be a good person, but he can't figure out exactly how he's supposed to break free of the suit. And as anybody sees him walking down the street, they instantly think he's a criminal because they know who the Scorpion is. This adaptation is freaking peak. It's phenomenal. I feel like if we had more seasons like we were supposed to, we would have had more of Scorpion's story shown to us. Maybe he would have gotten out of the suit. But all things considered, this is a phenomenal adaptation, and it still shows Matt Gargan as a loser who's hired by Jameson, becomes a Scorpion. The Scorpion has like mental health effects on him. And yeah, that's all still there. No changes yet. So this is all still accurate. Now after this adaptation, Matt Gargan is notably in the MCU. He appears in Spider-Man Homecoming, and this Matt Gargan is not what you'd normally expect. He's not just some loser lowlife who Jameson preys upon and turns into the Scorpion. In fact, as of now, he's not even the Scorpion. What we do know, however, is he is a criminal with quite the rap sheet.
Who's the guy on the left? Matt Gargan. Extensive criminal record, including homicide.
This is kind of new for the character in Adaptations. The character is mainly known as and seen as a loser. Turning him into a gangster who's been to prison quite a few times is certainly a different direction to take the character. But other adaptations actually follow in suit. Scorpion was adapted in the 2017 cartoon, but they don't even give this character a backstory, so I'm not focusing on him. He's also adapted in other stuff too, like The Amazing Friends, but he also doesn't get a backstory there, and we're trying to look at the backstory, so I'm not going to even look at those adaptations. We are going to look at Marvel's Spider-Man, though. In Spider-Man by Insomniac, we also get to see Scorpion. This version of the character isn't featured too much outside of the boss fights, in which like he drugs you up and you're like mad confused and you gotta like swing around. Yeah, it's in both games. It's very delirium-inducing. But that's really all he's known for in these games. However, he does have his bio listed, and you could actually read that his storyline is very similar to the comics, but it also is more of the new school story mixed in. Before being in league with Jameson and Stillwell to become the Scorpion, Matt Gargan was actually a criminal prior to becoming the Scorpion in this universe. See, now this feels like a bit like the MCU Scorpion because he's a criminal and he's not really a good person at all before becoming the Scorpion, so when you turn him into the Scorpion, things just get worse. We don't necessarily know if the Scorpion actually affects his brain because it honestly looks like he was just a bad person before he even became the Scorpion. But this goes to show, even if they're going to say Stillwell and Jameson funded the project, they're still having Scorpion not be a good guy. You know, they're still having him be a criminal. It's still part of the change that we talked about that the MCU had. And then lastly, the last adaptation we're going to talk about today is the Your Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man version. And wow, this version is amazing. It's very different from the comics, but that doesn't mean it's bad. It's not bad at all, actually. I love it. This version of the character is a completely new version of the character. In the MCU, Scorpion hasn't become Scorpion yet. He's just Matt Gargan, but he was a gangster. Then you have Marvel's Spider-Man, and he was a criminal prior to becoming Scorpion, but Jameson and Stillwell had their hand in this creation. This Scorpion in Your Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man is like the MCU version, and he becomes a Scorpion without Jameson and Stillwell's involvement at all. It is a completely new version of the character, but like I said before, it's not bad by any means. In the baseline of the story, it's really good. This Scorpion is really cutthroat, he's really serious, he leads his gang, he leads it with an iron fist as well, and he's a great gang leader in the sense like everybody listens to him without question, without fail. They listen to his word. He's a super serious person in this show. And I think it's done really well. His fight with Spider-Man in the warehouse is no joke one of the best animated fight scenes we've ever had in an animated Spider-Man show. Like, it's amazing. But to me, this version of the character does further push Scorpion away from the dark mirror of Spider-Man and Peter Parker into just being straight up evil. Now, we've talked about some adaptations, okay? We talked about the early ones that showed him as like a down on his luck loser, and we talked about the more recent ones that shows him as a gangster thug. Why did they change? What made Marvel want to change how the character was going to be shown off to a wider audience of people? To me, my belief is because his role was already taken from him, right? As great as Scorpion is as a dark mirror to Spider-Man, you know, because Scorpions are literally like an eviler version of a spider, Venom is just so much better as a dark mirror to Spider-Man. The moment Venom comes out and he's adapted in the 90s show, this is like one of the largest, most popular versions of the character. And even in the comics, Venom was vastly more popular than Scorpion has ever been. Especially in the late 80s, early 90s. Venom could arguably be stated as the most popular Marvel character and a top 5 comic book character of the time frame. That is way more the claim than Scorpion has any claim to. So it makes sense that Marvel just decided over time, like, hey, this role's already with another character, right? Like, look at Spider-Verse versus Venomverse. These characters are a literal mirror of each other. They're perfect for each other, and everybody knows both of them. Where the Scorpion is a little lesser known. Why don't we change the Scorpion story a little bit, right? Let's just make him supremely evil, badass villain like he could be. People would love this. It's not taken away from Venom anymore. It's doing something new with the character, and maybe it'll get people to latch on to the character that they might not have before. That is exactly why I think they at least started changing what Scorpion was adapted as. Because his role was already taken from him by a character that's significantly more popular than him, and he was just going to waste away unless they decided to do something different with him. Taskmaster! The villain who can copy pretty much anyone's moves. He shows up plenty of times in Spider-Man media and Marvel adaptations in general. He's been in Spider-Man comics, cartoons, games. He's appeared in the MCU. He's been in multiple games, actually. Yet, whenever he appears, he's just adapted completely opposite to how he's actually shown in the comics. Not even like he's sort of different. No, it's the complete and utter opposite. Not even exaggerating. In this video, my goal is to point out and show you just how bad Taskmaster adaptations are. I'll use comics to show you all of who Taskmaster really is, highlighting him as a character, who his personality is, and just in general, what Taskmaster is like. Then we can talk about his adaptations and just how badly they missed the mark. But before we do that, I want to know down below what's your favorite Taskmaster adaptation and why. I need to know your opinions because this video, it's all about Taskmaster.
The name's Taskmaster.
Oh, decided to come clean?
Nice move. Give it up, Captain. I possess the techniques of the greatest fighters in the world.
Hey there, Slick. We meet again.
Taskmaster first appeared in Avengers 196, but he's fought multiple Spider-Men across all different comics and dimensions. Taskmaster in 616 has fought both Peter Parker and Miles Morales, and Spider-Punk actually has fought his very own Universal Taskmaster as well. He actually took on both of the Spider-Men together during Spider-Man 2. Like, this dude is a unit. Let's talk about who Taskmaster is a little bit in the comics of an overview. Taskmaster's name is Anthony Masters. He's a villain who's out to make cash. He's out to make the money, people. He's not like Kingpin, who aims to own like an entire crime lord and like rule a city. Like, that's not what Taskmaster's really here for. He's just trying to make some money. So realistically, he's a hired hitman. That's what you can classify him as. But he's not just a hitman, everybody. He has photographic reflexes that allow him to copy other superheroes' abilities and moves, and then he could use them for himself. This makes him quite the worthy combatant. It's why he first appears in an Avengers book in the first place. Taskmaster is really like that. He's copied pretty much all of the Avengers' abilities that he could. Now, he can't take some powers like Thor's powers of just striking down lightning upon people. No, Taskmaster does not have that ability. It's really more so he copies people's maneuvers. Any maneuver people can make, he can copy it with the same reflexes and speed that they have. He's taken shield skills from Cap, aim of Hawkeye. He uses Black Knight's sword-wielding ability. He could swing via rope just like he's Spider-Man. He's created his own like billy club just like he's Daredevil. This guy's a literal problem. Spider-Man has been quoted on saying himself he's like all of the Avengers wrapped into one person. And let's actually talk about that exact story because this is the first time that Spider-Man and Taskmaster ever ran into each other. It's Marvel Team Up 103. Spider-Man somehow ends up in Taskmaster's academy, where Taskmaster plans to use Spider-Man as a demonstration. He's trying to show off that superheroes ain't all of that. You see, Taskmaster, what he usually does is he trains low-level thugs. That's his thing. He wants to train these low-level thugs up. He shows them how to be better thugs, and then he pimps them out to the fat cats who need thugs, you know? That's literally his whole economic process. That's how he makes his living. He either takes jobs to kill people, or he brings in low-level thugs, shows them how to be better thugs, and then he sends them on their way after they pay him. That's literally what Taskmaster does. He plans on using Spider-Man as a demonstration, and the two get to brawling. It's quite the fight. Spider-Man has never fought Taskmaster before, so he's in for a battle. Taskmaster is really surprising Spider-Man as he uses all of the Avengers' skills he's learned against Spidey. He's throwing shields like Cap, he's using Black Knight's sword. Spider-Man tries to get the upper hand, and he literally has Taskmaster pretty much dead to rights. And then Taskmaster pulls his Daredevil-like Billy Club, and he knocks out Spider-Man. Taskmaster actually beats Spider-Man in their very first encounter. If it weren't for Ant-Man and his heroics, who knows what could have happened to Spider-Man right here. Taskmaster and Peter Parker Spider-Man would meet again in Amazing Spider-Man 308. This time, Spider-Man is searching for Mary Jane. You see, Mary Jane had been kidnapped and Spider-Man is not happy. Somehow, Spider-Man again accidentally stumbles into Taskmaster's training exercise, but this time, again, Spider-Man he's furious. He's looking for answers about Mary Jane. He completely throttles the low-level crooks, and when it comes to fighting Taskmaster, he is literally just bodying this dude. At every step of the way, Taskmaster is getting just throttled by Spider-Man because Spider-Man has the upper hand. He has to keep going on the back foot and outmaneuvering Spider-Man until he finally lures Spider-Man into a room with ammunitions, and he sets off the ammunitions to spread the two apart. He wants to get away from Spider-Man because he knows he's not going to beat him. Spider-Man says it in this exact comic. You beat me last time because I had nothing to fight for, buddy. But he's looking for Mary Jane, and he will kill a mofo for Mary Jane. He's wild. Taskmaster tells Spider-Man that he doesn't know who Mary Jane even is, though, and Spider-Man does believe him, and he leaves. After these two short stories, we can already tell that Taskmaster is quite the formidable opponent, right? When he's fighting an enraged Spider-Man, he still managed to escape and outmaneuver him. That's crazy. But then let's look at Spider-Man. Both Peter and Miles fight Taskmaster together, and he's able to take them both on. Both of them at the same time. The numerous fights they have, at no point do the Spider-Men beat Taskmaster. Maybe they knock him down for a little bit, but he actually still manages to escape or win every single fight he's in this entire comic. Taskmaster is like that, man. Heck, when he fights against Miles Morales' Spider-Man and Tiana, he manages to beat Spider-Man, just cleanly beat Spider-Man and capture Tiana. There's no stalemates, there was no running away from Taskmaster. I mean, he got what he wanted and then ran away because the fight was over. He won. There's one thing that you should take note of at this point when Taskmaster fights everybody is that he is no joke, right? He is no joke. This man is such a problem to fight. Again, Spider-Man is quoted on saying it's like fighting all the Avengers in one. But just because he is no joke doesn't mean he isn't a massive jokester. This character just be slinging out quips. He's so annoying, man. He talks out of the side of his neck constantly, just disrespecting people the entire time he's fighting them. God, he's such a wisecracker. It makes you wonder who he copied all these quips from. He's low-key like the villain version of Spider-Man when it comes to how amazing he is and powerful he is, but also being so goddamn annoying. At his core, Anthony Masters is Taskmaster, a highly trained fighter who will beat his opponent into the dirt and then roast him the entirety of the time he's doing it. I love this character. He's so freaking sick. The only problem is when you take him in any single adaptation he's ever been in, he's not a loudmouth. He's not Taskmaster at all. He doesn't feel like Taskmaster. You need those words. You need him being like the wisecracking asshole that he is. Take Taskmaster from the Black Widow movie. This is possibly the worst adaptation of any character that's ever been adapted. I mean, seriously, after everything I've told you, you guys have a pretty good understanding of who Taskmaster is, right? Well, then take a look at this character from the Black Widow movie, and you're going to tell me this is Taskmaster? This is a 0 out of 10. This is straight up ass. Trash. Basura. Spazzatura. Get it gone, man. I need it off of my screen. This is so terrible. Look at it. Look at the costume for starters, right? The MCU-ified Taskmaster's costume. Not surprised because they MCU-ify every costume. Apparently to make it more realistic and modernized. The skull mask couldn't work, so they turned it into skull motorcycle helmet. Okay. The regular costume couldn't work, so they made it into body armor. The shield's not even the right color. We can't even get the shield color right. Come on. Taskmaster also has plenty of godlike costumes in the comics. At least one other superb costume. They could have gone with this one too if they wanted to do a more serious look instead of the big goofy skull mask. The person who's underneath the mask is also not Anthony Masters.
You are not.
It's the main villain of the movie's daughter. I don't even know her name. I gotta look it up real quick. Hold on one second. It's Antonia. Okay. So instead of Anthony, it's Antonia. All right. Well, if you didn't notice this already, this Taskmaster is a woman, whereas Taskmaster in the comics is a man. Now, if they had the Taskmaster character at least something like the comics, I would have been okay with them, changing the gender. Not the end of the world to me. But no, the suit sucks. The helmet sucks. The character isn't Anthony Masters, and that sucks. And worst of all, the character doesn't even talk. She's got like one line at the end of the movie. That is it. This is straight up ass. Where's all the wisecracks? Why isn't she taunting her opponent as she's fighting them? This is not Taskmaster. Why isn't she shouting out where she stole her moves from? Where's the shield of Cap? Or where's the Hawkeye arrows? What is going on here? Not only is Taskmaster not Anthony Masters, it's an OC named Antonio Dreykov. Not only is Taskmaster's costume complete trash, but Taskmaster doesn't even talk like Taskmaster. Heck, Taskmaster doesn't even talk at all. How do we ruin such a peak character? Let's look at the 2 Spider-Man adaptations that we've ever seen, and we'll determine if they've gotten this fan favorite character right. Probably not, but we'll look at it. We'll start with the Ultimate Spider-Man show. Taskmaster here actually is way better than the MCU, I'm not gonna lie. It's not even close. This time, Taskmaster does talk.
I call it winning.
Gosh, the bar is in literally hell. But he's not a jokester. He's very sinister and straightforward. There's not much banter from him, more so just anger. The show actually does attempt to adapt some of his actual story. You know, you got him like training low-level crooks to be better crooks so he can send them out to the fat cats. Like, that's accurate. That's who he is. He also has like his own manor, and that's pretty sick too. I could see this as being like one of his headquarters where he trains people. And then the show actually adapts this really niche aspect of his character that Taskmaster can't adapt Deadpool's moves. This is in fact a thing in the comics. Deadpool is a very highly trained assassin, so you'd think he can copy his moves. But with all the randomness and fourth wall breakingness, Taskmaster just can't. He can't do it. And the show actually adapted that, and I think that's pretty cool. I love when shows adapt anything from the comics, or any media adapts anything from the comics. Just very random that they chose to adapt the fact that he can't copy Deadpool's moves, but they didn't want to copy the fact that he's a jokester. It's missing the jokes, people. The jokes make Taskmaster. Let's look at the next Spider-Man adaptation they've got. Marvel's Spider-Man for the PlayStation.
Prize me if you can.
Taskmaster in this is a straight up badass. This guy is so scary. When I first fought him, I actually was terrified. Like, real life me was scared because I was just playing Spider-Man, doing my own thing. And then all of a sudden, I just get tackled out of the air, and I'm fighting some guy who knows all of my moves out of nowhere. I was horrified. This Taskmaster has his own thugs. He trains us as well, so I like that. He can copy his opponent's moves just like the comics, but it's really done so well in this game, right? Like, obviously, they don't really have him copying or saying, like, shield of Captain America, aim of Hawkeye. Like, he doesn't say that in this game because these characters don't really show up, so it'd be weird if he was saying that stuff. Instead, he knows all of Spider-Man's actual finishers, and it looks really sick as he does them to you, too. You're like, oh, shit, that's my finisher. That looks so sick. I wish it wasn't none to me, though, I can't lie. That kind of looks like it hurt. This Taskmaster is so freaking good. This Taskmaster actually feels like a problem. He stunts on Spider-Man. He's such a hard person to beat. It feels like Taskmaster. Except, yet again, they forgot the jokes. The main part about Taskmaster they didn't add in. He's supposed to be annoying and obnoxious. It's like making a burger, everybody, right? When you have a burger, you got bun, you got patty, lettuce, tomato, cheese, ketchup, mustard, and then another bun, right? That's how you make a burger. And when it comes to the Taskmaster, when you don't add the comedy in, it's like you're giving me a burger without a burger. Like, yeah, sure, this Taskmaster in Marvel's Spider-Man could be the best bun of all time. It could have some of the finest cheese the world has ever seen. But I want my burger to have a burger on it, you know? Like, Taskmaster should be funny. Let's look at some more adaptations. Marvel's Avengers used Taskmaster. Is he funny there? No. How about Avengers Assembled? Is he funny there? No. How about the very unknown animated movie Iron Man and Captain America Heroes United? No. He's not funny there either. Can't any adaptation at least try to make the character feel like how he's actually supposed to feel from the comics? Oh yeah. He's in Marvel vs. Capcom 3, and he's literally perfect here. Perfect! He's so freaking good. From the costume design, look at him. It's spot on. It's literally the exact same thing as the comics. They also gave him his other 10 out of 10 alternate costume from the comics as well. This other iconic outfit. He's got the shield. It looks great. The skull looks great. White cape looks amazing. Oh, and he speaks. Wow, that's awesome. Instead of being mute, Taskmaster actually speaks. I love that. Oh, he actually goes a step further. He never shuts the fuck up. It's just like the comics. Wow, I love this. We have to listen to a few of these voice lines just to really get an understanding of how funny he is.
Kiss your mother with that face? Jeez.
Hey there, Slick. We meet again. Maybe I should show you how to use that shield. My version of a coonskin cap is basically me chewing on your skull. Any money in pest control? Guess we're about to find out. think you look good stuffed and mounted over my fireplace. Looks like Tony Stark needs a bodyguard.
Just listen to him when he's doing a combo. He never shuts the fuck up. He's taunting and stuff like the entire time. I love the way he says slick, by the way. This is just such a cool character. This is Taskmaster. This is him. All adaptations should strive to be like this. How multiple games, shows, and movies manage to mess it up is beyond me. The video game with over 56 characters it has to get right managed to get them right. How's that possible? I'm grateful it did. I really am. Marvel vs. Capcom 3 Taskmaster is the fucking best. He's perfect. But it's unbelievable that no other adaptation of this character has ever gotten him right. The Marvel vs. Capcom version of Taskmaster is just so much freaking better than the adaptations we get, like in, let's say, example, Black Widow, that it made me want to actually try and make the Black Widow one better by adding some voice lines over it. Listen to this. Let me know what you guys think before we continue the video.
Hey there, Slick. We meet again. Just like Cap. Shoulder throw. Now, which attack should I use on you, huh? Aim of Hawkeye! See ya! Secret move! Shield skills! Ha! 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 I know your moves! Judo throw! Nothing to it! Amateur! Ha! Hey-ya! Spidey swing! Sword of Black Knight! Weak! Here's the finish!
Taskmaster will be in Thunderbolts appearing next week, and I am certainly going to see it on the release day. I'm not gonna lie, I love this man, and I honestly love the idea of this movie. I want to see it so badly. My hopes for the character Taskmaster, I'm not gonna lie, I hope they kill her off. All signs are looking like Antonio is gonna die in the first place, so I hope she does die. And then in the end of the movie, the after credit scene, we get to see Anthony Masters, and he puts on the actual costume, and he's like, "Hey, Slick," something like that, man. I would love this. It'd be so peak.
Enough! It's payback time.
Mysterio, a true artist. This is one of Spider-Man's most notable and iconic villains. He's been a villain since damn near the beginning of Amazing Spider-Man comics. First appearing in Amazing Spider-Man 13, Quentin Beck has been terrorizing Spider-Man and the rest of New York City ever since. You see, Quentin Beck, he's a bit of a trickster. He first appears on the page, and his first plan is to dress up as Spider-Man, ruin his name, then dress up as Mysterio, beat the real Spider-Man so he himself will look like a hero to the rest of New York City. But secretly, he'll be a villain stealing money and no one will ever see the truth. After Mysterio dresses up as Spider-Man to frame him, he goes to the Daily Bugle as the Mysterio and tells them he will get rid of the Spider-Man problem himself to help save New York, just to further really, cement his proof that he's gonna be a good guy and get rid of the terror of New York, even though he's the real villain. Mysterio's first battle with Spider-Man on the Brooklyn Bridge it's pretty great. Mysterio and Spider-Man are going toe-to-toe with each other, and you don't really know who Mysterio is. He's got all these magical or mysterious powers you don't know of, and he really bodies Spider-Man with them. He just takes him down, sends him off the bridge, throws him off, and then he wins. He goes back to the Daily Bugle to try and collect his payment, and that's when Peter Parker, the real dude, puts a spider tracer on Mysterio. Peter Parker then goes as Spider-Man and chases down where his spider tracer leads him to. He finds Mysterio in an old abandoned movie studio. He catches Mysterio monologuing his entire plan, and Spider-Man records it on his tape recorder. The two then have an amazing battle yet again in the comic. Wow, 2 battles in 1 comic. And it's like through an entire movie set. It looks great and Spider-Man wins. The rest is history after that. Mysterio cemented as a longtime fan favorite Spider-Man villain. I mean, just look at his outfit. Look at his getup. He's so iconic looking, right? It's just like, you never seen anything like this before, Mysterio, that's for damn sure. The fishbowl? Who wears a fishbowl on their head? Mysterio would appear countless times throughout Spider-Man's mythos, whether it be again in Amazing Spider-Man issue 66, the earlier days, or something in the more current era. You'll see him in Nick Spencer's run. Mysterio's the villain for the original Spider-Man crossover. He's appeared in Daredevil as well. No matter where he is, he's a menace, man. My goal in this video is to establish who Mysterio is as a comic book character, and then we're going to talk about his adaptations, okay? So let's talk about Mysterio as a comic book character overall. Quentin Beck is an over-the-top, grandiose type of guy. He forces Spider-Man to really have to think outside the box or use his Spider Sense in order to beat him. Because Mysterio fights with illusions. Illusions on illusions on illusions. Sometimes these illusions get hit. Sometimes they're just like fake and they're just like, you know, like visions, or there'll be like lights on gas. So it's like not an actual solid object. But no matter what, it definitely gets people. People get tricked up by Mysterio all the time. It's why Spider-Man is such a great adversary for him, because Spider-Man has his Spider Sense to fight Mysterio. Somebody like Wolverine, I don't know if you guys have ever read the Old Man Wolverine story, the alternate universe story. He doesn't actually realize Mysterio's got these illusions, and Mysterio ends up tricking Wolverine into killing the entirety of the X-Men in this alternate universe. You kind of have to have some way of understanding the illusions, otherwise you might fall for them pretty easily because he's so high-tech with them. But overall, Mysterio doesn't have like magic powers or anything. No, he has illusions, and these illusions sometimes are just very crazy, very insane. But he's not a magician, okay? He's not like Doctor Strange, he's not a sorcerer. Mysterio, for the most part, he's not really out to kill. He's usually out just to rob people and get money. He's probably tried to kill Spider-Man. I shouldn't say probably. He's tried to kill Spider-Man a few times over his history, but like his main goal, obviously, is just to get money and get rich. Mysterio has been adapted plenty of times, whether it be in the movies, games, TV shows, you name it. Some better than others. Today, we're going to talk about a few of Mysterio's adaptations, whether they be good or bad. They are definitely notable. We're going to jump right into his adaptations, but before we do so, before we start this, I need y'all to tell me your favorite Mysterio adaptation down below, okay? He's in so many goddamn things. You have so many to choose from. You got the 60s Spider-Man show, the 80s Spider-Man show, Amazing Friends. He's in the 90s show. He's in the Ultimate Spider-Man show. He's in Spectacular Spider-Man. He's in plenty of video games. He has like a Game Boy Advance video game named after him. He's been in the MCU. He's been in so many places. So there's plenty of adaptations for you guys to choose from. Please let me know down below which one is your favorite. We're going to first start at the MCU. MCU's Mysterio is very well done. I actually really like this character. There's something about the character you can't ignore. There's like a black stain on him we will talk about, but it does a lot more good than bad in my opinion. Mysterio in this movie, or in the franchise, the MCU, Mysterio's Quentin Beck, portrayed by Jake Gyllenhaal, and man, is this man a trickster. They got that part down right. He's able to fool many of the world's smartest people, or at least their stand-in aliens, as well as Peter Parker, into thinking that Mysterio is a hero from another dimension who chased a set of elemental demons to this current Earth after they destroyed his Earth. Who would believe this? It's so wild. What an absolutely insane story. You gotta be like the biggest trickster of all time to get people to believe this. Luckily, Mysterio really just might be, because Mysterio pulls it off and everybody believes him. An insane lie. Mysterio's illusion is all about his technology and his effects. I freaking love it. You have all these giant, monstrous elementals, whether they be like a water elemental or a fire elemental, and these things are actually like causing a threat to people around. People see the lava, they see the water flying everywhere, so people think this is all real, and it's true. In actuality, it's not. It's just all effects, because Mysterio's really like that. I love how the MCU Mysterio just like so good at what he does. He does have a team who works with him, and I think that's a bit lame personally. I'm not a big fan of him having a team, but his character looks phenomenal. I am honestly shocked that they gave him the fishbowl. I really am. And obviously Mysterio needs his fishbowl to be Mysterio, but we've seen countless MCU adaptations that just are terrible. You know, they're like, this is too goofy, it would never work, so we can't do it. Like The Leader, or like Taskmaster. But they gave Mysterio his goofy-ass fishbowl helmet. I loved it. He looks phenomenal. Like his cape and everything, it looks great. This is a phenomenal suit in live action. Mysterio also gives us one of the best live-action Spider-Man scenes of all time. When Spider-Man has to be like fighting through his illusions, this scene is so freaking peak. Like, so peak. From the team who created this Mysterio, all the way to Jake Gyllenhaal, all the way to the special effects team who helped work on it, they freaking cooked, bro. The one issue I have, however, is just how closely his story is tied to Iron Man. I hate that everything in the entirety of the MCU is related to Iron Man. It's like he's a Nexus being or something. An entire universe, heck, multiverse of stories to pull from, and yet everything is linked to the one guy. Come on! Both of Spider-Man villains, and now an alternate universe Doctor Doom as well. Thanos was linked to him. Come on. It just gets boring after a while. I really think having Mysterio just be like his own thing and being like a disgraced FX guy would be better than having him be related to Iron Man, like with Iron Man firing him for his program he made. I just think it's so lame. You don't need everything to relate back. Outside of that, though, this Mysterio is utterly phenomenal. I love this Mysterio. I think the MCU Mysterio was very well done, honestly. I think both the Spider-Man villains in the MCU have both been very well done. It's just the only problem they both have is they're both related to Tony Stark in some manner. I think that's kind of lame. Next one we're going to talk about is a show I actually don't talk about often. It's the Ultimate Spider-Man show. This show doesn't really actually do like a present tense version of Mysterio. You see, in this show, you really only see a backstory for Mysterio. Spider-Man tells us about Mysterio, and he talks about how Mysterio used to be a stage magician. And then he turned to a life of crime, which is pretty close to accurate. And then his last fight with Spider-Man was on the Brooklyn Bridge before he fell off the Brooklyn Bridge and disappeared forever. Obviously, this isn't accurate, but at least it's on the Brooklyn Bridge. That's pretty good. Ultimate Spider-Man's pretty solid on that one. I'm literally shocked. The rest of the episode is a bit odd, I'm not gonna lie. Mysterio's daughter Francine assumes the name of Mysterio and wears the helmet, and it turns out Dormammu actually put like a spell inside the helmet, so now these illusions are becoming real things, and the real Mysterio actually didn't disappear, he was actually trapped inside the helmet. It gets a little bit off the rails. Moon Knight's here too for some reason, talking to the moon, but the initial story was solid, and I like that, and I want to talk about Ultimate Spider-Man if they were gonna do something, because I feel like I don't talk about it often, so I will bring this one up. Ultimate Spider-Man, Mysterio's past tense story, it was pretty good. Spectacular Spider-Man. Mysterio in Spectacular Spider-Man is much like how you'd expect him to be, but with a bit more nuance and twang to it, in my opinion. I mean, for starters, you do get Mysterio versus Spider-Man in a workshop area just like the comics, and you've got to love that, right? We love comic accurate stuff. This Mysterio uses very interesting robots and illusions to fight for him, so there's like multiple Mysterios, you never know who's like the real one. And also, since we're talking about fighting and combat, this version of Mysterio may give us possibly the best animated Spider-Man scene we've ever seen, as he has to lock in and fight Mysterio's illusions like with his spider sense. It's really giving Ultra Instinct Goku vibes. I love that. And now I just want to talk about the little twang I mentioned earlier. The reason I really like this Mysterio is because I really feel like they like really went the extra mile to show that this guy like thinks he's amazing, thinks he's the greatest, thinks he's like just the next hot shit. And I really like that. That's exactly what you think a disgraced FX person would think, right? This mindset that they give him in Spectacular Spider-Man really feels so perfect. I love, like, after his fight with Spider-Man, it turns out that he wasn't really there. It was actually another robot.
But you're a fool. Why make your android look just like you? You could have made it look like anyone.
And let anyone take credit for the role of Mysterio?
Actors.
I think that little twang really helps make this Mysterio set above most of the other Mysterios, in my opinion. It really makes him feel like an actual authentic character, like they gave a little more nuance to him, and I loved it. In the 90s show, we also have Mysterio, and this Mysterio's also done freaking great. Much like the original comic, we see Mysterio's first trying to impersonate Spider-Man to make him look bad. Straight out of the comic book. Except that this isn't their first encounter, that's really the only difference. It's a nice nod as like an homage to the comics, but it's telling its own story. Mysterio and Spider-Man then, of course, have their fight on the bridge just like the original comics too. Freaking godlike. And this is like super duper accurate. Like when you're reading the comics, there's like these like little light balls are fighting and hitting Spider-Man. They actually put that in the 90s show as well. They literally put these like little light balls hitting Spider-Man just like the comic. I love that. And the fight ends with Mysterio beating Spider-Man and Spider-Man falling into the water and being presumed dead, which is just like the comics. I love that. This Mysterio is also part of the show's version of the Sinister Six, known as the Insidious Six, and he's presumed dead at the end of the show as well. I love his entire character arc. I think they gave the character more of like a feeling of being human. He may not be like Spectacular Spider-Man's Mysterio, where it's like, wow, they really made Mysterio feel more Mysterio somehow. This one just feels like a regular human, and that's a good thing too. Because he dies and he gives up his life saving Spider-Man and Mary Jane because he wants to be with the woman he loves, and like the building's collapsing on her. He's like, you guys gotta get out of here, let me just stay with her. And I really like that, honestly. It made Mysterio feel like somebody you can actually relate to, you know? Even though he's made all these bad decisions in life, he's still not defined by all the bad decisions he's made in life. We got a few more adaptations. We're not done here. This is gonna be the last show I talk about. It's the 60s show. God, the 60s show does Mysterio damn near perfectly. The episode starts off with Mysterio robbing a bank dressed as Spider-Man, literally right out of the first appearance of the comic. Then Mysterio reveals his plan to frame Spider-Man and then beat him up so he can be a hero. Same thing here, right out of the comics. Mysterio goes to the Daily Bugle and says that he's going to stop Spider-Man to save the city. Right out of the comics, and it happens here as well. The two fight on the Brooklyn Bridge, just like the comics. The fight is damn near identical to the comics as well, too. Like, he's like stopping the web ball with like this magicalness. You don't really understand what it is at the time. Legit damn near 1-to-1. The only scene that's slightly different is this hilarious scene over here when Mysterio goes to get his money from J. Jonah Jameson. J. Jonah Jameson's like, well, we're not sure Spider-Man's actually dead yet, so he rips the money in half and he says, you'll get the other half later. This makes no sense, and it's the reason why I love this show, man. It's so fucking funny. And then in this moment, Peter puts a spider tracer on him, just like in the comics. He tracks down Mysterio down to his studio, the abandoned studio we talked about earlier. Makes him confess, and he gets it all on his tape recorder, just like the comics. They have a huge fight on the movie set, just like the comics. This episode is so freaking peak. It's a peak adaptation of Mysterio. It's literally 1-to-1, 10 out of 10, 60 show. You did your thing with Mysterio. We got to give credit where credit's due. A little round of applause. All right, we're going to start moving to some video games. I have 3 different video games I want to talk about. Just 3. First one being the Spider-Man 2000s video game. I don't feel like I talk about this video game enough because it's so goddamn fire. I really should talk about it more. But Mysterio appears in the 2000 Spider-Man game, and his mission is so damn iconic. I played this game legit 2 decades ago, and I still remember this mission. It's insane. For starters, the fight starts with Mysterio disguised as Spider-Man, and then it's just an homage to the OG comic book yet again. Mysterio, when he shows up, he likes to pretend to be Spider-Man for some reason. I don't know. I like to pretend to be Spider-Man, so I got you, Mysterio. I understand you. But the fight itself is literally crazy. He shapeshifts from Spider-Man into himself, and he just grows to be a monstrously big Mysterio. And it's so goofy in the best way possible. I love this fight, and I love this game. After you beat him too, you get to hear Mysterio's classic glib. I love the voice actor. I love the voice acting. It's all great. A phenomenal Mysterio here in the 2000s video game.
Find all this.
I'll never tell you. Mysterio may be defeated, but the symbiote invasion cannot be stopped.
Symbiote invasion? There are more of them?
You fool! There will be more than you can imagine. That fog which blankets the city is preparing everyone in New York for symbiosis.
Shattered Dimensions. This version of the character is very odd to me. I've talked about this before in a video I made quite a bit ago, my worst adaptations of every character. This is, in my opinion, the worst adaptation of Mysterio. And it's not like an affront to God. It's not like super duper bad. It's not horrible. I just find it really weird that Mysterio is this multiversal villain. I know he appears in Spider-Man as a villain who's going between the multiverse, jumping dimensions. I hated him there too. I don't think that's really his game, personally. I think it's a bit above his weight class when the way you're showing him punch at. But in this, it's even worse because he really becomes that multiversal threat. One, it's about 4 different universes. It's not just 2 universes, so he's just jumping back and forth. It really feels like he's got this multiversal master plan, and he's trying to take over the multiverse. It just seems well above Mysterio's pay grade. I do like that they try to do a change on the outfit. It's not better than the OG, but hey, you don't get innovation without trying something new. Gonna give credit there. But overall, I just don't really like this Mysterio. I thought it was a very odd choice to have him be the main villain of the game. The last video game we're gonna touch on is Mysterio in Marvel's Spider-Man 2. His inclusion feels not needed. I'm not gonna lie. This is not a good Mysterio either. For some reason, you only interact with Mysterio when you're playing as Miles Morales Spider-Man instead of Peter Parker Spider-Man. The Spider-Man he's more so known for fighting. The story itself is mysterious. Mysterio's trying to reform himself. He's released from prison, so he starts his own entertainment system, an entertainment studio. His business partners are actually the ones running the shady operations behind it, and they think they can use Quentin Beck to be the fall guy. Long story short, you beat the whole missions and stuff. You find out Quentin Beck is not the bad guy, and then his assistants get arrested, or his colleagues get arrested. For me, I just thought this was super lame. One, you're not even fighting Mysterio, right? At this point in the game, at least if Mysterio was the person who was up to it and behind it all, at least you're fighting Mysterio. But no, we actually don't fight Mysterio in the entirety of Spider-Man's history. In the first Spider-Man game, he's not there, and Miles Morales Spider-Man is not there, and in this game, it's this new thing with his colleagues, right? So it's just super duper lame that Mysterio in this universe is just a villain, and then off screen, before the universe even starts for us, he becomes a good guy, or a reformed good guy. That's super duper lame. I don't need to see that, right? Does anybody else care to see that? No, we want to see Mysterio actually be a bad guy and we want to take him down. Maybe you want to have him reform after that, that's cool, but it doesn't do anything for us as we play the game to just see a reformed Mysterio. On top of that, he should be fighting Peter Parker's Spider-Man. These two have their entirety of their history together. The only time I can believe he fought Miles Morales Spider-Man was during the Spider-Man event, which is when Peter Parker was also there still. If you want to use Miles Morales Spider-Man to fight specific villains, you should have him fight his specific villains, especially if it's going to be a side mission for his story, right? You have Frost Sparrow, you have Bumbler, you have Rabble, you have all of these characters over here. There's plenty of more, by the way. I'll put them all up on the screen. But you have all these characters over here that you can choose from for a Miles Morales Spider-Man side villain for this game, and they didn't choose a single one. They only chose Peter Parker Spider-Man villains, so that's another reason why I thought this was a bit lame. Throughout all of Mysterio's adaptations, he's done some very crazy illusions, okay? I put together a montage, in my opinion, of the best and my favorite illusions in all of his adaptations. Please take a look, everybody. Take a look at the best of Mysterio's work.
Portalis Alphalinum!
Just follow the yellow brick road.
Holograms! That's the Incredible Hulk! This is my Hulk!
There's a certain irony here.
I was waiting for technology to catch up to my vision, and now, thanks to you, my illusions are inescapable.
I will crush you once and for all!
Before I end this video, I feel like I should talk about my favorite adaptation personally. Personally, I think Mysterio and Spectacular Spider-Man is my favorite, although I will say the 60s Mysterio is just perfect. Like, that is right out of the comic book. They just took his storyline and put it on the screen. You have a one-to-one adaptation. People say we can't get one-to-one adaptations, but they were apparently already doing it. The 60s show did it a few times, actually. So, we got to give credit where it's credit's due. The 60s one is definitely the best one. My favorite is Spectacular Spider-Man because they made him feel more like a cocky asshole rather than just like a stern, serious guy. And I feel like that's what more of like a disgraced studio director FX guy would be like. That's just my opinion, though.
Don't move. Just listen.
Tombstone is rumored to be the main villain of Spider-Man Brand New Day, alongside Scorpion. With that, I wanted to do a deep dive into Tombstone's character, break him down, talk about his comics, and then go over how his adaptations use his comics to make his character. This man, Tombstone, has tormented Spider-Man's loved ones. He's tormented New York City. Heck, he's even tormented Spider-Man himself. He's a ruthless crime boss, and if you've seen him in Spectacular Spider-Man, you know just how brutal he can be. But at the same time, the 90s show portrays Tombstone to be a way more personal villain who helps bring characters like Robbie Robertson to the forefront of the story. Somehow, both of these shows do their own stories with Tombstone, but both are accurate. Before we jump into this video, I just gotta know, what is your favorite Tombstone adaptation? Please let me know down below. Tombstone is shown off in many different ways in the comics. Only thing for sure is, throughout his comic history, he's evil and twisted. In the comics, Tombstone is shown at various power levels, but narratively, he's strongest to me in his first appearance. This storyline just makes Tombstone feel like an actual character, while also including Robbie and making him feel more like a character as well. Tombstone appears in like 1 or 2 issues of Spider-Man, initially just like popping up in New York City and scaring the hell out of Robbie Robertson. But you don't necessarily know why, or even who he is. And then you get to Spectacular Spider-Man issue 139, and you get the full-fledged backstory between Robbie and Tombstone. Robbie leaves a tape recording for Peter Parker with the full backstory, and Spider-Man plays it. Tombstone's real name is Lonnie Lincoln, and he and Robbie attended high school together. While in high school together, Robbie was running the paper, and, well, Lonnie was a school bully. To the extent where Robbie was even writing a paper about how much of a bully Lonnie is. It's crazy. Have you guys ever read your school paper? Imagine you open up your school paper to find out somebody wrote an article about you, about how much of a bully you are, which Lonnie was, so it wasn't without, like, cause, but it's just insanity that this would ever be approved about another student in the class. You'd think they would just, like, get in trouble for the stuff they were doing, but I digress. So Robbie was going to write this paper on him, and Lonnie's like, nah, I don't think so. So Lonnie beats the brakes off of him until Robbie agrees that he's not going to write the paper. This actually crushed Robbie. It broke him so badly he swore he'd report every story and never go back on his word. But later, after moving to Philly, he got a job as a crime beat reporter. On the job, he got a call that a man knew who had killed a recently slain mafia boss. Robbie raced over to the caller to get the information in person, but when he arrived, Tombstone was there. He had already strangled the man to death. Robbie was flustered, and Tombstone was pretty much just like, "You're not going to report it, old Robbie pal, right?" And Robbie was scared. So Robbie was so scared, he fled the town immediately, packed up his things and family, and he moved to New York City and got a job at the Bugle. This is where we are now, where him and Tombstone had their most recent run-in. Spider-Man hears all this on the tapes, and he's just like, "Damn, I gotta find Robbie. He could be in trouble." He can't really find him, so he goes and finds somebody who knows where Tombstone is, and he tells him where Tombstone's gonna be. Tombstone and Robbie were both at Battery Park. Robbie had met with Tombstone in Battery Park and tried to give him a citizen's arrest. This is when Tombstone attacked Robbie, and Robbie quickly pulls out a gun and shoots Tombstone, but the bullet hits Tombstone's vest. Tombstone then pulls a Bane on this man, and he literally breaks Robbie's back. Spider-Man arrives just too late, as all he sees on the ground is Robbie broken. Just literally broken. It's wild. But the story continues. Robbie is in the hospital, and he would wake up to his loved ones being around him, and Spider-Man outside the window listening in like, "Damn, Robbie's really hurt. I gotta go swing off and see if I can find more information." And then his family also leaves the room too. But who was secretly hiding in the room all along? Tombstone. Tombstone had warned Robbie that if he were to tell anybody of anything that had happened, he would kill his entire family, and this broke Robbie. He was already physically broken and destroyed, but now he was both mentally and spiritually broken as well. He would go and tell Peter Parker not to report anything that happened on the tapes that he had told him. Peter Parker's a little irate. He's kind of pissed. He's like, "This guy is evil. You're going to let him tell you what to do? You said you would never go back on your word. Now you're going back on your word again." And, he's trying to figure out what had happened there, And he does learn that Tombstone was willing to kill Robbie's family, so Robbie had to back off. Spider-Man does his own research to figure out exactly what's going on, and he runs into the Punisher. The two look like they're going to fight each other, but Spider-Man and Punisher just actually end up talking things out on a boat. But Tombstone had trailed them to the boat, and he had his men wait there. He had his men waiting there until the moment was just right for them to attack Frank Castle, because Tombstone was paid by Kingpin to get Frank Castle to follow them and lure him into their trap. At the same time, though, Tombstone notices that Spider-Man's swinging away from the Punisher, and Tombstone questions to himself, "I wonder if I could beat a costume clown like Spider-Man." Well, as you'd have it, these two would get a fight against one another when Tombstone is looking for Peter to get the tape recording. He tells Peter to meet him at a location, but of course, Spider-Man shows up instead. When he does arrive, Tombstone's actually hiding, waiting, and he surprise attacks Spider-Man, and he's getting his rocks off. He's trouncing the old webhead a bit. This is until Spider-Man stops messing around, and he beats the ever-living breaks off of Tombstone. At the same time, though, Robbie gathers the people of the Bugle to his hospital bed so he can make an official statement regarding Tombstone and all of his crimes. It's flashing back and forth. We see Spider-Man fighting, and we see Robbie bringing justice to the situation. It's all beautiful on all fronts. You have a superhero standing up to a supervillain. You have a civilian standing up to a supervillain. It's all beautiful. I loved it. One thing I do want us to go back to really quickly, super briefly, is the fact that Tombstone's over here saying, "I wonder how I would fare against that costume clown." Well, buddy, I think we found out just well and dandy and good just how you would fare against this costume clown we all like to call the webhead. You got smoked, buddy. Absolutely dominated. But what could be the most interesting part of it all is at the ending of the fight between Spider-Man and Tombstone. Before Spider-Man delivers the final blow, knocking him off the building into some rubble, he asks Tombstone why he didn't kill Robbie. That's when Tombstone replies, "How could I kill Robbie? That's my friend." It's like, damn, he was a terrible, terrible person to Robbie. But in his own mind, this was someone he actually didn't want to have to get rid of. Robbie had theorized Tombstone killed over 100 people. So clearly the man had no qualms with murder. He had no problems murdering people. But Lonnie Lincoln just couldn't murder his friend Robbie Roberson. Just couldn't do it. They even have another arc after this where they're both in prison together as well. And you can really see Tombstone thought of him as a friend in his own sick and twisted way. Really twisted and sick, honestly. I love these two characters' dynamic, and I love how it brings Robbie to the forefront of Amazing Spider-Man. That's really what I love so much about Amazing Spider-Man back in the day. You have Spider-Man and his adventures, but his adventures almost always looped back into his Peter Parker side life somehow, right? People like J. Jonah Jameson getting attacked by a scorpion and Spider-Man getting into the mix. Venom coming to his house, knocking on his door, meeting Aunt May, like stuff like that. Like, yeah, he's got these problems he gets from being Spider-Man, but it somehow loops around to Peter Parker. Kind of like how Robbie is now being looped into the fray because of something that happened to him earlier, and it's also Spider-Man's villain as well. That's what I really like about Tombstone having a strong narrative. He does help bring the rest of the mythos full circle. More recently, though, in the comics, you'll find Tombstone as the main villain for the Zeb Wells run. I don't really like this run, but I'm not going to lie, Tombstone's part in it was definitely not the worst thing in it. It actually had some solid beats. In this run, he's the big bad of New York City. He rules the crime world while also being vastly stronger than he ever was shown to be before. Like, he's like beating the brakes off of Spider-Man, even though back in the day he was getting trounced by him. What I did like about Zeb Wells' Tombstone was they managed to have him still be smart. He was able to outsmart Spider-Man in certain facets, you know? He would trick him because, you know, he's a crime lord, and this is a world that Spider-Man is not really known to indulge himself with. Yes, Spider-Man is a super genius, but is he a crime lord super genius? I don't think so, personally. So I personally do like that facet of the Zeb Wells run. At least when you put it like singled out like that. I don't mind it. I think it's pretty solid, and I like it. Especially because they also show Spider-Man getting the upper hand on him as well once he gets used to like, Tombstone's tricks and whatnot. So overall, I think that's a very well done part about it. But I prefer the character in a more personal role with Robbie. I think it just really helps bring the whole mythos around full circle. But when you look at Zeb Wells, it's not terrible. I think the worst part of it that we all have to recognize and just like we can really reconcile with each other is that this character should not be this strong. Tombstone should never be shown to be this strong. He was being Spider-Man like left and right in this entire run. And like that doesn't make any sense to me because Spider-Man's taken on people well above Tombstone. So for me personally, that's the only real major issue I had. Tombstone getting out of jail constantly is kind of a thing about his character, so I can't even fault that too much. It was annoying in the run, but that's also an annoying thing about Tombstone he's always been able to do. So that's fine to me. It's really just how strong they showed him. It's like, dude, he's not that guy, pal. He's not that guy. Tombstone in the comics was originally shown to be a smaller scale villain. He wasn't too powerful or strong, and he had a connection with Robbie that links him with Spider-Man. But nowadays, Tombstone has shown to be a much more capable and powerful villain. A character that has shown both so small time and narrative base, but also shown to be so powerful and damn near like Kingpin Jr. when it came to this criminal empire, allows you to adapt him pretty much any way you want. You know, he was shown in different lights. I mean, one adaptation in particular had him in the role of Kingpin essentially, but they still managed to give the character a great narrative. But I say this to say the character's pretty open-ended at this point, and in my opinion, there's not too many ways you can adapt him wrong. Heck, some adaptations give him a completely new story entirely, and still a strong narrative is delivered in that story. And others hardly give him any narratives to work with, and it's still fun to see the character. Let's talk about some of Tombstone's adaptations.
I'm gonna take you down once and for all.
And how do you plan to pull that off?
Simple. I'm not afraid of the police.
No!
The first ever adaptation of Tombstone was in the 90s cartoon, and this version of the character does a narrative with Robbie Roberson. This is probably my favorite adaptation of the character because it's pretty akin to the comics. It's not the exact same, but it's definitely the closest you have on the list, and it's pretty good too. It's not the exact same storyline for Tombstone bullying Robbie into not writing a paper when they're in high school, but the show does have Tombstone and Robbie both as childhood friends, and ever since their past when Lonnie was found guilty of a crime they were both at the scene of the crime for, Robbie has been scared of Lonnie going for revenge. That is until Lonnie finally does go for revenge, and he gets Randy wrapped up in all of his gang's mess. Yeah, he gets Robbie's son wrapped up into it. Robbie has to stand up for his family and show his son Randy, no matter how scary someone is, you have to do what's right. Banger storyline, right people? This is amazing. This show actually does another storyline in which Robbie is framed and goes to jail. While in there, it's revealed it was all ploy by Tombstone to get Robbie inside the same jail cell that he's in for ratting him out. This is quite literally the actual comic book storyline. How he gets in the jail? Way different. Don't get me wrong, that's different. But Tombstone getting Robbie in the jail so he can mess with him for ratting on him, that actually happens in the comics. It's so perfect. It's so good. I love how accurate this show is and just how much of an emphasis this show puts on Robbie and Tombstone's dynamic. That's literally how he was introduced. So in my opinion, it's the best way to adapt him. I love this adaptation. Spectacular Spider-Man would use Tombstone in a completely different way from his first adaptation in the 90s though.
In my life, I've been called many names. My favorite is Tombstone.
Whereas the 90s show had Robbie and Tombstone's personal dynamic, Spectacular Spider-Man did not. Instead, it features Tombstone as the crime boss for all of New York City. This is actually due to rights issues. It was supposed to be Kingpin, but they had to go with Tombstone instead to fill the role. I actually don't think it's a bad choice, though. Like we said earlier in this video, Zeb Wells would also use Tombstone to be a massive crime boss ruling over all of New York City. It's not far-fetched that this could happen, but what's crazy is Spectacular Spider-Man came out first. It came out like 15 years beforehand, if not more. About 15 years or so. So it's just pretty cool that Spectacular Spider-Man's like, this is a great idea, and then like a couple decade and plus later, a writer's like, yeah, this is a great idea. So I like that a lot. The show has Tombstone be cunning, strong, and evil, but he was always rational when he could be to not let anyone know who he really was. He didn't want anyone to know he's the literal kingpin of crime. As the big boss, it's actually his plan in the show to go through Oscorp to help create supervillains to distract Spider-Man so Tombstone can continue to run his criminal enterprise. It's actually so well done too. It's not too accurate, but the showrunners wrote it so well that the narrative changes don't matter. It's just a genuinely well-written character and a badass show. To me, the character is most interesting when he has to work with others or keep his identity secret. Like the 2 times he works with Spider-Man to fight the Green Goblin in this show, both are peak. You have the ultimate good guy versus the ultimate bad guy of the show, and they have to team up to fight the ultimate crazy guy of the show. But then you've got like scenes when Tombstone is at the opera. Him and all the villains are fighting each other and the civilians are onlooking, so Tombstone chooses to help Spider-Man out because he doesn't want to look like a bad guy in front of the civilians. He has an image to uphold. But then when they go underground in the sewers, Tombstone betrays Spider-Man and literally tries to kill him where no one can see. I love this so much because much like Spider-Man, Tombstone has his own secret identity he wants to conceal, and it really helps him mirror Spider-Man in this show. This show does a phenomenal job with its Tombstone adaptation. Next up, we got your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, and in this version of Tombstone is completely new. He's not really based on any comics I've ever read. Lonnie Lincoln was never a classmate of Peter Parker's. If anything, he's usually shown to be like 20 years older, if not more.
Man, it took you long enough. Yeah, sorry, Tombstone.
This version is nothing like the comics, so it's certainly not accurate. However, I found this narrative still very compelling. This version puts Lonnie as Peter's classmate. He's a great kid. He's super smart. He's super gifted athletically. He's going to go to college. He's supposed to be moving his family out of the hood. He's got scouts looking at him for all of his football games he's in. He has the life set up perfectly for him to move his family out, get his family out of the trenches, and really make something of his own life. Then his brother gets caught in a gang. The only way to get his brother out of the gang is to take his brother's spot in the gang. And as the story goes on, he has to start quitting everything he loves so he can keep helping the gang. He has to quit football. He has to quit academics. He no longer is around for his brother either. And you know what? He actually begins to like it too. Oh my God, it was heartbreaking to watch, but it's pretty well done, I'm not gonna lie. They have this character go from being the smart, good guy, good kid who's got everything, his whole future ahead of him, he's gonna move his family out of the hood, turns him into this like gang lord, right? Like, I mean, to the extent that, like, he wasn't a gang lord originally, but in the show, when the leader of his gang runs off, Tombstone steps up and actually helps save every single member of his gang, and they pretty much just champion him as their new gang leader. It's so sad. But you have a character who never really found what he was looking for and what he loved to do. That's the saddest part about him. He was really great at academics. He was really great at football. But you know where he really felt like he was making a difference and changing people's lives? That was in the gang. And that's a very real thing that happens in our society. So I love that this is a narrative they went with in the show. Because when you're doing, like, when you're in high school and you're getting A's in classes and stuff like that, you're not really seeing your parents, like, if they're struggling with work or whatever, like, they don't have a lot of money, they're not getting any money from you doing well, right? You're not seeing anybody in your neighborhood doing better because you're getting A's in class. But maybe if you're in a gang, you can help protect people. Maybe you can, like, you know, run up deals so you can get money for your family. None of this is inherently good stuff, but you're trying to look out for people the only way you think you know how to, especially at your young age. I actually thought this was a very well done character, and I can't wait to see what they do with him in season 2 and onwards after that. Tombstone also appears in Spider-Verse.
You messed up big time, kid. Very sloppy.
This is a very minor role. He's not really in it too much. He's the guy in the background. He's on Kingpin's payroll. I don't think he really says too much or is like too important to the narrative, but he's there. He's definitely there. He pulls the guns on Lady Doc Ock when she attacks him. That was pretty cool. His design looks really great. He's like suave, yet he's gangster. Something that has to be said though when it comes to this character, it's the voice actor. This is possibly the greatest voice acting cast of all time. Not even exaggerating for such a small role, but I just think it's a unique ability to cast somebody like this. It was very well done. Marvin Jones is the VA for him in this movie. And why I find it so unique and so well done is because the man, Marvin Jones himself, is a black man who has albinism. So, this is exactly akin to Tombstone, no? Because Tombstone is also a black man who suffers from albinism. This is a phenomenal casting on the perception alone, and the man did a great job lending his voice to the project as well. He didn't get enough material in my opinion, but whatever he was given, he did a phenomenal job putting out there. Insomniac Spider-Man. Tombstone isn't the main villain by any means, but he certainly is in the Insomniac Spider-Man franchise. I actually think even though he's not in it much, he actually does serve an important role in the story. In the first game, he's a small-time criminal running a small gang, and you gotta beat his ass. And you do. It's a hell of a fight. It's sick. You clearly both parties have mutual respect for each other as well. However, after you beat Tombstone, he actually comes out the better. He reforms, and he gets an actual job at Coney Island as he tries to leave a life of crime behind himself. It's not a big role, sure, but it shows that not every single person Spider-Man beats up and puts behind bars is going to come back out and try and do more crime. This shows that Spider-Man actually does rehabilitate people. He does help people, and what he does on the streets actually matters. Tombstone is proof of that in this game. Alright, we've been through all the adaptations that are out right now, or at least all the big ones, all the real main hitter ones. We gotta talk about the last thing. Brand New Day, Spider-Man Brand New Day. Brand New Day heavily rumors Tombstone to be in it as well. It's very much up in the air who the villains actually are outside of Scorpion. We don't really know. A lot of people are theorizing Mr. Negative for a sign we saw in the tank and a lot of the concept art we see, but I'm hearing a lot of Tombstone nowadays. And knowing that Tombstone has a comic with both Spider-Man and Punisher leads me to believe that he is going to be the choice for this movie because they're all here. It makes sense. I think Tombstone can be a great villain for a movie. I'd actually love to see it. And do you know who I think would play a great Tombstone? Marvin Jones, unquestionably. If he wanted to, I think he would be amazing at it. He's super imposing, he's super intimidating. I think he would be a great casting for the role. It's quite literally the perfect cast. If he wants to do it, we gotta let him do it. I see no other person for the role. But all in all, I think Tombstone really could be a great villain for the movie. He is a great villain overall. I think he gets a lot of bad rep because of Zeb Wells' run, but when you actually read a lot of his stories or see him in adaptations, you tend to like the character. He's pretty cool. So, for me, I really like Tombstone, man. I really, really do. The Beetle. I'm sure you've seen him before. He sports an iconic look, and he's shown up in quite a few adaptations. He's actually been in more adaptations than both Tombstone and Hobgoblin. Yet no one really knows the Beetle. Did you know that the Beetle first fought Human Torch before he fought Spider-Man? Did you know that he used to look like a monstrosity before finally following that up with a much sleeker and more iconic design that more people would know of? Did you know he appears in adaptations outside of Spider-Man, including shows like Iron Man and Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur? Today, I want to take some time and talk about one of the most underrated Spider-Man villains ever created, the Beetle. We're going to talk about his comic book appearances and who he is, and then we're going to talk about some of his most notable adaptations. Now's your chance, people. Comment down below your favorite Beetle adaptations. The man was in Ultimate Spider-Man video game, Spider-Man and His Amazing Friends, Marvel Cosmic Invasion, The Ultimate Spider-Man Show, and more. Once you do that, sit back, relax, kick back, and let me tell you about this iconic Spider-Man foe who's been around for over 60 fucking years. Let's talk about the Beetle.
Missed! I never miss!
Some other time, spider jerk.
For me, everything's just fine.
I require a sample.
Where's your security? Don't you know anybody can fly in and steal this thing?
I gotta change my costume.
In the comics, Beetle's actually a mantle, and currently Janice Lincoln Tombstone's daughter is actually the Beetle. But this video is all about the OG wearer of the suit, a man by the name of Abner Jenkins. Now, the Beetle actually appears first in Strange Tales before he ever shows up in Spider-Man. The issue of Strange Tales is issue 123, and Beetle fights both Human Torch and the Thing. This book gives us the first insight to Beetle as a character. This man no longer wants to just be a master mechanic. He's too smart for all that. So he invents a Beetle costume that can fly, shield himself, while also being able to lift up much more than what any regular human being could, like a cash register. What's interesting about Beetle is his motivation is to get rich. A lot of the times he is just trying to get money, but he does in fact still have a chip on his shoulder as well. In his first appearance, he talks about wanting to get loot and get money, but he also speaks about beating the Thing and Human Torch so that people will know not to mess with him. You'll also see something similar in a later issue of Spectacular Spider-Man, issue number 58. This man certainly wants to make his money and get rich, but he also is not unwilling to mix it up and try to prove his point a little bit if you mess with him. He does not like being messed with. In his first appearance in an Amazing Spider-Man book, it's Amazing Spider-Man issue 21, he sees Human Torch like a girl and he literally stalks her, waiting for Human Torch to come back to her. So he's not like the Hobgoblin, a man who's only out to get cash. He really is down to mix it up if you bother the man. But as you can see, originally the Beetle did look a bit ridiculous. I do want to say this design has some merit in the sense that it's a little bit creepy. It's pretty creepy, but it doesn't work well for modern stories. It just looks too goofy and campy and uncanny. Beetle's design would see an upgrade to what many people would recognize nowadays. This actually would happen in that issue we talked about earlier, Spectacular Spider-Man issue number 58. And there's actually an in-canon reasoning for this as well, for him to have a much better costume. The reasoning for this actually happens in an Iron Man book. Iron Man rips off the Beetle's wings in issue number 127, forcing the Beetle to redesign and make a new costume. I think it's really cool that they actually have an in-canon reason for why this man no longer looks like a big old goofball. The Beetle would go on to develop other suits as well, and he would even join the Thunderbolts. The character actually has a lot of story. That stuff actually would be adapted in the show as well, but for some reason, the movies didn't take him. I didn't see Beetle in the Thunderbolts film. Did you guys? They also do other stuff with him, they race swap him for a bit. I don't know, that was mad weird. I'm gonna stick to the earlier Beetle stuff for most of this video. The early Beetle stuff is just so fun. The character is a genius who creates a suit of armor that's Beetle themed. He gets clapped a few times, and then he gets dismantled by Iron Man. Then he comes back again in a now sleeker, much more new and improved design that we all know and love. The character's out to get rich like many villains, but he's not out for a world domination type thing. He's out for small vendettas and trying to get the bag. That's what Beetle is really all about. When it comes to adaptations, it feels as though the Beetle never really gets a good fair shot at one. The character is just never the focus in an adaptation. Let's look at his first adaptation ever. For example, the Beetle first is appearing in Spider-Man and His Amazing Friends.
For you, yes, Mr. Stark. For me, everything's just fine.
This show usually gives each villain their own episode. They are the focus of the episode. There's a Green Goblin episode, there's a Kingpin episode. I also believe there's an Electro episode. I think Shocker has an episode, but they all have their own episodes. Beetle's episode, however, it revolves around how Spider-Man and the Amazing Friends became Amazing Friends. Beetle is not the primary focus of this episode. Even still, without being the main focus of the episode, the adaptation does still manage to give us some great nods to Beetle's classic comic book stuff. Look at his design. He looks fucking great. Who is he attacking in the episode? He's actually going after Tony Stark. Multiple times he's chasing down Tony Stark. This is very, very accurate. This certainly happens in the comics. Him and Iron Man have big beef. You have Abner Jenkins as well under the suit, so you know that's accurate as well. He's pretty well done. He's just not the main focus, really. You don't get to see him talk about, Spider-Man, I'm gonna go out there and stomp this man out. I don't really like how he's treated me. Or you don't get to see him be like, I must design this Beetle suit because I no longer want to be a master mechanic. I could be so much more than that. You don't see either of those things. No, it just really focuses on Spider-Man being the Amazing Friends, and then Beetle shows up and the three of them have to stop whatever they're doing and stop the Beetle. You could look at another adaptation that's much more recent as well, like 2017 Spider-Man. In 2017 Spider-Man, Beetle shows up in 2 episodes. Neither of these is he the focus of the episode. Neither. Isn't that nuts? The first episode we see Beetle in, the episode's actually really about Venom. You only really get to see Beetle towards the beginning of the episode as he fights Spider-Man because he's trying to rob a bank car. Spider-Man stops him and sends him to jail, sends him to the raft. And that's really all you get to see of him in the episode because the rest of the episode just focuses on how Eddie Brock becomes Venom and then Venom and Spider-Man are fighting. It's really not about the Beetle at all. Then you'll see Beetle again in the Living Brain episode, but this episode focuses more on, the Living Brain. And a few other villains as well. So that really only further pushes Beetle down the secondary ladder. There's other villains on here that aren't even the main focus as well, just like Beetle. The Living Brain's the main focus. Beetle is far from the main focus here. He does have a cool design from this show, but without the shading, I actually think that it's kind of mids-pack. I do think it could be cool if there was shading, but man, it's rough. All the designs of this show are so rough without the shading. And I also don't think they even mentioned that it's Abner Jenkins underneath the suit. So this show does even less of showing off who the Beetle is. Even less this time around. Really, there's only one Spider-Man show adaptation where the Beetle is like shown off a bunch and fleshed out a little bit. But even still, it's not that accurate. It's kind of nuts. You'd have to go to the Ultimate Spider-Man TV show to find a more fleshed out version of the Beetle.
Now that was a nice shot.
The Ultimate Spider-Man TV show actually doesn't have the Beetle accurately adapted to the 616 comics either, and it really only loosely adapts the Ultimate Spider-Man comics as well for the Beetle. And when I say loosely, I mean loosely. Like, it's so loose, bro. Imagine the loosest knot you ever seen in your life. You could untie this motherfucker like that. Look at the comics really fast. The main thing about Ultimate Spider-Man Beetle from the comics was that he is a Latverian agent who works for Dr. Doom and was sent to retrieve the symbiote. That's literally it. I think he appears in 5 comics, maybe even less. In the show, we do see Beetle like talking to Dr. Doom for like a frame, and then we also see Beetle like get sent to take a sample of the Venom symbiote, but it's very much lacking. For starters, we couldn't hear any conversation between Doom and Beetle. We couldn't get nothing. Secondly, he's not even sent to get the symbiote by Doom. He's sent to retrieve it by Taskmaster. So it's not like that's accurate either. That's still like not the thing. He was sent there by the Latverian agency to get the symbiote suit. That's Doom, not Taskmaster. Taskmaster is not Latverian. On top of that, this show also does like their own thing and has plenty of their own liberties they give to the Beetle. Like, the Beetle's out robbing stuff. J. Jonah Jameson goes on TV, starts shit-talking him. So then the Beetle's like, all right, I guess I gotta go kill J. Jonah Jameson now. And he actually doesn't even really talk, but even still, you get what I'm saying. It's like that wasn't mentioned in the Ultimate Spider-Man comics or the 616 comics. They also have Beetle join the Sinister Six. This certainly does not happen in the Ultimate Spider-Man comics. Hell, this show even has Beetle kidnap Aunt May in an episode, and I guarantee you that didn't happen in the Ultimate Spider-Man comics. Yo, how about this one? This one's the craziest one of all. Let's look at this show's Beetle's rival, okay? You think maybe it's Spider-Man? You know, Beetle and Spider-Man, they go back and forth at each other. They're villain. No, that's not his rival. Maybe it's Iron Man. You know, I've read a few of the comics. Beetle and Iron Man. No, not Iron Man either. Phil Coulson. Yeah, Phil Coulson, that guy. What the actual fuck, man? Beetle in this show has like some resemblance to the 1610 counterpart, but overall, he's just not accurately adapted in the slightest. Beetle actually has a few other adaptations. Some of them use comic storylines for him, like how he changes his name and joins the Thunderbolts for a bit. Other adaptations had him show up briefly. Some of them had him show up entirely different, new, and revamped. But I'll save those for when we rank every single Beetle adaptation in one video. For now, allow me to just talk about one last adaptation that is like by far and away the best one. It's easily the best. It's the most accurate. It's not even close. It's Beetle from the Ultimate Spider-Man video game. Holy moly, he's so good.
I require a sample.
His first appearance flying through the city and Spider-Man catches up to him, swinging by him and alongside of him. You know what Spider-Man says to him? He says the same shit as he did in the comic. The exact same thing. It's peak.
Hey! Where'd you get the cool suit?
Beetle in this game is from Latveria. That's peak and accurate. He was sent to get a sample of the Venom symbiote. That's also accurate as well. The only real difference from the comics to the video game version of Beetle is that in the video game, you'll find the Beetle doing a little bit of some extra things, like breaking Green Goblin out of like his prison or stealing a vial of Sandman. These things, to my knowledge, do not happen in the Ultimate Spider-Man comics. At least I don't recall them, and I definitely try to reread as many of the Beetle Ultimate Spider-Man comics as I could for this video. But I don't recall seeing these things happening. But even these scenes, though, they feed right into the actual authentic events that actually happen in the story seamlessly. In the comic book, the Beetle's going out to get a Venom symbiote for the first time, and then Spider-Man appears and the two of them have to fight. In the video game, this is when Beetle actually gets the Sandman vial, but then Spider-Man appears in the exact same fashion and the two of them have to fight. The exact same fashion. When Green Goblin is let out of his cell by the Beetle, then the Beetle's racing through New York City, and that's when you first see him and you swing and catch up to him, and then you see the events from the comic book where he's talking to him exactly out of the comic book. Like, this stuff is so accurate, and the stuff that isn't accurate feeds right into the accurate stuff, so it doesn't even seem like there's any issues at all. Just seems like additions to the storyline in a well thought out way. The game version of Beetle is godlike. It is by far and away the best version of the Beetle. This Beetle is freaking great. Beetle really deserves to get a shot in a full-fledged, fleshed-out adaptation. His comic appearances in 616 make him a bit of a badass, yet we hardly ever get to see him in adaptations. I want to see him make his own suit and designs. I want to see him build a vendetta against Spider-Man. I want to see him fight Iron Man. Man, I want to see that stuff so badly, man. I want to see that stuff so badly. Imagine if Beetle was in Iron Man 2 instead of that lame-ass villain Whiplash. Oh my god, it would have been peak. Praying that Beetle shows up in one of these next few Spider-Man films coming out, because he would be phenomenal. Beetle has such a sick design, he's such a cool character, and I'm praying we get to see more Beetle in adaptations. The Morbius movie literally ruined Morbius' character. A character with so many comic book appearances. A character who has shown up in multiple TV shows and multiple video games as well. Morbius should be way more revered than he currently is. But his movie quite literally nuked all possibilities of Morbius ever becoming a popular character. He's popular, but he has sadly entered the meme character realm. Now, I don't know if a character can even come back from the meme realm. The living vampire, who was one of Spider-Man's first villains turned anti-hero, truly has been done dirty by this god-awful movie. Morbius, a literal staple in Spider-Man comic media. But most people only know him for Morbid Time and poor lighting. I bet most of the people watching this don't even realize how prominent of a character Morbius is. Actually, let's do that right now. Let's make a bet real quick. Based on comic book appearances alone, how many comic books do you think Morbius has been in? I'll even give y'all multiple choice. What is your guess? That's like a fuck ton. That would put him in like the 8th most reoccurring villain in Spider-Man history. 8th. That's like above these guys. These iconic people. Here are a few Spider-Man characters that are definitely more well-known and well-regarded than Morbius. But they all have less comic appearances than him. It's actually insane to think about just how prominent this character was. A character with 200 plus comics, multiple adaptations, is literally ruined by a movie created by a team of people who had zero desire to actually learn who Morbius is, an entire cast of actors who all seemed like they didn't want to be there, except for Matt Smith. That guy actually tried. And then the guy who played Morbius himself was accused a plethora of times of misconduct with women. He's also been accused of pedophilia. Jared Leto, people! This movie is a dumpster fire. But before we go into the full depths of how much this movie ruined his character, let's at least establish who Morbius is in the comics and talk about some of his other adaptations as well. Morbius first appears in Amazing Spider-Man 101. At this point in Amazing Spider-Man, Peter is actually having issues with his genes, so he actually grew extra arms. Pretty funny, we're on like the scary Spider-Man month. I just made a video on Man-Spider, and here Spider-Man is with extra arms. He doesn't become like Man-Spider or anything in this part of the story or anything, and we're not focusing on that because this is a Morbius video, but I thought it was pretty funny that that's where Morbius first appears. Morbius' real name is Michael Morbius. He's a very smart man who comes from a foreign country. He was born with a rare blood disease that would soon take his life. He and his partner Nikos work tirelessly at an attempt to stave off Michael's death. Morbius and his friend tried to use bats to see if they could stave off the disease. They did like some sort of shock experiment, and Michael Morbius was now Morbius the living vampire. Dude literally got electrocuted so hard it even changed his outfit into Morbius' classic iconic look. When he leaves the shock chamber, he initially immediately kills his friend Nikos in vampiric anger. This is important to note because Morbius did not want to do this. He just has these urges and impulses that make him do so, now that he's merged with the Bat. We see Morbius on the ship headed to shore. He's stowing away when he's caught and has to fight for his life. A bunch of sailors versus the living vampire. I wonder who's going to win this one. I think it's pretty obvious. Morbius would kill them all, but would lament their deaths and even say he wishes it was him instead. Or something along those lines. The dude's like a freaking poet the way he speaks. He actually runs into Spider-Man as he's fleeing the area, and the two have a massive bout. That's when like Kirk Connors comes in, and he transforms into the Lizard during all this craziness. It gets even crazier. Like I said, Morbius' first appearance is in 101, and then in 102, we actually get a lot of the flashback history. That's where we learn all of his stuff from his origin. These two issues alone give us a pretty solid story of who Morbius is. Morbius is a man with a rare disease, and he's going to die. He wants to find a cure, and when he does so, said cure turns him into a monster. He now constantly has to fight these monster urges and try to remember what's it like to be human, often thinking he'd rather be dead now that he's actually alive and a vampire. This alone is fucking fire for a character. I think it's great. The villain isn't one note. They don't even want to be a villain in the first place, but they have immense power and they just can't control themselves. And I think it's great. It's also like not convoluted either. It's pretty straightforward while also not being shallow in depth. Now, we went over his first appearance, but Morbius would actually be very well liked back in the day. Like, prior to his movie just obliterating any commercial success he would have or a larger, wider fan base, he actually did have a bit of a dedicated fan base back in the day. This character, Morbius, actually spun off of Spider-Man series long before Venom did. Yeah, if you're looking for a villain turned good guy / anti-hero in Spider-Man's mythos, Morbius came way before Venom. He actually comes before Punisher. Yeah, before Punisher even had his first appearance in Spider-Man, before he was even created as a character, Morbius was already getting solo comic book stories. And this is a time when villains never got their own stories. There was clearly a lot of dedicated comic book fans for Morbius. It's because his character is pretty likable. He isn't necessarily a villain. He was born with a rare disease, so it's not his fault that he's like this. He wanted to survive, so he made a cure that turned him into a vampire. From there, he kills his best friend, and he regrets it immediately. Now he's cursed trying to fight these vampiric urges while also trying to do what's right and fight off villains. It's a great character. We can tell Morbius is a villain that doesn't want to be a villain, which leaves a lot of room for this character to grow. In the comics, Morbius goes through a lot of story and history, whether it be like battling it out with Spider-Man, becoming an anti-hero and joining the Midnight Suns, teaming up with Blade or teaming up with Spider-Man. The character is clearly done in multiple different ways and has grown a lot over the years. Lots of villains can be one note and don't work or grow, but Michael Morbius is a really solid groundwork for a good character. He's not one note, and he does grow throughout his entire story. When you look at adaptations, I think the first and best one to talk about would be the 90s show adaptation.
The pain! Not now! No!
This is probably my pick for the definitive Morbius adaptation. Morbius doesn't become like a vampire due to needing to save himself from a disease, however. That's definitely different in the show. But everything else about the 90s show that doesn't include Morbius' origin feels like it's pretty well done. He's a genius, right?
Amazing. Personal science log entry 814.
He's from a foreign country.
You are wealthy. You do not know the poverty, the suffering I have seen. My village was a beautiful place.
He speaks in poems.
Alicia, my love. No! I must keep trying to rid myself of this horrible need for...
The character feels like Morbius. On top of that, he becomes a vampire. He doesn't want to be a mass-murdering vampire. He'd also rather die than continue on this pathway. This character in the 90s adaptation goes through constant inner turmoil, just like in the comics. He eventually meets Blade, he gets a new lease on life, and the two of them work together as vampire bounty hunters. Like I said, outside of the origin story, this really feels like an authentic adaptation for Morbius. The showrunners clearly didn't want to change too much, but they did have to make it work in line with the story, so it's not 2,000% faithful for the comics, but I feel like it's spiritually faithful to the comics. The one thing everybody talks about the 90s adaptation in particular when it comes to Morbius is the fact that his hands have suckers. I think this is like the biggest non-issue I've ever heard in my entire life. Like, his hands have suckers on them, and he says he's drinking plasma. And people are going off the rails about how the 90s adaptation is terrible and it's for kids because he's not biting people's necks and sucking their blood or saying blood. I don't know. I don't really give a shit, personally. I don't really need to see him sucking blood. I don't care. I know he's a vampire, and I don't need him to say the word blood. I know there's plasma in blood, so it doesn't make a difference to me. It's a kid's show at the end of the day. It's still fire. It's not like it's super duper heavily censored to the sense where they can't even talk. Like, they still talk and they do whatever they gotta do. I just think it's so overblown, the suckers thing. It's just another way to portray the character to make it work in a different type of media, and it worked. So I don't see the problem, personally. We're gonna move on, though. Morbius has other adaptations as well, and I'd like to talk about a few of these before we get to the monstrosity that is the live-action film. He appears in the Ultimate Spider-Man cartoon originally as a Hydra scientist before he turns into the living vampire. Him being a Hydra scientist? Random as hell. I don't even know where this comes from. I don't know. I'm just so confused. Whatever. Morbius is in a few games, however, and some of these are pretty damn good. I can't lie. Like, he's in Maximum Carnage in like a faithful version of his comic book appearance during Maximum Carnage. In the Spider-Man 3 movie game, apparently he's like married to Shriek.
Leave us.
What did you do to me?
I never meant to hurt you, my darling. I released the blood pathogens you were researching in your lab. They must have poisoned your system.
All right, that's weird. This is why I don't talk about the movie games, man. They're just so fucking weird. Morbius is playable in LEGO Marvel Super Heroes 2, and he's DLC in Marvel Ultimate Alliance 3, as well as Midnight Suns.
Blade.
You've met? Gotta admit, I've never seen a vampire feed on another vampire.
I felt it. One time. I bit you one time. It wasn't fun for me either. You taste like an old barbell.
Talking about all the video games, if you had to guess which one it would be, I think everybody knows Midnight Sun did go the extra mile and make the character just feel so well done. The devs clearly love the comics because they do the same with Venom as well. But Morbius specifically, having missions and cutscenes with Blade, sick. His actual comic book costume, dope. Honestly, the only issue with Morbius and Midnight Suns is he should be in the base game. Dude is a Midnight Suns member, yet people like Captain Marvel and Iron Man were added to the game before him? Ugh. At least he's playable and it feels like Morbius we all know and love. Like it feels like Morbius we love.
No, this is biology. It is a vampire's nature to betray the living.
Excuse me?
Oh, but not mine. I differ on a biological level.
And now let's go to the Morbius we hate. The dumpster fire. The Morbius movie. It's Morbin time, baby. Did it make a more $1 billion? I'm just morbing around with you. Okay, I'm done. I'm sorry. That was just terrible. I really wish I didn't do any of that. But good God, this movie is so bad. It's just straight up bad. The movie does do the disease storyline. I'll bet it's a bit different, but outside of that, it's just a fucking random fuck-ass story. None of the stuff that's founded in the comics is really here. He doesn't dress like Morbius. He's not like fighting Spider-Man or anything. Just weirdness. Like, you remember how Morbius and Blade team up in the comics? Well, the movie does offer a potential team up in a following movie, but it's not Blade or Spider-Man or Ghost Rider or Venom either. It's not anything or any of the comic book threads you'd think it would be. Instead, they just decided to throw a universe transfer in from the MCU. Vulture is fucking here. I don't understand this at all. It doesn't make any sense. Can someone explain this to me? Why would they not try and set it up with an MCU character that actually works with Morbius if they want to continue the Morbius franchise? I don't even know what Sony's plans were for this. It makes no sense to me. Were they going to do their own Sinister... Like, I don't know. Like, seriously, I have no clue. What the heck is that? I don't even know what's going on anymore. Seriously, like, I actually don't know what's going on the screen because everything's so fucking dark, I can't see anything. Whole ass fight scenes happening in the pitch black for no fucking reason. Goofy ass dancing scenes like this one too. Really just stupid scenes like this one. All of this garbage, when put together, becomes like so easy for people to meme on. He literally says,
I'm starting to get hungry. You don't want to see me when I'm hungry.
The fuck? This is terrible. Or when he says that stupid ass Venom line.
I am Venom.
Oh my God. God, this movie doesn't even take itself seriously. To the point where not only is the movie seen as a giant joke, the character Morbius himself has now forever become a giant joke. Like, there's a random ass image of Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man on the wall. What the fuck was that for? Jared Leto took his method acting to the next level apparently, and he needed to be pushed around the set in a wheelchair from scene to scene. The dude's a total weirdo. Oh my, I hate this movie. Matt Smith, probably the only good thing about this movie, was actually persuaded to take this role because his good friend and actress, Karen Gillan, who had played Nebula in the MCU, convinced him to do so. To me, sounds like a terrible friend. I'm obviously joking. She definitely did not know Sony would do this. Heck, the memes around this movie, like it's Morbin time, got so popular that Sony was convinced people maybe missed the movie and wanted to see it again, so Sony re-released Morbius way after it already came out and left theaters. That's it. The movie didn't make a more $1 billion. It just made a Morbius into a perennial laughingstock. Even his current comic book references the joke of a movie. The character can't escape from it. This movie did irreparable damage to Morbius, man. Forever, when anybody looks at this character, they just immediately associate it with this god-awful trash movie. It is truly so sad. A character, a villain in Spider-Man's top 10 most reoccurring villains would be subjected to an adaptation like this. At least the Kraven movie wasn't nearly as memeable. Madam Web honestly got it just as bad in my opinion. But Venom and Kraven, they both escaped scot-free. Even though they were in this horrible universe, they at least managed to still be characters that can be taken seriously in other adaptations. Morbius? I'm sorry, buddy. It's over for you, bud. It's just over. It is truly tragic that a character getting more spotlight, getting an adaptation, and getting their own live-action feature film would somehow make their character worse off than before the film came out. It's truly mind-blowing. I don't know how many fans of the Morbius character there are left, but like the 4 of you remaining, you deserve better, man. this character actually has the sauce, but man, the movie just ruined everything. Just everything, man. I don't even know what else to do to fix this character. I don't know. They gotta just put him on the back burner for a little bit so everybody can forget about things, and then maybe we could try again in a few years. Let's try again in like 5 to 10 years, because this movie, it's gonna reduce sales quite drastically for the character. I don't really have too much else to say about him. Shout out to one of the horror characters in Spider-Man's Rogue Gallery. He's like one of the most iconic Spider-Man villains ever. Like I said, he's a top 10 most appearances ever. I can't believe them putting you in a movie made you in a worse position than you were before it. It's just tragic. Oh, and please put the Vulture back in the MCU. That was just stupid. What if we want to use him again for Spider-Man storyline? Put him back.